switch from SG. Shout out to my bros SG. You know, we finna be spinning and no mercy with what they do out with the switch. So this is the turf, as you can see. I have staff, because you know I'm just staff member. So this is the Galactic switch I'm using right here. If I die, I'm gonna get the orange button and fully Draco. But until I do that, until I die, I'm finna keep this, cause you know. We finna go catch some hats. Let's get right on set us bang. No, never been nobody outside. Everybody scared. They all in the apartments. So we finna hide. I believe they all in the apartments. Let me get some chocolate. So I can eat this. My stamina can go up faster. That's the trick. You need chocolate to make your stamina go up. And anybody that look like a op, make sure you crack make sure you come to a crack all the ops. So you gotta make sure you let everybody know what you is. They ain't gonna respect you unless you what is so you say what your gang is. No, anybody got a problem, but if you go bump, you go check their temp. You always gotta check a man's temp before you say that he ain't with you. What's SD? Again. Yo. Yeah. My phone is charging. My
Come on, dog.
I got young in this gun store. I gotta switch. I bumped down. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, I was so good. So I'm just gonna get out of there.
Diva, where are you at? Diva, come on. Come on.
I'm finna go spin for the one time. Only I bet. So y'all see, it ain't new ops. A lot of ops. I'm scared I'm gonna come through there and bent. So this is static. We static kid. I be thinking static numbers every day. You feel me? Off cam. You know. Static numbers got like flash chat. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Put on chat. Shut up with all that bucking. Shut up. Oh, talking about. My bad. I got dogs. So, as you can tell, I ain't die once. I already got a kill. I was fighting a union member, but my gun decided to run out of ammo. Like I was finna clap him, he got in his car and drove off. So couldn't clap him at that second. So we really finna just go spank, and it will spank this switch. Once I run out of ammo, then hey, I gotta go grab a different gun. So I mean, nobody gonna stop me. I mean, ain't nobody gonna stop me. Everybody in this set was scared of me in this switch. That little tiny pistol ain't gonna do nothing. That SMG ain't gonna do nothing to a switch. And and some dude in this game got a vet. That's not doing nothing to no switch. Nah, I ain't gonna spend no money on rounds. Only for some of the fact that I can just go back to SG and grab it again.
Jabari,
I'm on it.
Jabari, you gonna have to let Amora use the TV because her phone don't work. You gonna have to use your phone.
I can't play this game on my phone.
I don't care about that.
Well, like, I'm going to play the game.
You gonna have to let her watch TV while you use her phone. You be on this TV all day, every day. You gonna have to.
Yeah, but I'm going to play the game. I haven't even got a chance to even play the game today.
Jabari, you think I'm stupid? You gonna let her watch the TV? You gonna have to use the phone for a little bit.
I can't never play the game.
You was Jabari all day. Jabari, you be on this damn game 24/7. Where's the remote? You sit on this damn game 24 hours a day. Huh. You gonna have to use
Somebody else.
Get on Depop and save on your favorite brands. Find great deals on different styles. Make
Let me get this sheet. Hey. Go ahead and listen to it. Yo, I'm not playing with you. I'm trying to steal it. I'll be back. Come on. What's up? Was Mom sleeping in my room? Yeah. Was Mom sleeping in my room? I can tell she ate all the damn Slim Jims in my room. She was sick. Ballhead said she was sick. Yeah, I did. Oh, my bad. I wanted to be. Yeah, she said that. It's sorting. Yeah. Yeah. Right, it's the pieces supposed to. It'll be okay.
Lily dodged, but Jake grabbed her arm, twisting hard. She cried out, and I was moving before the thing bursting out of my room. Let her go! Jake spun, still gripping Lily's arm. His face contorted with rage. You're supposed to be gone. Let her go. He shoved Lily aside, and she stumbled, catching herself against the wall. Jake advanced up, fists clenched. He ruined everything. He snarled. My scholarship, my future, everything. You ruined yourself. You decided hurting people was okay. He swung at me, but I'd learned to read his movements years ago. I ducked, and his fist hit the wall. He cursed. I noticed Lily had her phone up, recording everything. Stop it! You screamed from the bottom of the stairs. Both of you, stop it right now. But Jake was beyond listening. He grabbed me by the throat, slammed me against the wall. You want to know what I do to people who cross me? Jake, stop! And his voice split up.
In the high-pressure food world, interviews and intense rivalries are everywhere. We got some beef.
Panic now. There are witnesses. I don't care. Jake's went fight. I'm sick of everyone acting like I'm the bad guy. Emma wanted it rough. They all did. They just changed their minds. I could breathe. Spots dancing. Lily still recording. Tears streaming down her face. Coach Williams was back with hands. My parents stood frozen, watching their coach little boy destroy himself. Jake's phone rang. The sound jarred and his grip was like he pulled it out with his free hand, glancing at the screen. His face was white. God, they let go of me completely. Answering her. What do you mean you're not? I don't understand. I slipped in his gasping for air. Jake listened to whatever father was saying. His expression was taken. You can't do this to me. Connor, he stared at his father, then hurled against the wall, shattered. What happened? Coach Williams asked. Connor's backing out. Then in the videos, Lily's still alive. Jake turned on me, eyes wild. This is your fault. You turned him against me. No, Lily said quietly. You did that yourself. Jake spun toward her. Shut up. You don't know anything. I know you just saw the OP on camera. I know you admitted Emma wanted it rough. I know you've been having Connor edit evidence. She held up her phone. And now everyone else will know too. Jake lunged for her again. And this time Dad intervened, grabbing Jake's arm. Enough. You're making things worse. Worse? Jake laughed hysterically. Making things get worse. My life is over. We'll fix this, Mom said desperately. We always fix things. We just need to what? I asked.
Move.
Pay Lily off too? How much is your daughter's silence worth, Mom? Another 50,000? 100? Don't be dramatic. She snapped. Lily's not going to say anything. She's family. So was I said. Until yesterday. Lily moved to stand beside me. I already sent the video to OP's lawyer and to Rebecca and to Emma. The room erupted. Mom screaming at Lily. Dad trying to calm everyone down. Coach Williams heading for the door, muttering about not wanting to be involved. Jake just stood there, staring at his broken phone like it held all the answers. I grabbed Lily's hand. We're leaving. You're not taking her anywhere. Mom blocked our path. She's a minor, and you just watched your son assault both your children, I said. What do you think CPS will say about that? Her face went ashen. You wouldn't. Finally, Dad stepped forward. Let's all calm down. OP, take what you came for and go. Lily stays here. No, Lily said. I'm going with her. You're 14 years old, Mom screamed. You don't get to make that choice. Then call the police, Lily said. Explain why both your children are trying to leave. Explain the bruises on my arm from where Jake grabbed me. Explain everything. We pushed past them, heading for the stairs. Jake made one last grab at me, but I shoved him back. It's over, Jake. No more covering up. No more paying people off. No more hurting people. I'll kill you, he said quietly. I swear to God, I'll kill you for this. Jake. Shut your mouth. The damage was done. Lily had kept recording, catching every threat, every admission. We made it to the door. My parents still screaming behind us. I had the ledgers. Lily had the videos. And for the first time in our lives, we had each other's backs. Connor's front sat on our driveway blocking my exit. He got out as we approached, hands raised, peacefully. I'm not here to fight, I said quickly. I need to talk to you. Move your truck, I said. Please, 5 minutes. I have something you need to hear. I glanced at Lily, who nodded slightly. 5 minutes. Connor looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days. I've been Jake's friend since we were kids. I've always known he was. Intense. But I told myself it was just competitiveness. That the girls were exaggerating. That your parents were protecting him from gold diggers. And now I realize I've been held like a monster. People got so. Jake asked me to edit that video. Make it look consensual. Add some filters to make you stage. I said yes at first. I always say yes to Jake. I didn't do it. No, because I really watched the whole thing. Really something burned down my page. So fear in my eyes. And I realized how many times have I seen that fear? How many times have I looked away? Lily's dead. Why are you telling us this? Because Jake's been recording things too. Right? Session with the team. Conversation about the girls. Discussion with the parents. I'm paying people off. I'm the biggest tech guy for years. I have everything. I stared at the drive. Why would you give this to us? Because last week, my little sister started dating a guy on the team. So I saw him being grabbed from the party. Now she flinched. I realized I've been enabled this whole culture. Jake's just the worst of them. I told her, this man in your football career too. You know that right? Yeah, I know. You just cried. Pause. What is more? I'm sorry for all the times I survived. For all the times I chose to avoid and never do it. Maybe Lily and me standing in the driveway. Jake leads the cage down. You go back. I said, why? I know. Because I'm the biggest guy anymore. I'm really proud of the mistake. But Mark's the lawyer. He's about keeping everything legal. Well, flashed my hand. Led to my backpack. First, I'm going to Rebecca's. Then I'm going to figure out how to keep you safe. About keeping you safe. Jake friends felony. Jake friends a lot of things. But he's about to have bigger problems. We drove in silence for a while. Lily clutching her phone like a lifeline. Finally, she spoke. Do you think they ever loved us? Or did we just accessories to Jake's success? I didn't have an answer for that. Maybe I never would. Rebecca's apartment complex came into view. As we pulled in, I saw two more Cobras I didn't recognize. Through the window, I could see Rebecca's living room was looking. And it looks like we were talking to a girl I vaguely recognized from school. One was the lawyer said, you should see it. I said, are you scared? Lily asked, terrified.
Maybe her mom said, but her voice cracked. I'm sorry, but you can't sell this property without both signatures. Lena would need to agree to any sale. Tyler chose that moment to walk in, already counting money he didn't have. Is it listed yet? I got the perfect location and they want first month's rent by. He stopped when he saw everyone's faces. The house belongs to Lena too. Mom whispered. Tyler's face went red. What do you mean belongs to her? She's not even real family. Dad must have been confused in the end. That's when it hit me. Dad knew. He knew Tyler would keep failing, and Mom would keep bailing him out. He knew she'd eventually try to sell her home to fund another disaster. So he made sure I could stop it. I'm not signing anything, I said. You can't be serious. Tyler exploded. It's just a house. I'm family. I need this money. You needed money for the food truck that never left the driveway. You needed money for the dog business that got shut down for not having permits. You needed money for crypto that you lost in a week. Maybe try getting a job. Mom sat down on Dad's old recliner, staring at the deed papers. He did this behind my back. He did this because he loved us both. Because he knew Tyler would never stop asking and you'd never stop giving. The realtor packed up the things quietly. You folks call me when you figure this out. I'll hold up on the listing. exhausting. After she left, we sat in silence for 20 minutes. Tyler stalked around, wondering about lawyers and weird situations. Randy looked at me. What do you want? I want to buy your house. I've been saving. We can work out payments. What about Tyler's restaurant? Tyler can get a loan like every other person starting a business. Better yet, Tyler can get a job and save his own money. Tyler understands. You're both crazy. This is his family money. Tyler wanted. I'm talking crazy. It's the way my space feel. Baby, I'm late, but I'm fucking tagging with you. I know that I need my friend. Wouldn't wanna leave you, you know. Wouldn't wanna leave you, my.
Then you just said that you put that. What happened?
But you got me going crazy. Got to do this story. How long can you go, baby? That still my body slow, crazy. I'm talking crazy. Get to my space, girl. Yeah, baby, I'm late, but
That's a little water on myself.
help. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, let me take it
feel too open. Baby, you never saw that. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm
Pixel is good. Baby,
Hey, but I'm sick of checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but wouldn't wanna leave, even though wouldn't wanna bleed, even my best is steady, steady. Best is steady, steady. I don't know what it is. They tell me what it is. But you got me going crazy. Can't you do it slow, baby? How long can you go, baby? Still my body slow, baby. I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I feel taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. You wanna be, but I find my I've got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your game. So, the reason gets you too open. Baby, you never saw that. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm sick of checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but wouldn't wanna leave, even though wouldn't wanna be, even my best is steady, steady. Best is steady, steady. Baby, still my body slow, baby. I'm talking crazy. I get you out of my space, but I get it, baby. I'm late, but I feel taken, but you know that I'm being my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. Wouldn't wanna leave if I heard my body.
Yes.
You have to help me, Bob.
Good word.
Don't worry about it. Just get up.
My dad told me this. My dad told me to lay down. I'm in trouble with this man. My dad told me to lay down. I'm not talking to you. Huh?
She said she said you'll help with the groceries.
I don't want to lay down, but I didn't let it something like that happen, bro. Something on my face, you know. I told my dad, our dad that she was watching this. But get it out.
Get away.
We need help. We need help.
Huh?
We need help.
I don't know what it's for.
In the grocery store, y'all or for the house?
No, it's probably got this, I think. I don't know what it's for.
That's what I keep doing. Dang.
It's $3 though. Juice, I think.
How dogs?
It's
Did not even put some free stuff out of this. Here. I'm allergic to that. I'm surprised y'all weren't.
You just go in the refrigerator.
Ballerina cappuccino. You're ugly.
Or you get up.
Hmm.
Big food. That's what they kill.
Whoa.
I'm finish eating with the cheese.
Ballerina cappuccino. Auntie, this can't fit on the deep freezer. It's too much stuff.
Yes, it can. Exactly.
Can you give me the oranges? What is this drink? What you like that for?
See what else you come out of there.
I mean, I hope you. It's just juice.
Put it in the refrigerator in the box. I have to pick up.
Huh? Ballerina cappuccino. Me.
Sit that right there.
You done.
Put them to the refrigerator.
Damn.
Put that shit in the refrigerator. That's yours. Put it in the freezer. If you hurry up and put the chicken in the freezer, just put the chicken up there in the freezer. I'm so confused.
That's yo.
Oh. It's gonna help me.
I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check with you. I know that I need my friend. Wouldn't wanna leave, but no, wouldn't wanna be. But my body, say.
Auntie, you want me to wash my bowl? Dang! You could have said, excuse me, you saw my handprint. You could have used some my
You got me going crazy. You have to do it slow, baby. How can you go, baby? What did you say? What?
I feel like.
Like what?
Oh, see, why don't put the band right there?
And your cups. Little girl. Your red cup.
Where's the spoon?
My cup in my feet.
When? Huh?
A freezer.
So, you should put it back in there? Bro, Ezra. You were so loud for me. Just because you are can't walk, can't walk, can't walk, can't walk, can't walk.
Body slow, I'm talking crazy. Get you out of my space, but I get it, baby, I'm late, but I take it, but you know that I need my friend, that I wouldn't wanna leave, you know, I wouldn't wanna bleed, in my heart, my mind, my body, my body's hesitates. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your game. So, the reason look at you too often, baby, you give us some. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I get you out of my space, but I get it, baby, I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know, I wouldn't wanna be, even my heart, my mind, my body, body's hesitates. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slowly. How long can you go? Baby, and the last of my body slow. Baby, I'm talking crazy.
And let's see, yesterday when you said we was all taking showers.
You gonna help him?
You know how to wash up? What you mean?
Get you out of my space, but I need it, baby, I'm I'm late, but I can't stand but you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know, I wouldn't wanna bleed if I hurt my body. My body's heavy, so
Get him. Damn, because he's coming up here. So
If you've been injured in an accident, call Marks and Harrison.
I called and they got me way more than I was told I'd get.
A whole lot more than what the insurance company offered.
I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, the reason I get too often, baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run on the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check and bet you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. Wouldn't wanna leave if I find my best.
Roll said, oh God.
If you is slow, baby, how long can you go, baby? I still my body slow, baby. I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take it with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. Wouldn't wanna bleed if I hurt my I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play the fair. So, the reason we get through to out there, maybe we live for something. Maybe I can run on the side. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you running my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friends, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna bleed, even my heart, my body. Say, but you got me going crazy. Got to do it slow, babe. How long can you go, baby? And I still my body slow, crazy. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you running my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I should take it with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, in my heart, my mind, my
Everyone is welcome on Depop. Whatever your style, there's someone who wants to buy it. List your clothes in minutes, pay nothing in selling fees, and use the extra cash to buy something you love. Depop does resale better. Sell on Depop.
Playdate, you bring your A game. Ready to score? You bring your A game. Bring your A game to your sexual.
I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, the reason we get through to out there, maybe we live for something. I'm talking crazy. I need to run my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, but my body says, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slowly. How long can you go, baby? At last, till my body slow. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to run my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm so taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, but my body says, I'm running options. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, the reason we get you too out there, baby, if you give us something, baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to run in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, but my body says, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slowly. How long can you go, baby? At last, till my body slow. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to run my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm so taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, but my body says, know you look over top of it. Baby, I just wanna talk to you.
That's too oral for me.
Mr. Jones, boredom stress you out.
Yeah. What?
Try this old trick on for a spell. Feast their eyes on some enrichment, put their minds in bewitchment with a puzzle for the muzzle or a game of hide and seek. They've got to exercise and socialize to satisfy their primal side. A dog has more demands to life than belly rubs and sleep.
Oh my, he's going ham on that thing.
Ham? No, it's lamb pilaf. Tom? Nom, 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 nom.
I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, that makes me look at you too often. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I still can check in with you. I know that I need my friends, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, even my heart, my mind, my body. Steady, steady, my body, steady, steady. But you got me going crazy. Can't you do it slow, baby? How long can you go, baby? Baby, I still my body so, baby. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I still take it with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my mind, my body. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Something that makes you feel too out there. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm fucking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I still can check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna be, even my heart, my body, say, 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 my body, say, say, but you got me going crazy. What did you restore, babe? How can you go, baby? Baby, I stole my body so, baby. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I
Just sit down. For the brush you can. Put it down. Yeah. It's a little bit cold because it was raining. Hey, this one was falling apart. I'm supposed to get it fixed because I'm going to for school because I walk home. You played a game. I don't play a little while. No. It looks like you have like 4 hours. I've been playing for a long time since they got in the update. Okay. you got any cold water? I'm needing some.
It's cold. It's water. Water's right here. They're not. I don't know if they're cold.
They just got here like.
I know when they got me. No arteries. Okay.
No. Look at they right here. Okay. My bad. Bro, literally waited. When is that? Oh, did you read that? That's when it. I'm so good. If I ain't playing with you. Hey, I ain't playing with y'all. I gotta go to the new five. He did.
This weekend in Colorado, a terrorist set fire to demonstrators at a peaceful rally for hostages still held by Hamas. Witnesses say they heard the man shout, "Free Palestine!" Among the victims, an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor. Weeks earlier, a young Jewish couple was murdered in D.C. The killer captured on video shouting the same chant. These attacks weren't random. A senior Hamas official called on supporters to attack every Jew on the globe. They vowed to globalize the Intifada. Now they have. You keep you here with me, you baby. I thought I got options. I don't wanna talk. You can drop me, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah. So, that makes me look at you too often. Maybe you give it something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you running my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friends, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, even my heart, my mind, my body. Steady, steady, body, steady, steady. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slow, babe. How long can you go, baby? Baby, I still my body slow, crazy. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I still check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, in my heart, my body. I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, that makes me look at you too often. Maybe you give it something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friends, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, even my heart, my mind, my body. Steady, steady, body, steady, steady. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy.
Did you do it slowly? How long can you go, baby? Baby, let's do my body slow. Baby, I'm talking crazy now. Need you in my space, but yeah, baby, I'm late, but I'm gonna leave it. You know, I'm gonna leave
Fucking dog is that? Shut the hell up. What did it say? No. I literally had to watch a Goobers video.
Get out. Get your ass out of there. Pick him up. Drop.
I'm gonna pick him up. Jackson. Is that the couch? No. 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 I'm about to set it up.
Okay, put these couches in.
I thought we were going to pick him up.
She's hurting on the head.
Is it cold? No, Jock.
Yeah, I'm from every school. Yeah. That's how I'm talking about it. No, it's different. No, you're different.
That's cool.
Hey! What do you want?
Let's go.
Sunbutter Jammies. Crustless, nutless, scrumdiddlyumptious. Sunbutter. Shine on.
Then they already.
I'm talking talking crazy. I need to run my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna bleed, even by fire. My body had changed. Bodies had changed. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slow, baby. How long can you go, baby? Still my body slow, baby.
Oh my God, so fixes that's the guy. Yeah. Baby girl.
I'm talking crazy. You to run my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I said take it with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna bleed, even if I had my
How do you?
I know you ain't gonna talk about it. I just wanna talk to you. I wanna I'm running options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. So, it makes me look at you too often. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to run my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna bleed, even by my body. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slow, baby. How long can you go, baby? Baby, I still my body slow, baby. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I should take it with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna bleed, even though
Get on Depop and save on your favorite brands. Find great deals on different styles. Make cash selling the things you don't wear, and pay nothing in selling.
Said, let me in.
I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me look at you too often. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my mind, my body. Steady, shakes. Body, steady, shakes. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. Can't you do it slow, babe? How long can you go, baby? Let's do my body slow, crazy. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm so taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my mind, my body. I know you ain't gotta talk about it. Baby, I just wanna talk to you.
All I did was 10 steps on my grass. It's not your line. You cannot on the grass with a little side.
I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me look at you too often. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my mind, my body. Steady, shakes. Body, steady, shakes. said, I don't know what it is. Got to do it slowly.
NYX Professional Makeup presents Brow Compliance. Are you at the beach? You just exposed your work from home cover story. Oh,
I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me get you too open. Baby, you give it something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, even my heart, my body. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slowly. How long can you go, baby? That's to my body slow, baby. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm so taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, even if I find my I know you ain't gonna talk about it. Baby, I just wanna talk to you. I thought I got us. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me get you too open. Baby, you give it something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. Wouldn't wanna bleed even my heart, my body. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. Can't you do it so late? How long can you go, baby? That ass to my body so lately. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm so taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my body.
Hey, Barry.
In a place where
Hey.
I thought I got options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me look at you too often. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm second checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my body. I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. Can't you do it so late? How long can you go, baby? That ass to my body so lately. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm so taken with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my I know you ain't gonna talk about it. Baby, I just wanna talk to you. Options. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me look at you too often. Maybe you give me something. Baby, I do it all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you all in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friends, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed in my heart, my mind, my body. Body says yes. Body says I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. You have to do it slow, babe. How long can you go, baby? Let it last till my body slow, baby. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you all in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna leave in my body.
Yeah.
I know you ain't gonna talk about it. Give me heart, I just wanna go to you. I would've
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Hey. Whoa. Hey. 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 Hey, what did I say? What did I say? Did you just... Ah. Beavers. I feel sick. I feel like I'm dying. Beaver, what is you barging in my room for? Excuse you. Are you coming in or are you going? Look. Oh, here. Mother of Joseph. Your phone is right there.
Pasta may get all the fanfare, but it takes Olive Garden's sauce from scratch to make it something special. After all, it's our creamy Alfredo that makes fettuccine so famous. Homemade meat sauce that makes the... I don't wanna tell you to drop me. I don't wanna so fix it out there. Baby, you never saw me. Baby, I'm right on the side. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to write my space, but I need it, baby, I'm late, but I still checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna be, even my space, like space. Go my body slow, I'm talking crazy. I need to wipe my space, but I need it, baby, I'm late, but I'm so checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know, I wouldn't wanna be if I hurt my
But he keeps putting his feet near me. I don't need that. I could tell he doesn't listen when he be going to sleep. Where's my oxygen? Hey,
Oh.
Down, down, down.
I wanna go options. I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your game. Something that makes me get you too open. Baby, you give me something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. You too much my space, but I need it. Baby, I'm like, take a chance with you. I know that I need my friend. When you wanna leave, you know. When you wanna be, then
Get this voice from let us start flying.
How long can you go, baby? And still my body slow. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to wipe my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I just take it with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. Wouldn't wanna be, then my body.
body said it's hers. Body said I know it. I know you're coming sorry. I know you're coming sorry. Really hard, I just wanna talk to you.
Get down.
The Premier League is back, and we're going straight from beach mode to beast mode.
I don't wanna tell you to drop it, and I don't wanna play your game. So, it makes me get you too out there. Baby, you give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I take a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, my body says, body says, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you what it is. But you got me going crazy. Can't you do it slow, how can you go, baby? Let it rest on my body slow, baby. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you right in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I said check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, you know. I wouldn't wanna bleed, but my body says,
I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play no fair. So, to
What are you for? But now you did right there. You put your food right there. Who, me? No, him. Sit in the chair. Chair is unfunctional. Down. Leave it down. Oh, dear God.
baby, give it some. Baby, you're right on time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to write my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but wouldn't wanna leave, even though wouldn't wanna bleed, even my blessings, they say. But you got me going crazy. Got to do it slowly. How long can you go, baby? I still my body slow. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need to write my space. But I need it, baby. I'm late, but I took a check in with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave, even though I wouldn't wanna bleed, even my body.
boy. Say who's I'm doing.
She walked in.
It's no longer. I'm the feature bait. Bro. That was the. Bro, you might as well leave the fee as bait. That was 3 up. Got all these beef. Just got me. No boy, no boy. She lay him your baseball. No boy, get me. Yeah, get on my base, woman. That's all I need. Get in my base. I just gotta find out some like ow. I go. Reach quick. I want to get it. Those not laying a finger on me. No, boy. Yeah, this is my base now. It's not a little just forget about it. Bro, I'm ruining your game. They're trying to ruin in my game. Why is there a Gojo in here? Oh, my God. I don't. Excuse me. I'm obsessed. Just give me. Mama don't even get all his work at this time. Gojo. Slime my boy Gojo, but. Huh?
Millions of Americans use credit cards to purchase goods every day. The Durbin Marshall
I do. There needs to be a chimpanzee. I'm waiting for you to run that stuff. Even though he doesn't know I'm not winning my friends. Oh, person. Since when? Oh, Arnold. I got the waist so I have to. Boy? Girl, I'll cut. I tried to hold my fry and eat turtle. I was trying to stop my cough. So I had to do it. Nope. Bro, all of the rest of these stories are boring. Get nobody this money. At least they knew what my game was. At least they knew what my game was. Bow. Leave. I'm with my friends and boys. I'm with my friends and. Watch it come to Pianist Power. Everything goes in the game. No skate. Oh, you said do I need that? So what's that? I am sitting there. They say all of you. Not on me. I want to. Still be secret. I'm gone. I'm gone. Girl, be quiet. Transfiguration. Yeah, say. Bro made me sit down. He just made me sit down at me. That's it, you know. It's no more guy. I was wondering what was inside my head. Look like that. Right there. I was about to flip the table over. Ouch. What was this? Who am I looking for? Your hairline. From your hairline. What's this for a house? Going up, get it low taper vein. You'll get it right now. You look so crusty. Oh, you could save it for your night. Okay, I'm gonna save it for it. I'm gonna just get the bag. Put the chicken nuggets in the box, or put the chicken nuggets in the box. Yeah, baby. I'm walking right. Yes, the bob way to make that look so neat. If he's watching on my face, I swear to God. I thought that was a green thing. It's a girl who wants you, nothing but nothing weighs down and stop it. No matter what it feels, someone taking on the job and you're no baby. The journey's in the way, just don't wait, just don't wait. You look at me. But what do you mean to you? You look at me.
I'm contemplating back for a while instead. Show me this would be what you love said. It's a good chance it doesn't burn down, not to break down and stop it. No matter what I see, it's all getting me right out of wrong, no baby. The journey is away, it's gonna waste down. So by the blade, you got the way that it lays. Turn away, it's gonna waste down. So by the blade, you got the way that it lays. Baby.
Not my TT, bro. Not my TT.
I'm contemplating back for a while instead. Show me this would be what you love said. It's a good. I'm contemplating back for a while instead. Show me
No boy, no boy,
this would be what you love said. It's a good chance it doesn't burn down, not to break down and stop it. No matter what I see, it's all getting me right out of wrong, no baby. The journey is away, turn away, it's gonna waste down. So by the blade, you got the way that it lays. You know we're gonna live in together. You know baby. I know it's hard. Get off my face. Get off my face.
got my face. No.
I'm contemplating back.
Just for being so
this could be what I love said. It's a good chance it doesn't burn down, not to break down and stop it. No matter what I see, it's all getting right out of wrong, no baby. The journey is away, turn away, it's gonna waste down. So by the blade, you got the way that it lays. From the ceiling for you. I know we're gonna live in together. You know baby.
That's not true. I'm not that bad at the game.
It's okay, I don't want you to from dark, trying not to break down and stop it. No matter what I see, it's all dedicated, like I'll be drawn out, baby. The dress, I'm way, I turned away, please don't waste, gonna waste time. It's all on the plate, you got to play that, baby. You gotta play. I'm not thinking about how long it's there.
So sorry. Walk spot, I bring in those bullshit. I'm gonna buy my boys from my friend. I'm gonna buy some good stuff for my friend. Let's buy it. I don't care what you do. These are my friend. It's so true. You're scared. What'd you die? I'm not this. The only thing I know, boy, you ain't touching my stuff. Ain't touching my stuff, buddy. Not touching my stuff.
It's a boy, it doesn't dark, trying not to break down and stop it. No matter what I see, it's all dedicated, like I'll be drawn out, baby. The dress, I'm way, I turned away, it's gonna waste time. It's all on the blade, you gotta play that.
Don't mean to say shit for the gotta get I got this in the middle.
Doesn't dark, trying not to break down and stop it. No matter what I see, it's so addicted. I tell the truth, oh baby. The dress away, I jumped away, it's gone away, it's down. Escape, won't got the blame, you got the blaze that is babe. I'm only getting this one, you're not even from the same way. I know I promise, I know it's not even to the other. Now how it's you, babe.
Yeah, get to my knees. Get to my knees. Like, eat this for my friend. Guys, I just strawberry. You still.
Whoa.
What?
Yep. New protein Eggo waffles. Same great Eggo taste with 20% of your daily protein. Lego My Protein Eggo.
I'm that guy to be leaving the game. Yes. Is it Ari's tablet?
Aurora,
Huh?
can you go to the bathroom and get some toilet paper?
Yeah.
Hurry up.
Or you want me to give you this tissue that's right here on the TV stand?
Give me something, please.
Give me my stuff.
Hey, I got some more ginger ale. I think that's the next one.
I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your favorite. Something that makes me forget.
Yeah.
If it's not there, baby, I'd rather listen. Baby, I'm talking crazy. It's really awesome. Need it, baby, I'm late, but I can check in with you. I know that I need my friend for you wanna leave, you know, with more to please. But so bad, I know you go, baby. And last to my body so crazy. Hey, I'm talking crazy. I need you all in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm ready, but I I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your favorite. Something that makes me get through to our baby, if you give us something, baby, I'd rather decide. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you all in my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I can check in with you. I know that I need my friend for that. Wouldn't wanna leave, you know, I wouldn't wanna please. But so bad, I know you go, baby. And last to till my body's so crazy. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby, I'm crazy. But I'm so taken with you. I'm running ashes. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your game. It makes me forget things so often. Baby, you can give us nothing. Baby, I cry all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy.
Get back in here. And walk and do it. So I know how to do it.
I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your game.
That means the boy is
It makes me forget things so often. Baby, you can give us nothing. Baby, I cry all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you running my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I'm sick of checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave. You know, I wouldn't wanna bleed. But I'm baby, and it has to my body so crazy. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you in my space, but I need it, baby, I'm late, but I'm taking I'm running ashes. I don't wanna tell you to drop me, but I don't wanna play your game. Keep you in there. Baby, you can give us crazy. I need you running my space, but I need it, baby, I'm late, but I'm sick of checking with you. I know that I need my friend, but I wouldn't wanna leave. You know, I wouldn't wanna bleed. But I'm
Why did I want to invest? Alright, I ain't playing. You told me to wait till you.
baby, I your eyes. I'm going against my own advice. Should I do New York? I can't decide. Fashion week is more your thing than mine. I can't even hide. I'd rather stay inside. I can do suit and tie. Maybe you wanna go with you and stand on different sides. One thing at a time. I have to learn to hide. One thing at a time, emotions running high. I wish you felt alright, just in my line all the time, all the time. You stay on my mind all the time, all the time. So this I see you. In the distance.
Oh, yeah. And the brain thing up something is nice.
Ezra, who made these? Who made these? Well, all you gotta do is like, can you cook? All you gotta do is
Eat
make it.
top. Yeah, I'll put it in there.
I just gotta trust all the way down.
I like you on some food.
Okay, let's go. Do you remember the Chick-fil-A sauce? Why are you people dressed up as twins? No, bro. No, bro. Or is that? No, I don't think that. That's not good. So you ain't gonna say you don't ketchup. It's not ketchup. You want some? It's barbecue sauce. What? What's the barbecue sauce? Good job. I thought they would be fixed. Yeah.
My mind, stay on my mind. My mind, stay on my mind. My mind, stay on my mind. So what can I say to you? Got the fall back. You got everybody thinking of fall back. If I can stand up.
Is mayonnaise an instrument? Sheesh! Right.
Period. He got. I'm talking about random.
Apparently we have a new student joining our class. Really?
Huh?
I didn't live together in a... Today, my little sister ran away from home. Should I like do you want cereal or toast this morning? Or should I surprise you with a sugar overload? I don't care. I'm not hungry. You said that yesterday too. I just don't like eating when mom and dad fight. Yeah, same, but you have to eat something, okay? We gotta start walking to school soon. Oh, fine. You're seriously taking the car today? I told you I had that appointment.
And I told you I already have a meeting at 9 a.m. Do you want to...
Me and my best friend Sky stayed overnight in the most haunted hotel in Roblox.
Guys, you're not gonna believe what I just found.
Is this another coupon for leftover cafeteria food? I am not interested.
No, it's this thing. It blew into my face like destiny.
So a piece of paper hit you in the face and you're calling... I'm in like the other trolling random people as a...
Wait, you know, Rachel, who my first kiss? Yes. Wait, you know, Rachel, who my first kiss? Yes. Yeah, I got no drawers on God, bro. Hold on, bro. I bet I got no drawers on. Fast, say on God. You never free boy before. Say on God. Say on God. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah, I got no drawers.
Watch this Ryan backdoor his homie in the most shameful way. He starts looking around to see where the shit is coming from, sweating his ass off. Some people say he boomed him for that weekend. Watch this Ryan backdoor his homie in the most shameful way. He starts looking around to see where the shit.
Hi everyone, I'm Kennedy.
Huh?
The Rock looked at John Cena and asked to get his hand banned. Cena nodded and gave it to him without saying a word. The crowd was fired up, expecting something big, but then something unexpected happened. The Rock tried to wear the band. It was too big for his arm. This moment gave even more aura to John Cena. The Rock looked at John Cena and asked to get his hand banned. See?
Attitude. Now walk on.
Get 2 times.
The woman with the black ponytail prepares to dodge the man's throw. She tries to move out of the way, but still gets hit by the ball. She was not happy. This man in black hides behind the bald guy and fires a shot into the enemy team. It looks like it's going to miss at first, but as the lady bends down to retrieve a different ball, she gets perfectly tagged and is out. The woman with the black ponytail prepares to dodge the man's throw.
This girl went to a cafe with a bucket because it was too hot outside, and she wanted to get a bucket full of bubble tea. All the workers started laughing, but still had to make her order. The bucket was so big that they had to empty all the stock into it. Then they started pouring milk, and it took almost 10 minutes just to fill the bucket. But the moment her order was ready, she was shocked to see that it cost $750, so she asked everyone to drink it together so she wouldn't have to. This girl went to a cafe with a bucket because it was too hot outside, and
You love, bro. Oh, God, bro? Hey, keep it like that. Wait.
look at this guy. He carves and shapes wood into the coolest things. He made a wooden cup you can really drink from and a tiny box that grows into a big container.
The entire internet thinks this cameraman chose the wrong career because during an Olympic race, he ran so fast that he was literally competing with the athletes for first place.
Can anyone catch me and get it? Oh, maybe somebody can. It's an old cameraman. He's marching in stride for stride. He's run the whole race with a camera on his shoulder. Just incredible.
The entire internet thinks that
Yo, Cruz Jandal is in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, do you think I'm gonna bike these tonight? Oh, he wants to go out. Well, I never got to go out as a kid, so it's a no. You know what? Probably not tonight, bro. Oh my, but Dad, come on. I already did all my chores. Damn, he's right. He did do all of his chores. You know what? I'm gonna throw a random one in there. I'm not gonna let him win. Did you also cut the grass? Cut the grass? What are you talking about? It's been raining all day today. How am I supposed to cut the grass in rain? Oh my, it was. He's good. He's good. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to let him go. Wait, there's one more thing I got up my sleeve. Did you ask him off? No. Watch it!
Do you think I'm pretty?
Yeah, you're pretty.
How about now? Am I pretty now?
Pretty.
Then why don't I make you pretty like me?
Check the pulse. I got nothing.
Son,
are you okay?
I think it just hit my head. I'll be fine. You don't happen to have this? The CTS click will go down as the goofy.
A single beam drop.
Campers just got buffed in Warzone. See, the other day I was looting up.
I got an alert they were going 90 miles per hour. I went off. I used Life 360.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ow! No. Why are you standing up in the kitchen?
Do you want to love me or money? Love me or money? Tell them this. Do you want to love me? Your money. I can't really see where did I miss. Do you want to love me your money? Do you want to love me your money? Tell him this, did he miss? Can you want to love me on my strippers, new killers, shot, tell him this another on my mama, little Thomas, do you want to love me on my, do you want to love me on my, tell him this, did he miss? Do you want to love me on my, I can't really see what did I miss? Do you want to love me on my, do you want to love me on my, all summer, all summer, do you want to love me on my, I can't really see what did I miss? Do you want to love me on my, I got Spanish. You want Spanish? Thomas. Let me be honest. Be honest. Spirit is honest. I'm trying to keep you up with justification. What's up? Why can't you see what's up? Ain't nobody down me. Yes, fine,
His feet really suck. He's so retarded when he's asleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't really see what did I miss? Do you want to love me on my knee? Do you want to love me on my knee?
We're just trying to soul food for a second.
Do you want to love me on my knee?
People started hitting that food. What are you joking? Like a backhand screen.
Do you want to love me on my knee?
I'm gonna play. I've been playing Bandy's World in the Picture World. How's that? Pretty good at digging. back Timmy over here. They are shaped like the whole. They are shaped like the whole house. On my team, I'm a box, and they're just dressed up. Look like Poppy from Poppy Playtime. The one's just itchy. Oh, heck no. But I'm not that good at the game. I'll try my best. 4-1. I'm dipping. No. I got a little bit of is real dear. Yes. I gotta dip. I'm gone. I'm gone. I'm dipping. But I'm gone. Leo. Hey, what I say? What part of town I gotta talk y'all? So, Dad. I have a feeling I'm not going to survive for a while.
Look. And it's bad for these folks. That was this one I wanted to stay the fuck away from.
Just let Jobson away from me. He's the calmest one in this house.
Bro, Jabari is the fast.
And my dad is always right. Jabari is the fattest. Jabari is the fattest.
Exactly. Pick this up. What is it? You can't just be regular. Like sweet and spicy, sweet and, salt and vinegar, This nigga went in a full course meal. Yeah, all I need is some chicken. That would be the main thing. And it's like every time I stand up, I leave.
Weave.
I think it's a nerve.
Dad, Jabari is the only nerd here.
What's in Jabari to my dad? Jabari is the only nerve.
Maybe every time I tell you to do something.
Nerds are smart.
I'm getting all the bills around here. Look at you. Oh. I'll be listening to you.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm finna go to the gym later.
I just got a lot of watches on each.
Oh, man, what kind of guys, man?
This month.
It was? It's
What you eat, son, what you eating now? Triple dipper from Chili's. Triple dipper from Chili's. What is that?
It's that house. Let me tell you about Bowie. I bought these. This nigga came to the bank and said, "You ordered them off Franklin."
But you literally ordered them since we watched them.
Get your ungrateful ass.
You literally ordered them when we were watching them.
Like, bro, get your ungrateful ass.
Not ungrateful, Dad. I'm just saying, you literally let us eat.
Rice flavored chip.
But those are the Tito's.
Hey, this shit don't even look.
Those aren't Doritos, those are the Tito's.
He talking about those ain't the them Doritos.
And these ain't Cool Ranch, this is Bull Mac.
He talking about this ain't Cool Ranch, that's Bull Mac. Like, bro.
This ain't barbecue, this is barbecue. I can't remember what this is.
Knock, knock.
Maybe these ain't Tito's, but these are Tito's.
Knock, knock. Who's there? The investigators. The investigators will ask the questions around here. Patrick had left.
I'm gone. I'm gone. They tagged me. They tagged me. They tagged me. They tagged me. Oh! I got 8. I got 87 times. Maybe if I would. Hey, maybe if
That's what I made myself yesterday. I put that bitch in the microwave. Nah, it one because of that. It's me trying to walk back to the room with the fucking iPhone. I had to sit there just on the counter. I'm like, why are you bringing it? I need to take this
Yeah, what?
I'm gonna take that.
You're supposed to be known for sweet Lily. Sweet boy.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Is it in you?
Apparently we have a new student today on class. Really? I hope you're a total jerk like Ashley. Yeah, me too.
All right, class, today we have a new student.
She looks super scary.
That looks like an offense.
Kind of looks like a vampire, but we can't just judge a book by its cover. For all we know, she could be like the nicest person ever.
Please welcome Wednesday Addams to the class.
Welcome! Oh my god, Curly, it's Wednesday Addams. She's a total legend. I can't believe she's in the same class as us.
Now I will let you guys get back to class.
Please, everyone, take a seat. Wednesday, take your seat. Alrighty, ahead of you. Oh, Wednesday, what's it like to be like a vampire? Yeah, it's super cool. And what? I've always wondered what it's like. Do you drink lots of blood? Do you ever feel like an outcast? You two are more annoying than a chihuahua. I'm sorry, we're just trying to be friendly. Yeah, we're sorry. Well, you're being extremely annoying and you both look awful. Did your mom stress you? There's just way too much color going on in both of you.
1 hour later.
I love art. Thank you, girlie. It's just so amazing. Nothing ever bad happens in or during art class. I agree.
Josh is being sent to the hospital.
What? What happened?
He's in a coma, and no one is sure why, but there is blood by his hair.
A few moments later.
Hey, what did you do to Josh? Yeah, Josh is our best friend, and what you did is not okay. Yeah, you better tell us the truth right now. We are not joking.
That's why I was just taking over that can't help it.
She might try to lead us somewhere dangerous. But she's definitely guilty. We have to follow her before she goes and does something else bad. I agree, she's 100% guilty, but we have to play it smart. We have to get proof or catch her in the act, and I have a good feeling that she's not stupid.
Later that same evening.
Oh, Josh, wake up, stupid. Tell us how evil Wednesday is. I hope you're okay in there. I wish she was awake right now so we can know the truth. I agree.
Hello, can I help you two? No one's allowed in here.
We're best friends in the whole wide world, and we're sus about this new girl at school who might have done this. Yeah, she's like super scary and mean. Do you think you can tell us what put Josh into a coma?
I'm not 100% sure, but definitely something hit his head really hard.
Enough is enough, girlie. We have to take matters into our own hands and solve this case. Agreed. Enough is enough.
Meanwhile,
Why is everyone here the worst? I can't wait to leave and never come back.
a few moments later.
We have to do something about her. I agree, girlie. I just don't know why. Wednesday Addams is the worst thing that's ever happened to Brookhaven. Like, ever.
Did someone say Adams? Where?
Ah, gee, George, why you guys scare us like that? That's cool. Yeah, what the guy said.
Cut the nonsense, ladies. This is important. You said Adams. Where? And who?
Well, there's this new girl at our school called Wednesday Addams.
Is she super pale and evil looking?
Yes. How do you know?
Just as I suspected.
Moments later.
Come out wherever you are, you little murderous thief.
I'm out of here.
Wednesday, wake up, my sweet little angel. I love you so dearly.
What did I say about calling me that?
You are forbidden to go out tonight, and I mean it.
What do you mean? That's no fair. I won't have it.
Come inside right now. Soon he will pay, and soon he will be in jail.
Later that night.
I know he's a killer. I know it. And he's back to rub it in my face. I need to stop him and put an end to this. I will do whatever it takes. Nothing will get in my way of getting what I want.
What's going on, Georgie? You seem super angry. You know it's not good to be angry in life.
I know, Ma. Cut me some slack.
Relax a little. I don't understand. Why are you so mad? Why don't you help me understand?
Because I want what's mine, and I want to put that evil man in jail for good.
Well then, do that without getting mad, silly.
I guess she is pretty right. I should get less mad about things.
The next day.
I'm so sleepy, girly. Me too. Come on, let's go downstairs and see what's for breakfast. Oh my goodness, how on earth did that happen? happen? What? What's going on? I'm waiting for the breaking news story, but apparently Brookhaven High got burnt down. What? Are you serious right now? That's what the news headline said. I'm just waiting for the breaking news with Laura to come on. Breaking news here in Brookhaven. Brookhaven High was burned to the ground last night. Police are still figuring out what went wrong. School is obviously canceled indefinitely. Please stay tuned for more developments on this case. This is Laura from Brookhaven News signing off. She struck again, Sky. We have to do something before she strikes again. Who are you guys talking about? Kids these days.
Meanwhile,
What happened? Recount the story as in much detail as you can. Well, it's all a little hazy, but when I went to check on the school because the alarm was going off, there was a massive blaze of smoke, and the entire school was on fire when I got there, and I just couldn't believe it. It was insane. Did you see anyone else there? Now that you mention it, I did see someone running away from the school in the distance. It must be Gomez.
a few moments later.
What is this mass murder planning? He's gonna unleash some pretty bad things, George, and you're the only one that can stop him. You have to do it before it's too late. I'm gonna get the body packed up and shipped to the hospital to get inspected. Sounds good. I'll do a little bit of investigating. I'm coming for you, Gomez.
1 hour later.
Wednesday Adams was the new girl at school, and that's when it all changed, George. Yeah, George, you have to believe us. We're telling the truth. I swear.
Well, trust me, I know who's behind all these crimes. It's in Adams, that's for sure. It's not their daughter. At least, I don't think. And if it is, she's just a pawn in this little game. The real mastermind behind this whole thing is her father, Gomez.
We have to do something about this. I agree. We'll do anything to keep the city safe from those monsters.
I'll take care of her father. You worry about the girl, whatever her name is.
Wednesday.
Yeah, her. Make sure you follow her around and let me know if she's doing anything sus.
Roger that.
Moments later.
We are so good at this, girlie. She totally has no idea that we're following her around. Right? We should have totally become professional detectives. We'd be so good at it. Agreed. Wait, Sky, she's gone. She was literally just here. Quick tip, you would both be awful detectives. I knew you were following me this entire time. What are you fools doing? Yeah, we're just, Yeah, we're just looking around for the next, I don't know. Wisdom has been chasing you both, but you've just always been faster. Huh? What? What does that mean? I think she's calling us stupid. Oh, now she's rubbing it in our faces. We have to bring her to justice.
Meanwhile,
Another dead end. Hey, George, the mailman dropped off a note addressed to you. I left it on your desk. What? Did he see who it was from? Nope.
moments later.
Oh my god, this note literally is detailing that Gomez is responsible for all the bad stuff that is happening in Brookhaven, and it provides proof. We got him now. Are you sure, though? Oh, I am positive. More positive than I've ever been, and that is not a lie. Well, what now? Time to get this criminal and put him where he belongs, behind bars.
A few moments later.
Gomez Adams, you're under arrest for the bad stuff that's been happening here in Brookhaven. Come out with your hands behind your head. I am here to arrest you. Don't make me come in there. We both know you don't want that. Please. Don't hurt me. I'm not gonna hurt you just yet. I'm being sent up. Save it for the judge. I don't have time for your lies. You're the only one lying here, George. Shut up, murderer.
Moments later.
This is not good. I'm being set up. I need to get out of here so I can protect my family. How do I get out of here before it's too late? Oh, this would take a miracle. Please, God of all the vampires, give me strength and most important, by a miracle, and I will forever be at your service. Well, I hope that works. I need to stop him before it's too late. Come inside right now.
Why can't I go at night, Father? This is no fair, and you know I'm right.
Just listen for one moment.
I'm listening.
Someone who's been in love with your dear mother for ages has followed us to Brookhaven, and we want you to be safe, because this man is insane and has all the right resources and power to do anything he wants.
I'm disappointed. You think I would ever let a mere mortal get the best of me, Father?
I mean it, my dear angel. You have to listen to me. I'm not joking. He's very dangerous.
Yeah. Well, if I can't go at night, then I'm going out as planned right now.
Oh, kids, they never want to listen, and they always follow their hearts. I remember those days.
We heard you were awake. Yeah, so we came as fast as we could.
Thank you. You two are the best.
So tell us, why did Wednesday do this to you? We need to know.
What do you mean? I just slipped and fell.
I hate to say it, but see, I told you so. Now, someone is trying to friend my father, and I would appreciate your help. I'm in. Me too. Josh, are you gonna help Oh, typical. What a scaredy cat. Hello? Come on, we don't have much time. We have to hurry back to my house.
Moments later.
Come on, this way. If we don't survive, I just want to say I'm sorry for being mean. Yeah, we shouldn't have gone with you in a shoe. It's fine. We have bigger issues right now. Now come on, hurry up.
George?
What the? I'm taking you in, psychopath.
A few moments later.
It was him who killed the person in the pool and then tried framing my dad for it.
I swear, you have to believe me, it wasn't me. I loved your mother, but I would never kill anyone. It wasn't him. What happened at the pool was an accident. The results came back from the lab.
What about the school?
It wasn't me. I saw camera footage and found out it was the principal, but I didn't want him to get in trouble, so I could just blame it on your dad. You're going to jail, George, for a very long time. Creating fake evidence and making that note was not okay.
Moments later.
You are the best daughter in the world. Is your mother okay?
You, let's get one thing straight. I freed you because I knew you weren't guilty, and no one is allowed to mess with my family but me.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You handle chaos with composure, because everything you do behind the scenes sets the stage for their big day. You are a fighter. This is your reward. Medalla, the mark of a fighter.
Me.
5 minutes later.
We would love for you to be a part of our friend group Wednesday. I'm sorry, but I have to decline. I like being alone. Darn journal anyways. You've been glued to it all period. It's content series planning, girly. You should try it. Planning for what? For spring break. Duh. Guys, spring break isn't for like another month. Hey, it's the next break we have. Call me crazy, but I'm gonna plan for it. Okay, well, I'll jump on board. What do we got so far? Mostly just sleeping over at your house and eating all the food your mom buys, but I'm beginning to see how that's not the most fun for you. Oh my gosh, look at the new girl. She is such a freak. Yeah, I know, Ashley. It's a loser. No, you idiot. The champion guy are the losers. I don't even know what that girl is. Sorry, Ashley, you were so right. Wow, even when she's bullying, she's still a kiss up. Look at her sitting there with her dumb little pigtails, and you just see the color of her skin. She legit looks like a corpse. Monday or Tuesday or whatever her dumb name is. Okay, what, Ashley? She looks like a walking dead. Why don't you two just leave the new girl alone? You have no idea how hard it is being new. Never mind someone picking on you constantly. Scared of this loser. Besides, if I were her, I'd be way more worried about being hung as a witch by the townspeople. She's saying that this Wednesday looks like a witch. Well, Ayla, they might be dumb, but at least they could get that. So, you guys have anything better to do than pick on her? Or is it not rabbit season yet? We don't hunt. And anyway, it's called rabbits with an R. You guys are literally helpless and it pains me. Ayla, watch this. Here, give me your arm. And here, Mackenzie, let me put it right on you. Put him down. You ever touch him again, and I will make sure that you will suffer the same misfortune that left him as nothing but an appendage. So his panties are in a bunch because I touched her little pet hands. They're probably black panties, that is. I don't like you. You're the kind of abomination that killed my ancestor, Goody Adams, even though they're the ones who caused the mass genocide. Wow, Ashley, their ancestors are being killed too. Maybe it's a family issue. Oh, I'm sure there's a whole generation of Adams who have issues. But I don't care about that. What I care about is how she sits there with her little goth pigtails and her little black dress, typing on her little computer like she's better than everyone else. By the way, Ashley, I don't think I'm better than everyone else, just better than you. Oh, that's it, you little creature from the Black Lagoon. I'm gonna end you. Guys, maybe we should all just calm down. No need to be hasty. I think we should all just return to our respective desks and wait for the glass to start. I don't think so. For all those who suffered like my great ancestor Goody Adams, who have been tortured by the average townspeople like you, I declare for you to pay. Are you done with your little speech yet? Because I'm going to be late for my next class. Munching, we'll see soon enough.
Meanwhile.
Wednesday! For your own safety, I would highly discourage following me. Unless, of course, if you don't mind a slow and gruesome torture. No, that's not it. In fact, I mind any form of torture. Anyways, it wasn't us bullying you. Me and Sky would never do that. It's teenage nonsense. It's all a waste of my time. I totally get that. I mean, Ashley and Ayla are pretty much a total waste of anyone's time. But as long as you know that we have your back and would never bully you. It's too late now. What's done is done. And soon she'll know what it's like to be different.
Later that same evening.
Oh, hi, honey. How was school? You know, school's
fine.
Just fine, huh?
Yeah, you know how Ashley is.
Is Ashley picking on you again?
Actually, no, she wasn't picking on me, but she was picking on the new girl Wednesday.
Oh no, is she okay?
Weirdly, yeah, it's strange. It almost seemed like she didn't even care that she was being picked on.
Well, that's hard to believe. I think anyone would care that they're being bullied.
Maybe not Wednesday. In fact, I think she was more upset that we interrupted her writing time. I don't know, Mom. It's just she's a little odd.
Mackenzie, you know how wrong it is to be judgmental of other people?
I'm not being judgmental. I'm just saying, like, nobody really knows where she came from before she came to Brookhaven. But then we dropped her off in this creepy old black car. And now all she ever wears is black. It's kind of like she's allergic to color or something.
Or maybe that's just her own personal style. I mean, you do wear pink every day.
How could you bring pink into this? Pink is the best color. Black isn't even a color that, like, people wear.
Sure it is, and you shouldn't judge just because she dressed a little different and her family seems odd. Maybe that's just how she grew up. You don't know where she moved to Brookhaven from.
That's just the thing. None of us really know where she came from.
Well, unless it's your class project to figure it out, you shouldn't be putting too much thought into it. Look, you never know what it's like being someone else, and that goes for Wednesday. Who knows what it's like living a day as Wednesday Addams?
I guess you're right. All I know is I hope I never have to find out.
The next morning.
Oh my gosh, what time is it? It feels like I've been, like, sleeping for, like, forever. Whoa, I feel really weird. It's like I'm dead or something. I feel cold and pale, and what's wrong with me? Wait a minute, this isn't my room. Where am I? No. Where's all my stuff? Where's my computer? Where's my cell phone? Where's all the pink? Why is everything so dark and creepy? No, this cannot be good. Ah! Why is Wednesday Addams staring back at me? How did I get into her body? Oh my god, did she put some sort of spell on me? Look how pale and emotionless I am. I look half dead. Ah! Why is there a monster living in the house? I don't speak monster. Or creep, or whatever you're speaking. I don't even know what you are. What? A clock? Something to do with the clock? I don't understand. I just need to find my body. Yeah, I'm trapped in Wednesday's body. Unless I've somehow switched lives, and I need to get back to my own life ASAP. All I know is that black does not work for me, and I need some color back in my life.
Meanwhile.
Ah, Cara Mia, you look so beautiful, mi amor. You guys have to be like this every day.
I don't know who you guys are, but you have to help me. Like, a monster just came in, and I think he wants to eat me. Not to mention the living lives issue, but one crisis at a time.
My little storm cloud, how did you sleep, my little death trap?
Max went to wake you up nearly an hour ago. He said it was strange you weren't sleeping in your coffin like you usually do. Are you feeling all right, darling?
My little tormenta, before you go to school, don't forget, it's your turn to feed all the lions downstairs.
But please, don't try and feed your brother again. It's such a pain getting lion slobber out of his hair.
I don't know where to start. The fact that I'm supposed to be sleeping in a coffin, monster that woke me up, or the fact that there's a lion downstairs.
Oh, my little Viper, you know how flattered Lurch would be if you called him a monster to his face. Here, I'll call him down for you when he's done dusting the upstairs.
You mean like removing the dust, right?
Of course not. He's adding dust to the whole house to make the haunted feeling come a little more naturally.
Wednesday, dear, are you feeling okay? You've hardly got up to your torture chamber at all today, and you haven't even once tried to bury your brother alive.
Yeah, about that.
You aren't really Wednesday, are you? I can tell. Wednesday can never go more than 30 seconds in our company without being truly repulsed.
Yeah, and I haven't got my head almost chopped off, so there's no way you're my sister. Do you know what this means? Tish, our little black cloud, must be practicing her dark magic and done a life-switching spell.
Oh, Tish, when I couldn't think I could be more proud of her.
Wait a minute, do you know that I'm not really Wednesday?
Of course we know our little Scorpion. We could pick her out of the lineup.
And after she was charged with attempted murder at her last school, we did.
We have never been so proud.
So the question is, who are you?
My name's Mackenzie, and I'm pretty sure I've been trapped in your daughter's body against my will.
So my sister has visions. What's your ability?
Ability? My ability as a teenager. Isn't that enough this day and age?
I mean, that's not really cool and unique. Some of Wednesday's other friends are like werewolves. Have you met Enid?
We are just so proud of our Wednesday for really exploring her God-given talent. It has taken so much for her to dig deep down into her roots.
Not to break up this great family moment, but if I'm in Wednesday's body, then what the heck is she doing in my body?
Meanwhile.
Of course. Just when I was getting comfortable, I was having a wonderful dream that I'd been locked in a coffin. Something is amiss. And what is with all of this color? Will only make it so long before the flesh begins to peel from my bones. Knock, knock. Good morning, sunshine. Ugh, sunshine, one of nature's most revolting gifts. Mackenzie, are you feeling okay? you look a little pale. I find it comforting to be the color of a corpse. After all, it reminds me that every day I'm a step closer to death's warm embrace. Who are you and what have you done with my child? Effective, but not what I needed. An utter disappointment. Clearly, my gifts are not what I thought they were. It better be good.
A few moments later.
Okay, listen, I need an explanation, and I need one right now as to why I'm in your body and you're in mine.
Seeing that much life and emotion come out of my face, it's seriously off-putting, but alas, I can explain.
Explain? Oh, you better do a lot more than just explain. Switch us back.
This was all a huge misunderstanding. I meant to switch lives with Ashley, not you. But something must have gone horribly wrong.
Like I said, switch us back.
I'm not sure I can. The power of being able to switch lives originally came from my ancestor, Goody Adams. But unfortunately, she isn't very forthcoming in my visions on the exact right steps.
Well then, for heaven's sake, have a vision right now and undo all of this.
It doesn't work like that, I'm afraid. This isn't an episode of Twilight Zone, although that would be exciting. However, I do know someone who can help.
Moments later.
Where are we going?
I said I was going to find someone who can help, right?
Well, yeah.
Then stop talking. Wednesday Adams, as I live and breathe. I never thought Morticia's daughter would come back here.
Wait, Wednesday? What's this?
I see what's going on. You tried to switch lives with someone and now you cannot undo it, correct? And you now need my help. I can neither confirm nor deny those accusations. And as much as it pains me to admit it, yes, I need your help.
Wednesday, who is this?
This is Principal Weems. She was my principal at Nevermore Academy. And you were my most problem student, just like your mother at your age. Yes, I remember. Good times. So let me see what I can do about getting you two to be switched back.
Meanwhile.
Yeah, it feels good to be back in my body. I forgot what it was like to have color in my cheeks.
I know I'm stubborn, single-minded, and obsessive, but I apologize for the mix-up. You shouldn't have gotten dragged into this.
Oh, don't worry about it, Wednesday. It was interesting being you.
I can make it up to you. We can try a new spell that'll turn Ashley into a hide.
Wait, really?
Breathe a word of this to anyone, and I will end you. Where's Wednesday? Hi, Enid. Well, now that classes are canceled for the rest of the semester, you have to promise to come and visit me. I can pretty much guarantee fog and drizzle for every day. Sounds tempting. Well, do you know what you're gonna do with you, boo? I have no idea. All I can do is hope that it's dreadful. Yeah, that sounds like you. Anyways, whatever my parents have planned, I'm sure it's going to involve something that has to do with forcing me to wolf out. They should find something more productive to do with their time, like taxidermy. I've always found it quite fascinating. Yeah, the last thing a bunch of werewolves want to look at is dead animals. But anyways, I appreciate the effort. I'll see you around Wednesday. Bye. Every time my grandma shares for the side of a rainbow, I'll think of you. Aw, you were so sweet, Wednesday.
Meanwhile.
What are you doing? I thought I told you to go outside hours ago.
Oh, you did. And I was, but turns out my computer is set to auto mode. So the next episode just automatically comes on. Crazy, huh?
Yes, indeed. Very convenient for you. But I thought we talked about how you should be outside, taking in the fresh air and seeing the real world instead of watching the world go by on the screen.
Oh, I definitely prefer it this way. I don't want to have to deal with like dirt or bugs or anything else that is outside. I got plenty of entertainment. I mean, this new show I'm watching has werewolves and hives. How much more real world can you get?
Maybe something that wasn't made in CGI. Come on, it's good for you to be out with the kids your own age.
Around. As always, I'm the only kid here. And besides, if you wanted me to be around kids my own age, you would have let me go to the fancy boarding school that I begged you to take me to.
Wait, you mean Nevermore?
Yeah, Nevermore. Wait, come on,
I'm trying to be the one to break it to you, Kenzie, but I heard that school is closed.
No way. You're trying to pull a fast one on me, Mrs. Adoption Lady Ma'am.
I mean, usually, yeah, that would be the case, but I promise you I'm not. For some reason, all their classes were canceled for the rest of the semester. I think something happened to the principal, but...
Come on, you just do it yourself. No, it's faster than lights out, our different sense out. It's all about among some new and no stress. You know we could do. You know we could do.
I heard the first day of school he called the teacher a bitch.
Oh,
Oh, really? See, that boy something else. One thing about it, he can do what he want to do. He's bad.
Grandpa, you a snitch on BD. And everybody that believe Grandpa can kiss my black ass.
Oh, you want to act up in school? First day of school, for real? Oh, you know what that mean, right?
What that mean?
You don't know what that mean, y'all. Let's sing that song. A little bit, little bit.
The fuck y'all mean, Little Bill? Man, y'all better start playing with me on BD.
Your bad ass finna be La Cousin Von Deer, man. You know it's something serious when my mama call you by your government name. I don't know why the hell his mama would name him a goddamn La Cousin Von Deer. What the hell is that? Now, you know his mama graduated from Hood Rat University. She don't know no better. You right, baby. I forgot his mama a little, a damn brain about the size of my goddamn piggy toe. La Cousin Von Deer. I'm not gonna say it again. Oh my God, she always calling me. On BD, I'm finna run away. Yeah, come here now. On BD, SYBAU. Shoot. Excuse me? On BD, on Global Trip, on all the members that respect me in the neighborhood, SYBAU. Oh, Lord. Oh. SYBAU. What that mean? SYBAU. That boy done told you to shut your bitch ass up. He ain't lying. That's what he means. What you talking about? Shut your bitch ass. Now I gotta show you no bitch. Shut your bitch ass. It's my house. Don't fucking run from me. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. You bad ass. I don't take a fucking plan. Don't fucking get no. La Cousin Von Deer, man.
Hi, everyone.
How would you ever get to my power to destroy?
Wait, boy, stupid. Good shot. Wait, boy, you stupid.
So today, my girlfriend's stalker followed.
Baby Ray, are you ready to go to school? Your bus is going to be here any minute now, and you cannot be late.
Don't call me that.
I have to get that.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay, YTM, are you ready to go up? Look, I'm hugging you.
Yeah, I'm ready, but hey. Why do you gotta be the one to hold me? Why can't I hold you? You're not a hobby.
It's too late, bro. I'm already hugging you, and I am a hobby.
Wait, the hobby's already done this fast?
Oh yeah, definitely almost done this fast.
No, there's actually no way that hobby's done this fast. I feel like it actually is.
No, I think we just want a speed foil though. Let's see.
The bacon shoulder. It's Tasmania. It's Tasmania. It's Hallelujah rice. And it's yeses and R's. It's yeses and R's. These are, no, these is
Living with Auntie
and this is
Gushouse, beating
yeses.
on her free time.
This is yeses.
Don't talk
This is
back or get smacked. Y'all sit the hell back. Life with Auntie, yes, we are living. Life with Auntie, yes, we is behaving. Life with Auntie, yes.
Bro, been like snag the truth. But on the other side,
So today, my girlfriend went to a girls-only sleepover.
You take their admins away. You see how they was acting? Y'all seen that? Okay, guys. Stop. Hold on. You fixing my camera, though.
This is what Demon Slayer is based off. You gonna watch it? You wanna come over to my house to watch it with me?
No. You can watch it here on Netflix.
Do you have Netflix on this phone?
No, you gotta watch it on the TV. I think Hope running out of No, I think Hope changed the password. She changed the password because when she got a new house, she changed the Netflix password.
I know how we can watch it. What did I just see? What did I just see? Highway. That way on highway.
Daddy.
Ah, my sweetie baby is up. You have a good sleep?
Daddy, we're going.
Bro, I hate when a girl calls her somebody's brother.
This is why they call me Miss Petty. And this is also why you should never let your boyfriend have a girl best friend. Let's do it.
Come on, Crust. It's your inner beauty that really counts. Wow. Rude. I just mean the good stuff comes from within. You're so self-centered. Look, your good stuff, it's right here.
Uncrustables are the best part of the sandwich. Try them in raspberry.
Innovative ingredients shouldn't be exclusive. HGF 15% solution. An advanced age support formulation featuring 3 next-gen growth factors. Science advances. Access should too.
This is why they call me Miss Petty. And this is also why you should never let your boyfriend have a girl best friend. Let's get right into it. So my boyfriend had this girl best friend who he was friends with for like 2 months before he met me. So yeah, not a very long time. Over the course of those 2 months, she had bought him $5,000 worth of stuff. This is why they call me Miss Petty. The stuff. That's a little too nice for a best friend for me. But my boyfriend told me to trust him and that they were just friends.
Story time about my weird cellmate. So a little background information. I was 17 years old and a junior in high school. Yes, I was 17 and I was being charged as an adult. So I was in with a bunch of women. Well, one night after dinner, my cellmates and I are watching true crime shows because that's what you do when you're in jail. Watch true crime and CSI and all that shit. Anyway, so we're watching our shows and we see a new girl come in. She's got her blanket packed and we're all being warm and welcoming. And immediately, all of us could sense that something was off with this chick. Immediately, she starts going off about how she has a problem with the TV show we're watching. She did not like the fact that we were watching crime shows. She was like, oh my gosh, you guys really need to turn this off like right now. Low-key thought I was going to see her on there or some shit. But yeah, she was just being super paranoid and we're sitting there like, girl, we have 10 channels. 7 of them are going to be true crime and 2 of them are the news. Oh, and the other channel was black and white movies and nobody wanted to watch that shit. So then I asked her if she unalived someone, like part 2 about my weird cellmate. So like I said, I asked her if she unalived someone before, because only somebody who unalived somebody would be triggered over us watching true crime, but she completely ignores me. So the first night, something happened with this girl. It was low-key, very, very weird. Me and my other cellmates were like, this girl's weird as hell, why is she here? And then the next day was the icing on the cake. So it was cleaning day, and we're all cleaning our stuff. And this girl just starts cleaning the weirdest things, like the inside of trash cans and shit that didn't need to be cleaned. And then it started getting creepy. Not weird, creepy. She put a paper towel over the drains because the voices were too loud, and then she would walk around the pod talking about death and carnage. And if you don't know what carnage means, it pretty much just means unaliving a lot of people. So this was super bad vibes, obviously. Now, when you're in jail, of course people are going to ask what you're doing time for. And if you don't say, you're going to come off as sketchy. So we're asking this girl, hey, what are you in for? And she would not give us a straight answer. Well, while she was at a visit, we went through her things, like for part 3. Part 3 about my weird cellmate. So like I said, we asked her what she was in for, and she didn't answer, so we found that weird as heck. So then she went for a visit, and we searched through her stuff and found her paperwork. We found out that she was in because she attempted to unalive her husband, in which he got a restraining order. So at this point, we're like, this is weird as hell, and she needs to go. Like, she gotta go. So now the entire pod comes together, and every single one of us wrote a letter pleading with staff to get this crazy you-know-what out of our pod. We all folded them up into little paper kites, and we sent them to the guards. We were ringing the doorbell like crazy, and we told them what happened, and no questions asked, she was gone. Story time about why my aunt put me back into foster care. Yes, she put me back into foster care. So a little background information, I was 15 years old and a sophomore in high school, but whenever I was 12 years old, I was in a very abusive household, and I had 2 younger sisters. One was 11 and the other one was 9. Fast forward, all of us were put into foster care. I got placed into many shelters/group homes because of my behavioral issues. While I was going through all of this, my sisters were both in study homes, so that kind of sucked. I mean, I was happy for them, but at the same time, I was going through hell. But eventually, my grandma and my dad passed away, so my aunt decided that she wanted my sisters and I. So she got her foster license, and the days leading up to whenever we were supposed to move in with her were absolute garbage. There was this one girl who was 19 years old. Her and I did not get along, and I was supposed to leave that Wednesday, but I didn't want to wait, so I decided that I was going to get myself kicked out in hopes that I would be able to move in with my aunt sooner. Like for part 2. Part 2 about why my aunt put me back into foster care. So, like I said, I found a way that I was going to get kicked out, and it was by fighting this girl. And yes, I won. But fast forward, eventually my sisters and I move in with my aunt, and if you guys ever heard the phrase honeymoon, you probably think of a relationship, right? Wrong. I was actually shocked about how fast everything went downhill whenever we got there. Like, eventually my cousins just started being mean to me for no reason, while they favored my sisters. And when I say cousins, you guys are probably thinking they're around my age. No, they were actually in their 20s. Hell, one was even close to 30. Like, these were grown-ass adults beating on a 15-year-old. So eventually, my cousins, my aunt, and I are fighting almost every single day. And the one day, my sister and I got into an argument that eventually turned into us fighting. And my cousins love to jump in every fight that my sister and I have. Well, they jumped in this fight, and instead of helping break it up, they actually made it worse. The one was holding my leg down, and eventually I got it up, and I kicked her in the face. And my aunt thought that it was my fault, so she sent me the story time about my toxic ex-boyfriend that I met in therapy. A little background information. I was a part of this therapy group where you would go every week and talk about your feelings. Well, I saw this really cute kid, so I wrote down my Snapchat and gave it to him. He added me back, and then we started dating like a week later. And for the first 2 or 3 months, everything was going smooth. And then he became really toxic and controlling. Like, he would always go through my phone. And any guy that I had a streak with, he would accuse me of cheating on him with them. And it got to the point where he was literally so clingy. Like, every second of every day he wanted to FaceTime, he had to be talking to me. I had to have my location on. And I would explain to him that I needed my space, but he literally just did not get the hint. So by this point, we were literally on and off all the time. And anytime that I broke up with him, I would block him because I didn't want to think about him. But he started calling my parents and complaining about me. So they blocked him. And then he tried being friends with my brother to get to me. Story time about how I got caught skipping school almost every day of my senior year. So our school had just started this new thing where you fill out all your contact information online. And my dad was like, okay, yeah, just fill yours out. And it pretty much was who can pick you up, who can make early dismissals for you, who they can call if you're in trouble. Well, I decided to be a sneaky little bastard and put my boyfriend in for every single one of those contacts. I would start school around 7:30 a.m. and I would go to the nurse's office at like 9 a.m. and she would call and my boyfriend would act like my dad and be like, okay, yeah, just let her drive home. Well, my guidance counselor noticed after about 3 months of me never being at school. So she called the number hoping to speak to my dad. But instead, she got my boyfriend, and he just thought it was a random person, so he didn't act like my dad, because neither of us knew. Like for part 2. Okay, part 2. Okay, so pretty much what happened after that is she called and, like, she found out that it wasn't my dad. And then she went digging and, like, she, like, called my sister to the office and she was like, what's your dad's phone number? And my sister was like, why? Like, don't you guys have it already? And I also put the same numbers for my sisters so that way in case this day came, then, you know, it wouldn't look suspicious. Well, I don't know what she threatened my sister with, but she scared the hell out of her, so she gave her my dad's number. And so my sister told me whenever she got home, so I went to school the next day. And it was like a surprise party whenever I walked in the office. The dean was there, the principal was there, and my guidance counselor. So I got in trouble, and then they were like, oh, we're calling your dad. So what did I do? I left before they called him. Story time about how my best friend and I used to get away with hanging out with boys. So my friend and I's parents were really strict, which meant no hanging out with boys, not even if a parent was there. And we would always come up with these elaborate lies to do stuff that we weren't allowed to do. And we were in high school, so we really wanted to go hang out with one of our guy friends. So we came up with this plan where we would tell them that we were going to a football game because it was a Friday, and that an Uber was coming to pick us up. And there really was no Uber, it was actually just our guy friend coming to pick us up. But since my dad didn't let me go in Ubers, we had to go to my best friend's house. And her parents were fine with it because they loved me and thought that I was the most perfect child on earth. So we get in our Uber and we just go to his house and hang out the whole time. I literally don't even know how we got away with this because it was the same exact car every time and the same exact Uber driver every time. Toxic best friend story time. So I had an off and on friendship with this one girl. And my freshman year, we became friends again. And she had this boyfriend named Nicholas. And they literally fought 24/7. And every time she would fight, she would be like, can you please fix this for me? So she would have me add him on Snapchat, fix it, and then block him. And guys, this literally was happening like 5 times a week. And then after she asked me to do that the first few times, I realized she started going through my phone. And when I say my phone, I mean my whole motherfucking phone. A bitch was going through my Snapchat, DMs, text messages, and I didn't know how to confront her because that's just weird. So the one day I was getting ready at her house because we were about to go out, and she was like, I'm grounded, can I use your phone real quick? And I was like, yeah, just let me Snapchat this last person back. And she goes, no, and rips the phone out of my hand. And she starts going through my Snapchat right in front of me. And I had a streak with this kid named Nick. She goes up to me and says, what the fuck is this? Like for part 2. So anyway, she comes up to me and shoves the phone in my face and goes, who the fuck is this? And I literally looked at her and started laughing my ass off. And she was like, what the fuck is so funny, Kaylee? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, go ahead, hold on the name. And she held on the name and realized it wasn't her fucking boyfriend. So I packed up my things while she literally went and sat on her bed and started crying. She was like, I don't want to lose my best friend. So fast forward, her and her boyfriend broke up. Her and I weren't friends anymore. And then she would always try to accuse me of getting with him. Moral of the story, don't get involved in other people's relationships. Bye, guys. Story time about how my sister and I almost got beat up by a 40-year-old man. So there was this one girl who would bully my sister and I on the bus in elementary school. Well, one day we told the principal, and the principal called her dad. And she made up this whole story about the only reason why she did it to us was because we were bullying her. So the next day, after we told the principal, her dad was at the bus stop. And he comes up to us, taps us both on the shoulder, and says, if you guys ever bully my daughter again, I will hold you down while me, her, and her sister beat the shit out of you guys. So we got to the school that day and we called our dad. We told him what happened, but he was kind of questioning it. Until our neighbor actually walked up to our house and knocked on the door and told my dad. And I guess at the bus stop, everybody kind of looked at the guy like, are you fucking crazy? Because my dad at the time was a bodybuilder. And he was like, what the fuck is he gonna do? Like for part 2. Okay, let's get into it. I'm not saying that because my dad's a bodybuilder that, like, he could kick his ass. It's just, like, you don't mess with, you know, a dad's kid, like, girls, especially you as girls. So, he called the school, we ended up going to court, and my dad, like, at court was literally like, if you ever lay your hand on my daughters again, or, like, threaten my daughters like that, I will literally kill you. The judge yelled at my dad for that. And then, he had to apologize to us, and, because basically, like, he threatened us, and then, like, he got in trouble a little bit more for that, and, like, they did some other stuff that I don't really remember, but he wasn't allowed near us, he wasn't allowed to go to the bus stop anymore, he wasn't allowed, you know, so if we were at the school, like, it was traumatizing, like, anyways, thank you guys so much for 700, almost 700,000, I love you guys, and that is part 2. Story time, the biggest lie I ever got away with as a teenager. So my sister and I were going to spend the weekend at my stepdad's, and I asked my parents if I could bring a friend. My dad said he didn't care, and my stepmom said no. And my parents were really strict, but obviously I did not listen. So I invited my friend, and her parents were also really strict. So we came up with this elaborate plan that I would ask her parents and tell them that it was a surprise for her. And they believed it. So the day comes whenever we're supposed to leave to go up to my stepdad's. So, you know, we get off the bus, walk to my house, and my stepmom was asleep because she worked night shifts. So I was able to sneak my friend through the house to my bedroom. Little did she know she was going to have to hide in the closet. So my stepmom came in and needed to borrow a pair of socks for work, and I was literally guarding the closet with my life. And she goes, "Get away from the closet, you're acting so suspicious, what's in there?" Like for part 2, by the way, Stacey and Candace, if you see this, my bad. Okay, part 2, sorry for keeping you guys waiting. So she literally pushes me out of the way, goes and looks in the closet, and stands there for a whole ass minute. And me, I'm over here having an anxiety attack. My sister's looking at me and making like hand gestures, basically saying, "What is she looking at?" And I'm literally sitting there, and I get to peek in the closet, and my friend is not there. And I'm like, what the fuck? Where did she go? And then she starts moving things around in the closet. So she didn't see anything, and she goes to walk out of my room, and she goes, "You guys are so weird." And I run over to the closet like, where the fuck is she? And she pops out of this box that is literally in plain sight and goes, "Is she gone yet?" And trust me, I know this doesn't sound like a big thing to get away with, but whenever you have strict parents and they're looking for somebody in literally a 5-foot space, oh honey, this was a big deal for me. And tonight is going to be the night that my stepmom actually sees this. Story time about my manipulative ex-boyfriend. So whenever we first started dating, he was really sweet. We would hang out all the time, and we had such good chemistry. And you know, we were Snapchatting because I lived like a few hours away from him. And he goes, "All my exes have hurt me in the past." Now us women, that makes us think, "Oh, I want to be the girl who doesn't hurt him." And I was like, "Well, how many ex-girlfriends have you had?" He goes, "Like 9. And at that time, I was blinded about how happy I was to be dating him to actually realize that was a red flag. And then this motherfucker says, "So please don't be mad at me if I do something that might hurt you. It's just because I've been hurt so many times." Implying if he were to cheat on me, I shouldn't be mad because he's been hurt so many times. Red motherfucking flag alert, bitch. Like for part 2. Toxic ex-boyfriend part 2. So pretty much I got into an argument with him after that, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He's like, "I just don't want you to be surprised." Well, me being the stupid dumb fucking bitch that I am, left it at that and didn't end the relationship there. This is the definition of ignoring all red flags. So I started to wonder who all these like ex-girlfriends were. And since I wasn't from around where he lived, I did a whole fucking FBI investigation to find at least one of these exes. She was like, "Oh, he literally does that to every girl." And then told me all the tea about how her and all of his 9 exes were actually best friends. And that he was the one who actually cheated on all of them with each other. And she goes, "I didn't even know you guys were dating. He never told anybody up here." Because he was hooking up with other bitches up there. I ended up breaking up with him, but ladies, take notes. This is a red flag. Story time of one of my many embarrassing moments in high school. So my sophomore year, I was talking to this guy. And we had been talking for 4 months. And he didn't want to date me. I didn't know that until one of his friends said, "Oh yeah, he's just using you to do stuff." And I'm surprised he let it drag on for 4 months because I didn't do anything with him. But now looking back at it, he would always ask me to come over when his parents weren't home. So anyways, I really liked him. He broke my heart, and yeah. So the next day I had school, and I had a class with him. And all of his friends were in that class too. And I planned on ignoring everybody and just keeping my headphones in. Well, one of his friends asked me if I was okay. Bad idea. The waterworks started and I started sobbing in class in front of everybody. I felt so bad for him. He just asked if I was okay. And guys, everybody was staring at me. It was so bad I had to be removed from class. Toxic best friend story time. And no, this is not the same one. I know I have bad choice in best friends. Do not come at me. So a few summers ago, I was single and I was talking to two boys. One that I had been talking to for months, but I didn't know if he liked me because I kind of got more of best friend vibes. And the other one I was talking to for not that long, but he was kind of a douche. So who did I tell about these two boys? No other than my best friend. Well, this girl took it upon herself to text the guy that I was talking to for months and say, "You're just her backup plan." And she was the type of girl that would talk to other girls, to guys that they liked, to get the guy's attention. So he told me that she said that, and I confronted her about it. She goes, "I just don't think it was right you were doing that to him." Meanwhile, she was talking to this boy that she really likes, but fucking other people. We were not able to bounce back after that. Story time about how I actually got away with speaking out. It was the summer before my junior year in high school. So my sister and my friend were sleeping at my house. And I didn't live with my parents at this time. Well, 2 a.m. rolls around and we get a text from our friend. And he goes, "Oh, do you want to come to my party right now?" And we really wanted to go, so we had to come up with this elaborate plan on how we were going to get out of my house and get back in. Because we had to worry about a dog who freaks out every time someone leaves and comes back, motion-censored lights, adults waking up at 4:30 in the morning, and I was on the first floor of the house, thank God. So I had my sister put the dog in the bedroom so that way he wouldn't bark whenever we left. And my sister really took one for the team here. And then I told her whenever they wake up, let the dog back out of the room and lock the door, just in case they came to check in on us. So we called an Uber and bolted out of my house. Like for part 2. Anyways, so we're at the party and we're having a great time, and I look at my phone and I realize that it's 4 o'clock, and they wake up at 4:30 a.m. So we ordered an Uber, and we had the guy drop us off down the street. So we're walking down the street and we finally get to my neighbor's house, and we can see all the lights were on in my house. And my sister's been texting me the whole time, basically saying, "Oh, they're awake, I hear them, OMG, like, you better hurry up." And I'm texting her, like, "Get the dog in the room," because he would have barked loud as hell if he saw us. And I forget if it was me or her, but one of us had to pee really bad and puke somewhere. So we're basically on our stomachs crawling back to my house through my yard, so that way none of the motion-censored lights come on. And one of them came on, and the windows don't really have curtains, so I could see my path, like, looking outside the window. Oh, there's going to be a part 3. Okay, part 3, but for all the new people, guys, stop telling me to post the part 2, because I always post my part 2s. Okay, so the motion-censored light comes on, and we literally stop dead in our tracks. Meanwhile, we're literally laying in the grass, like, just don't even know what to do. And there's this side door that we were going to go through. So my sister put the dog in the room, and we're just waiting for the text to run in the house when they're both upstairs. But my pap is looking outside trying to figure out why the light went on. And then I hear him say, "Oh, it must have just been a deer." So my sister finally texts us like 5 minutes later that, they're both upstairs. And I waited till I couldn't see them in the window anymore, and we bolted in the house. And I ran in the bedroom, and we both smelled disgusting because we were both laying on the grass outside. When we get in, we lock the door so that way we can change our clothes, act like we're going to sleep, and then unlock the door. And my grandma comes down literally 10 minutes later to check on us. Like if you want more stories on me sneaking out. Extremely toxic best friend story time. So when I was in 8th grade, there was this boy. And this boy would go around telling almost every girl that he liked her. And I was one of those girls. And he would do stuff with all of us. And there were like 11 of us. So we all hated each other. Especially this one girl, and we're going to call her Abby. And every time we saw each other, we would be super mean to each other. Well, a year passed, we stopped talking to this kid, and I bumped into her at homecoming and basically apologized. So after that, we became best friends. And everything was good until every time I told her about a guy, she would start talking to them. Like this one boy that I was Snapchatting and talking to, she accidentally sent nudes to him and said, "Oh, sorry, I meant to send them to my boyfriend." So then she called one of my other best friends and said, "No, it actually wasn't an accident." And of course he told me because he was my best friend. So I was like, whatever, and stopped talking to the boy. And she did it again, like for part 2. Extremely toxic best friend part 2. So pretty much her excuse for that was, oh, well, he said that he was going to leak my nudes if I didn't send him them again. Which was a lie because literally half the school already had her nudes. So then I started talking to this other boy, and he lived like right down the street from her. So she was like, if you want to go to his house, you can. And I was like, are you sure? And she said, yeah, just go tell my mom. And I was like, oh, okay. So I went and told her mom what I was doing and went over his house. So I walked back to her house and she literally locked me out. Like her mom had to come open the door for me to let me in. And she was like, oh, it's a good thing you came back when you did. Because I was going to drive you home now and tell your dad everything that you did. And she goes, I don't think you guys should be together because you're inexperienced. And she would always tell me how he flirts with her all the time. So after our friendship ended, she goes, I just felt like there was always a competition between me and you. Story time about my toxic ex-boyfriend that I met in therapy. Little background information. I was a part of this therapy group where you would go every week and talk about your feelings. Well, I saw this really cute kid, so I wrote down my Snapchat and gave it to him. He added me back, and then we started dating like a week later. And for the first 2 or 3 months, everything was going smooth. And then he became really toxic and controlling. Like, he would always go through my phone. And any guy that I had a streak with, he would accuse me of cheating on him with them. And it got to the point where he was literally so clingy. Like, every second of every day he wanted to FaceTime, he had to be talking to me. I had to have my location on. And I would explain to him that I needed my space, but he literally just did not get the hint. So by this point, we were literally on and off all the time. And anytime that I broke up with him, I would block him because I didn't want to think about him. But he started calling my parents and complaining about me. So they blocked him. And then he tried being friends with my brother to get to me. Welcome back to another toxic best friend story time. A little background information. I was friends with this girl since elementary school, and we had a really good friendship until we got into high school. Like, we always got along, never fought over boys. Well, during our freshman year, this new boy started at our school. Well, I started talking to him. And after a month of still talking to him, my best friend goes, I don't think you should talk to him. He talks to a lot of girls. And because she was my best friend, I didn't think she would lie about that. I believed her and I stopped talking to him. Well, that weekend, I went over her house. And when I walked in her room, she goes, oh, say hi. And who else is on the phone but the boy she told me not to talk to? So after they got off the phone, I was like, let me guess, you told me to stop talking to him because you liked him. And she goes, yeah, I just knew that if I told you I liked him, you wouldn't stop talking to him. So that night, we went to a party and he was there. And things started to go south, like for part 2. Part 2 to my most recent toxic best friend story time. Little background information. I told him the reason why I didn't want to talk anymore was because I just didn't want a relationship. So we get to the party, and him and his friends were there, so she went over to them. And I went and talked to other people because I just didn't want it to be awkward. Well, an hour later, we all met up again, and I started having a conversation with him. Well, I guess my best friend didn't like that, so she started embarrassing me in front of everybody. So she starts talking about how my clothes don't fit me right, and I look like a blob, and how my boobs are so much smaller than hers. And how I don't have an ass, literally in front of everybody, just embarrassing herself and me. So after that, she went to the bathroom to throw up because she had way too much to drink, and him and I started talking, and he was like, why wouldn't you just tell me that you didn't like me? And I was like, what do you mean? I just didn't want a relationship. He goes, oh, well, she just told me that you like somebody else. So that was the last straw, and I just left her at the party. Toxic ex-boyfriend story time. So I was a junior in high school, and I had just gotten out of a 4-year relationship with this one guy. Well, I started to see him date around, so I thought I should do the same. I started dating this new guy who was known as the biggest player. Since I just got out of a long-term relationship, we decided to take things slow. We both went to different schools, so we both had separate proms. And of course, we both asked each other. So his prom came around first, so we got a shore house with his friends. And before we left, he bought me 24 roses. This man has never bought me anything. And my mom was like, that's strange. I know exactly what he's trying to do with you. I now see that that may have been a warning. But did I listen? No. After prom, we went to the shore house and he tried to make it happen. I said no. The next morning, we both left. It was a Saturday because I had dance and he had baseball practice. He went back to the shore house that night and I didn't hear from him all weekend, like for part 2. So I didn't hear from him all weekend, but I left my blanket there and I texted him so he wouldn't forget it. And he was like, okay, yeah, I'll drop it off and we can hang out because I haven't seen you. And then he says that he apparently spilt beer all over it, so he had to wash it. And everything was good until my prom. So we went and he was acting extremely weird and super distant. So that's when I kind of knew that something was up. I didn't have a shore house for my prom, but he was like best friends with all the senior girls who went to my school. So of course they invited him and we went. And then I saw all over social media that there were pictures of him with his ex holding hands and hanging all over each other at the beach. So I had work that night and I just so happened to work with his best friend. And I told him about how he was being super distant and how I saw all those pictures all over social media. And he was like, yeah, we never spilled beer on your blanket that night. He was actually with his ex and they did it on the blanket. Moral of the story, don't date the guy who's named a player because it's probably for a reason. Story time about how I was the side chick. So it was my freshman year and I had just moved to a new school. And I lived next to this senior boy. You know, the one that thinks you're good enough to do stuff with but not good enough to date. Yeah, that one. Well, we both were on the same bus and I thought he was really cute, so I asked him for his Snapchat. And I got it. So we started talking a lot and we would always talk about me sneaking over his house because my parents were super strict. So homecoming night, I saw him grinding with this girl, but I didn't exactly think anything of it because literally everybody was just being passed around. Well, I went home after, and at like 2 in the morning, I got a text from him saying to come over. So I went over there, we did the dirty, and then I started to go over there almost every other night at 2 in the morning. And there was this one girl that I got really close with. And I told her all about the situation, but I didn't tell her till like 3 months after it was happening because he told me not to tell anybody, of course. And she goes, you know he has a girlfriend, right? So I felt really bad and confronted him, like for part two, me being the side chick. So that night he had asked me to come over again. And I went over there, but it's not what you think it was for. I got over there and I was like, when were you going to tell me you had a girlfriend? Literally, this comment made me want to throw up. He goes, what do you mean? I thought you knew. So I was like, no, I actually didn't. And he goes, so does that mean you don't want to come over anymore? He goes, I really liked you, and I was going to break up with my girlfriend for you. Which I know this is so bad, but that made me happy because I had the biggest crush on him. But then I just left. And the girl that he was dating was a senior, and I asked my friend for her Snapchat so I could Snapchat her. So I did, and I told her everything that was going on, and somehow it got flipped around on me, her saying that I was obsessed with her boyfriend. And then she got the nudes that I sent her boyfriend, and sent them around the whole school. My new school. Moral of the story, if he says he's single, make sure he's actually single. Story time about how my boyfriend was cheating on me for 3 months straight at his new job. So a little background information. At this point in our relationship, I did not have much trust for him because of his cheating in the past. Well, when he got this new job, I decided that I was going to start trusting him. I don't know why, stupidest thing I've ever done. So a month goes past, he's been working at this place for a while, and he comes home one night with a girl's phone number in his pocket. And I'm like, whose phone number is this? He's like, oh, one of the girls that I work with wants me to talk about her problems with her. So I threw the number away and I started to get really paranoid. But every time that I would get paranoid, he would be like, babe, I'm not doing anything, you know, like I really love you, I'm trying to change. And he said that literally every night. And his brother worked with him. Well, the one day he really pissed his brother off, so his brother was like, I'm telling her everything that you've been doing. So he calls me and says he's been fucking 2 other girls at work. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my cheating boyfriend. So after I got off the phone, he's trying to convince me that it's not true, saying that the only reason why his brother would say that is because he was mad at him, which I kind of believe because his brother did lie 24/7, or try to play jokes on everybody. So I ended up believing my boyfriend, and to put the icing on top of the cake, I believed him even more because his brother texted me saying that it wasn't true. So a few months go by and he quits that job, and at this time him and I were really on and off because I didn't like the way that I was being treated. While being broken up for a few days, I got the app Tinder. And I guess the day after I got my Tinder, his friend showed him the app and he got it too. And the first person that he saw whenever he logged onto the app was me. So he texted me saying, "You're a whore and I'm so happy I cheated on you with that girl." And that really broke my heart, because every night he would come home telling me he loved me after he did whatever with those girls. And anytime I got paranoid about him cheating, he would comfort me. Story time about how I hooked up with a guy in my science teacher's closet. So my whole grade went on this field trip, and everybody was dressing super nice, wearing a dress. And I wore a dress that day, even though I was more of a leggings and t-shirt kind of gal. And I wore spandex under because I hated not being able to move around. Well, after our field trip, everybody's jumping around on the bus, you know, I don't care what I'm doing because I have shorts on under my dress. And after school that day, I get a text from one of the popular boys. And he goes, "I'm really physically attracted to you." And I was like, "Oh, same, like, period." And he was like, "Wanna hook up tomorrow?" And I was like, "During school?" He goes, "Yeah, I have a place where we can hook up." And I wasn't really experienced with boys. So I was like, fuck it, if I'm gonna experiment, it's gonna be with you. Because he was really hot. So the next day I meet him during lunch. And he takes me to this one spot, but we couldn't hook up there because it wasn't blocked off like it usually is. So we go to my science teacher's room, and right after we hook up, our science teacher walks in. Story time about how my boyfriend and I got robbed for over $3,000. And I know someone's about to be like, $3,000 isn't even a lot of money. We were both teenagers and both saved up a year's worth of paychecks for this, so it was a lot of money to us. So my boyfriend and I were looking for a car that we could use for about a year or so, and we found this one guy on Facebook. And the car looked too good for the price that he was selling it at. But I got in contact, asked him if he would meet me somewhere, and then he started being super sketchy. He was like, "Well, I still have to do some work on it, so can you guys come to my house?" So we drove an hour away to his place, and we pull up to this apartment, and we drive around a few times, and the car is nowhere to be seen. So he meets us outside, we go in his house, super nice, offered us drinks and everything, and then he goes, "Okay, can I have the money now?" And we're like, "Well, we want to see the car." And he goes, "You guys can see the car after you give me the money. I just don't want to get robbed." So we give him the money and he goes to the back to count it. Like for part two. Part two on my boyfriend and I getting robbed. So like I said, we gave him the money and he said he had to go to the back to count it. So I look over at my boyfriend and he's shaking his head because we already knew what was going on at this point. And as soon as I hear footsteps, I turn my head and this guy is standing there with a gun pointed in between my boyfriend and I's heads and a baseball bat in the other hand. And then he goes, "Okay, you guys can get the fuck out of my house now." Before we leave his house, my boyfriend's like, "Bro, can I at least get the money back?" And of course the guy says no. So then I called the cops. And my boyfriend didn't want me to call the cops because he was like, "I want to handle it my own way." But I didn't care. That was money that we worked hard for. So I got on the phone with the police. We went down to the police station. We made our statements and everything like that. And then we go back, like, I think a week later. And they show us a picture, and they're like, "Oh, is this him?" Well, apparently this guy had a lot of gun charges and everything like that. So he went to jail and had to do community service, like for part three. Part three on my boyfriend and I getting robbed. So like I said, they said that he had a lot of gun charges, and so he went to jail. And I think he was only in there for 6 months because apparently he was only a teenager. So after he got out, it was like time for him to start paying us back. And I was so happy that I didn't let my boyfriend handle it his own way. I feel like this was the best revenge, or whatever. He had to spend that whole summer doing community service to pay us back. And it's not like a fine where you can just pay that money back. Like, you actually have to do community service for that money. Or I'm pretty sure that's what the cops told us. But the funniest thing is we actually saw him walking in the mall with his dad whenever we got one of the paychecks. Because we went shopping with it. And we were walking right behind him, and my boyfriend wanted to say something, and, you know, I was like, "No, we already got the money back, you know, like, let's not do that." Story time about me being a toxic best friend. So my best friend was dating this guy for about a year and a half. And for the past 6 or 7 months, she would say that she wasn't happy, she didn't like how she was being treated, but she couldn't leave him. Well, at this time, they lived together, and that night we were supposed to decorate her apartment for her birthday party. So since she was at work, she just told me to go over to her house and start decorating until she got home. Well, who happened to be there but her shitty-ass boyfriend? And him and I didn't really get along. Well, him and I were setting up and he was being super nice. Like, overly nice. Which really weirded me out. Well, later on after the party, my best friend was hammered, so we both put her to bed and started cleaning up. and we were both drunk and started flirting with each other, and then one thing led to another, and I did it with my best friend's boyfriend in her house. So for the next 3 months, we have like this secret relationship, like for part two. Part two to me being the toxic best friend. So like I said, him and I had this secret relationship for like 3 months straight, and I would always just go over to my best friend's house while she was working and see him then. Well, the one day she came home early from work, and she walked in on her boyfriend and I in her bed. So after that, she finally got the courage to leave her boyfriend, and now she's happily married. So I kind of saw it as I pushed her to do something that she knew she would never do. And after having my number blocked for like 3 years, she texts me and she says, "I wanted to thank you for what you did. You showed me that I could leave my boyfriend and that you were actually just a terrible friend. But now I'm happy for her. She's living the best life that she can live, and I'm still with her ex-boyfriend." Story time about my toxic ex-friend group. So my freshman year, I had moved to a new high school. So right away, I started being friends with this group of girls, and they were super nice. And I was also friends with this group of guys. Well, since I was friends with both groups, we all started hanging out all the time, but only whenever I was there. The boys just didn't want to hang out with the other girls. And after a few months, the girls started acting really strange. So anytime that I would hang out with the boys and not invite them, they would ignore me for a whole week. Meaning they wouldn't talk to me in school, they wouldn't answer my messages, or anything like that. Not a single one of them. And also, anytime that we hung out, they would be like, "Oh, invite the boys." And it was like they never wanted to hang out with me. So the one night, one of the boys was throwing a party, and I was going, and the girls asked if they could come, but they had drama with a lot of people, so the boys didn't want them coming, but I invited them anyways. Like for part two. Part two to the toxic ex-friend group story time. So, I invited them to the party, they showed up, and they were being really rude and, standoffish the whole entire night. And these girls literally hated it whenever I would hang out with the boys or talk to the boys. Come to find out that every single one of the girls had a crush on every single one of the guys that were in my friend group. Also, I'm a very friendly person and will talk to anybody, and they got pissed off whenever I was talking to anybody who wasn't them. So a little bit into the party, I start getting a lot of dirty looks from a lot of different girls that I've never even talked to. And this girl walks up to me and she's like, "Why have you been Snapchatting my boyfriend?" And I'm like, "Girl, what are you talking about?" She goes, "A few of your friends told me that you like my boyfriend and that you've been Snapchatting him and trying to get with him." So then she calls the girls over from my friend group and goes, "Didn't she tell me this?" And they're like, "Yeah, she tries to get with everybody's boyfriend." So after that, I got kicked out of both friend groups because they spread a bunch of lies and rumors about me. Story time about how my boyfriend cheated on me with a 17-year-old girl. So when summer started, I started working at this new job. And I had a really good connection with one of my coworkers. And he was 28 years old. So we started talking. But I would get mad at him a lot because he would ignore my messages asking to hang out. And on top of that, every time that we got done with work, we would all go sit and eat, and he would sit next to this one girl. And by the way, she was 17. And I could see them flirting all the time. Well, finally, once summer ended, she moved away. And then I felt like I had a real chance to start dating him. So we started hanging out a lot and hooking up a lot. After a few months, I started taking our relationship serious. Well, apparently not for him, because there was this girl on his phone that he had been texting a lot. So weirdly enough, after that, I get a DM from the girl that he would always flirt with at work. And she asked me if I was dating him. And I said, yeah. And then she goes, "Oh, well, he's been texting me a lot." So then I blocked her and went and hooked up with one of his friends that night, like for part two. Part two about how my boyfriend was cheating on me with a 17-year-old girl. So like I said, I hooked up with his friend that night, but I didn't tell him for a couple months because he would always say that we weren't dating, even though we were basically in a relationship. So we were doing really good until around Christmas time. So after he gave me my gifts, which was socks and a candle, he left for Massachusetts. I don't know if I said that right. And a month before this, I had unblocked the girl that he was flirting with. So weirdly enough, after he left, she DM'd me, basically asking if I was still dating him again. And I was like, yeah, why? And she goes, well, I need to tell you something. He actually took my virginity, and he's been sending me a lot of gifts, like a record player and albums, and we've been talking on the phone every night. So when I confronted him about it, he said he felt bad for her because he took her virginity. So after that, I confessed to hooking up with his best friend and called him a child predator. Crazy story time about how I found my aunt and my boyfriend hooking up at a family function. So every year, my mom and stepdad would have a Christmas party, and everyone from both sides of the family would come. And I also invited my boyfriend. And at this time, my boyfriend and I were both juniors in high school. So everybody came to the party and everything was going good. Well, like an hour into the party, all the adults were super drunk. So before we all opened gifts, I decided to help my mom clean up dinner. So while I'm washing the dishes, I look over and my aunt and boyfriend are talking a lot. And she started to get really touchy with him, but I didn't think anything of it because she was super drunk. So after I'm done cleaning up, we all start opening gifts. And my boyfriend goes up to my room to go get his phone off the charger. And after he went upstairs, my aunt was like, "Oh, I need to go throw up." So about 10 minutes goes past and my boyfriend's still up in the room grabbing his phone, so I went to check on him. And I walk upstairs to see my aunt and my boyfriend laying on my bed making out. Like for part 2. Part 2 to how I caught my aunt and my boyfriend hooking up at a family function. So like I said, they are laying on my bed making out. Doors wide open, they don't even bother to shut the door. And both of their shirts are off. And I think I should just put in here, my aunt is like 28. She's on my stepdad's side. She's really young. So they look up and my aunt's just like drunk as fuck looking at me. And she's like, "Do you want to join?" Like, bitch, what the fuck? So I'm just like shook. And I start screaming. Everybody rushes up the stairs. And my mom pushes me out of the way and sees my boyfriend and my aunt laying on my bed with their shirts off. So my mom starts screaming at everybody. So my mom calls the cops, says that an adult is touching an underage boy, and she calls his mom, tells her what happened. So my boyfriend and I broke up, so that spread around the whole school, and word got out that they actually started seeing each other. Crazy story time about how my sister and I found out that we were hooking up with the same guy. So I was a freshman, my sister was a sophomore, and there was this really cute guy in her grade that I liked. But I could never find a way to talk to him because we weren't in the same grade and had none of the same classes. And my sister and I were not close at all. Like, we didn't tell each other shit, we didn't really talk to each other or anything. So by that being said, we never told each other about the boys that we liked. We just didn't have that bond. Well, track season came around. So they called all the people down who wanted to do track, and I saw him walk past my classroom window, so I decided to go too. So I signed up for track, and him and I started to talk a little bit. We exchanged numbers, and he was popular, I wasn't, so he didn't want to be seen with me. So after attendance, we would go to this graveyard right by the track and hook up. Well, the next day, we had a meet in our school. So him and I went to the graveyard, hooked up, and that's when it started getting crazy like part 2. Crazy-ass story time about how my best friend's parents walked in on me sleeping with my best friend's brothers. And yes, I said brothers. So my freshman year, I became best friends with this girl, and she had 2 older, hot-ass brothers. One was in college, and one was a senior. Well, it was Christmas break, and her older brother from college was home, and my parents let me go with them to Florida for Christmas break. They had a super nice beach house, and I was sharing a room with my best friend, and the boys were sharing a room, and our room was connected because there was a bathroom in the middle. Well, my best friend got super sick the first 3 days of the trip, so she didn't do anything with us. So I was hanging out with the boys all the time. Well, the one night we were on the deck and we started to play Truth or Dare. And one of them asked, "Would you sleep with us?" And I said, yeah. So at around 3 a.m., I snuck into their room and things started to get real nasty. There are kids on the set, so just use your imagination. And things started to get really loud and we woke their parents up. Like for part 2. Part 2. So we thought that we woke their parents up. And we heard someone walking up the stairs, so I ran into the bathroom, hid, and they asked if everything was okay, and I was just like, "Oh, I'm not feeling good. I think I caught whatever my best friend has." So they went back downstairs, and we thought they went back to sleep. They were never asleep. So we decided to go onto the deck and finish the nastiness that we were doing. And I was like, oh, okay, we don't have to be that quiet now, because their bedroom was in the front of the house, and the porch was on the back of the house. And we were on the second floor, and below that there was another porch with a fire pit and everything, and I could see below us. Well, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw somebody walk into the house. But, stupid me, I just ignored it. Not even a minute later, I hear the sliding door open, and I hear, and we all turn around, and everybody's standing there. So they sent me home and told my parents. but I didn't get grounded because low-key my mom knew I was a hoe. Story time about how I tried to get my boyfriend back for cheating on me, but I ended up with an STD instead. So a little background information. I was dating this guy for about 7 months whenever I was in high school. And I would always hang out with him, his guy friends, and their girlfriends. Well, the one night we were hanging out at my house and he kept checking my phone. And he said it was because he was waiting for his mom to text my phone. So then he had to go to the bathroom and he asked to take my phone with him. And I said no because that's weird as fuck. So while he's in the bathroom, I get a text from a random number. And it's a bunch of videos that my boyfriend took of him doing the nasty with other girls. And there were like 15 videos, all different girls. So by this time he's been in the bathroom for like 15 minutes. So I go to confront him while he's in the bathroom, like I do not care at this point. And he's gone. My bathroom window is wide open. My curtains are broken. So then I start to text all of his best friends. Like for part 2. Part 2. So it turns out the person who sent it to me was one of the girls in my friend group. So at that point, every single person in that friend group was dead to me and I needed to get every single one of them back. So like I said, I started texting all my ex's best friends and I asked every single one of them if they wanted to hook up. 4 of them said yes, the other 3 just blocked me. And the 4 who said yes all had girlfriends in our friend group. Well, the girls in my friend group had no idea, so they invited me to their party. And at that party, it was my mission to do the dirty with every single one of those guys. Well, there was this bathroom in the basement, which nobody knew about except the girl whose house it was. So one after the other, I did the dirty with every single one of them in that bathroom. And I made sure to snap a picture or take a video, so that way I could send it to my boyfriend. I know, I'm crazy, get over it. Well, in the morning, my ex's closest best friend came over. Well, I did the dirty with him too, because my ex hated him being around me, because he was known for screwing other people's girlfriends. Okay, there's gonna be a part 3. Part 3. So a week later, I started having some problems down there. So I had my mom take me to the doctors. Turns out I have a fucking STD. And nobody knew about it, at least not yet. Well, my boyfriend came over that same day asking if we could get back together. So I thought, what an even better way to get back at him. Give him what I have. Mind you, I was still hooking up with all 4 of his best friends. And then, like, 2 weeks later, my boyfriend started talking to me about how he was also having problems down there. And I was like, oh, maybe you should go to the doctors. So after he went to the doctors, he texts me, and he goes, yeah, I have an STD. So then I sent him all the videos of his best friends and I said, yeah, I hope you enjoy living with that for the rest of your life. And I also gave it to all of his friends, and then they spread it to their girlfriends. Payback's a bitch. Story time about how my boyfriend was cheating on me with my stepsister. So a little background information, my mom remarried whenever I was in 8th grade, and my stepdad had 2 daughters, one which was my age, and we got along really well. Well, before my sisters and I went back to school, my mom wanted to go on a camping trip with everyone, and my boyfriend was coming because he was really close with my family. So while my stepsister and I are packing up, she starts acting really weird, and we're going to call my boyfriend Kevin. She was like, oh, is Kevin still coming with us? And I was like, yeah. And then she goes, oh, are you and Kevin still together? And I'm like, we were never broken up. Like, the fuck? Like I said, she was just being super fucking weird. But anyways, we all get in the car, we drive up there, and her and Kevin start being super weird around each other. Like, they were being too touchy. Anytime that I wanted to go do something with Kevin, she would say, oh, Kevin, you can come do this instead. Well, that night, Kevin and I are sleeping in our tent. At least I thought he was. And I wake up to some loud noises in the other tent, like for part 2. Part 2. So like I said, I heard a bunch of noises and talking in my stepsister's tent, and I wake up and my boyfriend isn't in the tent. So I'd be very quiet getting out of my tent, and I go over to hers and I just listen. And oh bitch, I should have just confronted them because I got my motherfucking feelings hurt. He was telling her how he didn't love me at all and how he only wanted to be with her, and how every time that they kissed each other and screwed each other, he felt such a connection between them. So not only was he cheating physically, but they had a connection. Wonderful. So I open her tent and I confront them. This was the most degrading thing I've ever went through in my life. And I said, I heard you guys outside. And I'm just not the type of girl who's going to come at another girl because my man wants her. Because at that point, he's not my man. She goes, sit down, sweetie, we need to talk. Apparently they're in love. So they started dating. They're still dating. And my parents allowed it. so I distanced myself from all of them. Story time about how I woke up to my best friend having a seizure. A little background information. So my close friend invited me over to his house to spend the night, and we're gonna call him Jay. Well, Jay and I got to his house, and his parents were really strict, so he had to sneak me in. So he told me to wait by the garage, and as soon as he opens the front door to his house, I hear his parents screaming. So he's inside fighting with his parents, I'm outside freezing my ass off. So an hour later, he comes out to get me, walks me through the garage, and I have to hide in this crawl space. So while I'm hiding in this crawl space, him and his parents are still arguing. And his parents walked past where I was like 5 times. So his mom gets in the car and leaves. She said she was going to kill herself. His dad comes into the garage, starts crying. I literally witnessed him have a mental fucking breakdown. Then his mom came back, said that she hated everybody. So then Jay purposely bangs his head off of the kitchen table 2 times. So when he came into the garage to get me, he had an ice pack on his head. Then we snuck up to his room like for part 2. Part 2. So like I said, he rushes me up to his room because his dad was in the basement and his mom left again, threatening to kill herself again. And while we're upstairs, he starts taking dabs. And we're up for a little bit and then we go to sleep. So at like 8 in the morning, we both wake up. He's on his phone, I'm on my phone. We're not facing each other. And then all of a sudden, I feel the bed start to shake, like a lot. So I turn over, and this kid is having a full-blown fucking seizure. Like, he's foaming at the mouth. His eyes are literally rolling in the back of his fucking head. So I get up and roll him over onto his side because I didn't want him to start choking. And I'm fucking freaking out and don't know what to do because I wasn't even supposed to be there in the first place. And he's like making all these types of noises, so I go and I run down the hallway. I try to find his parents' room, and I open the door and have to wake them up dead out of their sleep. And I was like, your son's having a seizure. So his mom runs over to the room, and his dad's like, well, who the fuck are you? And why the fuck are you in my house? And I was like, your son told me that I could stay the night last night. Like for part 3. Part 3. So like I said, his dad's like interrogating me right now. So they call an ambulance. His son leaves in the ambulance. They didn't go with him. And his dad's like, you're never allowed in this fucking house again. And then he asked me, did he take anything last night? And I'm like, he did dabs, but like, I didn't do anything because I don't do that stuff. So he goes over to where all of his dab stuff is and starts throwing the glass pieces in the garbage, making sure that he fucking breaks them all. And his mom comes over to me to comfort me because I'm literally like fucking crying because this kid almost died right next to me. And she's like, it's okay, sweetie, like this happens to him a lot. But I felt so uncomfortable because he was like making it seem like it was my fault. So I hurry up and call my mom, and my mom doesn't get there till like 30 minutes because their house is a little bit further away. And for all of you wondering what happened to him, I don't know because this happened this morning. Story time about how I broke up my best friend and his girlfriend. So it was our sophomore year in high school, and my best friend and I had known each other since we were like 8 years old. And I've always had a crush on him. Like anytime he would get a girlfriend, I would try and break them up. And it would work. Well, our freshman year of high school, he started dating this one girl. Well, when he started dating her, he distanced himself from me because she didn't like how much time we were spending together. So a few months go by, and my birthday's coming up. And mind you, within these past few months, we only seen each other like twice. And he had me blocked on all social media. Well, our parents were really good friends because we lived in the same cul-de-sac. So my mom invited him and his parents to my birthday party. So at the end of my party, my friends left, and him and his parents stayed. And my parents really didn't care if I drank alcohol, so we had like a whole bottle of vodka to ourselves. So we're in the basement, and we're taking shots together. Well, I got him super drunk, and he fell asleep. And while he was sleeping, I went on his phone, and like for part 2, and I was able to get into his phone because he showed my fingerprint from when we were best friends. So I unblocked myself on all social medias, and there was an ottoman pushed against the couch, so while he was sleeping, I was able to go lay next to him. So while I was laying next to him, I took a few pictures of us, and I saved them in his camera roll, and I also sent one to his girlfriend, and it was about 1 in the morning. Well, she opened it right away, and then she started going off and would not stop calling his phone. So after that, I turned his phone off. So he started to wake up, and then we started drinking more, and then we started fooling around. And while we were doing the nasty, I took a video, and he didn't see it because the phone was in front of me. And I had his girlfriend on Snapchat. So what did I do? I sent the motherfucking video to her. So the next day, obviously, he found out what happened. So then he came over to my house to talk to me, and I told him how I was upset that she was keeping him from me. So he broke up with her and started dating me. Story time about how I found out that my boyfriend was trying to get with another girl on Valentine's Day. Okay, there's a lot that goes into this story time, so let me break it down for you real quick. I was a sophomore, and my boyfriend and I had been dating for about 4 months now, and he was a junior. Well, there was this girl that he was for some reason obsessed with in his Spanish class. She was a freshman, and I know you're probably thinking, oh, well, how did you know he was obsessed with her? Well, he would Snapchat this girl 24/7. Even his friends told me he was obsessed with her. So I talked to him, and I told him I was uncomfortable with how much he was talking to this girl. And he said, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'll block her. Now, I didn't ask him to do that, but it made me feel more confident in how he felt about me. Well, Valentine's Day comes around, and we didn't talk all day until he came to pick me up. I wished him a happy Valentine's Day and got left undelivered. So we get to the restaurants, and we decide to put our phones at the end of the table so that way we would be more focused on each other. Well, he goes to the bathroom, and then I see this name pop up on his phone. Like for part 2. Part 2. So, like I said, I saw this name on his phone, and there was something special about this name. So, whenever I kept streaks, I would put the word streak, and then an emoji, and then the person's name. And he got the idea that instead of keeping her name, he would put it as streak. So I was like, that's really fucking weird. And at first I was like, what the fuck? So I opened his phone, and what do you know? It's from that girl. And she was replying back to a big paragraph that he sent her, and we had school that same day. So at 6:30 in the morning, this girl got a big paragraph from my boyfriend about how she's such a beautiful, amazing girl, and that she deserves somebody who's going to take her out and buy her flowers and stuff, and how if she wanted to go out to dinner, let him know. He took an extremely long time in the bathroom, so the waiter came to our table. So I ordered $300 worth of food for myself. So when he came back, I told him that I had to go call my mom, and I left. And he was stuck with a $400 bill. Story time about my worst trip off LSD. So one of the kids in my friend group was about to leave for Arizona. And we would always talk about how we need to trip together before he leaves. And anytime that I would trip off acid, I would go to my one plug. Well, he ran out, so we had to go to somebody else. And I've never tried this kid's stuff before, but I just said, fuck it, YOLO. Which should not have been my motto at the time, but it was. So that night, we're in the car, and one of our friends is driving because he's sober, obviously. And before I put the tab on my tongue, I started to get really nervous. And I have never felt like that before I've taken acid. But I kind of just said, fuck it, and I put it on my tongue. So we go pick up 2 more people that I'm not really close with. So then we make our way over to our other friend's apartment. And I'm kind of feeling it, but not really. But then as soon as we walk into that apartment, I start tripping balls. And you know, everything was going good. But then my dumb ass decided to look in the fucking mirror. And as soon as I look in the mirror, I see myself smile back at me, like for part 2. Okay, part 2. So like I said, I look in the mirror and I see myself smiling back at me. And that's whenever everything went south so quick. I sat on the bed, tried to pull myself together because I didn't want to make a fucking scene in front of everybody. But then I got caught in this fucking loop. And if you don't know what the loop is, then I'm going to tell you what it is. It's basically where you feel like you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. And then I started looking around at everybody, and it looked like their faces were melting. One of my friends got up off his chair, walked to the other side of the room, and I watched him do that. But when I looked back over at the fucking chair, he was still sitting there. So I looked at my one friend that was sober, who I was actually really close with, and I think he saw the look in my eye, and he was like, do you want to leave now? And I just shook my head, yeah, like I could not deal with that shit anymore. So we go to his car, and then we drive to my boyfriend's house. Because I could not go home. I would have got crucified. But we get in the house, and as soon as his mom sees me, she knows that something's wrong. Like for part 3. Okay, part 3. So like I said, I walked in, and she knew that something was wrong with me right away. Because she was like, oh, I have a letter from your boyfriend. And usually I would run up, grab it, read it really quickly. Because I would only get like 1 letter a week. But instead I ran downstairs because her face was fucking melting. So 5 minutes later, she has to come downstairs and help me get dressed in my pajamas because I forgot how to dress myself. I didn't want to be left alone that night, so my friend stayed in the basement with me. So he went and tried to go to sleep, but he couldn't because I was watching Butterfly Effect for 8 hours straight. Like, that was the only thing that could calm me down. But I still don't even know all the freaking words to it, which is weird. Like, he would try to change the video, and somehow I end up back to Butterfly Effect. And then he tried to kiss me. So he left the next morning because he had to go to work, which was at like 11 a.m. And I took this tab at 8 p.m. the day before. So I was getting texts like, where are you? You're supposed to be home now. So I had to go home and act normal in front of everybody while I'm still tripping balls. And I also got grounded for coming home late because I could not come home at the right time because I was tripping so hard. And this lasted for about 24 hours. Story time, my boyfriend beat up his ex-girlfriend because she tried to kill me. So it was my sophomore year in high school, and I had just gotten with this guy who was fresh out of a relationship. And let me tell you a little bit about his ex-girlfriend. So before him and I even started dating, him and his ex-girlfriend were together for like 2 years. And guys, this girl was fucking psychotic. Like, let me give you a quick example. Last year, I had a class with him and her, and the teachers assigned partners for this one project. Well, her boyfriend got paired up with this other girl, and anybody who would even talk to her boyfriend would get jumped by her and 8 of her friends. So his girlfriend starts being buddy-buddy with this girl, and his girlfriend goes, "Oh, do you want to come to the bathroom to hit my dab pen?" So the girl says, yeah, thinking that she's being all nice and shit. So they both go to the bathroom, and they're gone for like 25 minutes. So I asked to go to the bathroom because I want to see what's going on. I walk into the auditorium bathroom, and nobody's really around that bathroom. And this bitch is getting beat the fuck up. Like for part 2. Okay, part 2. Okay, so like I said, I walk in and this bitch is getting her shit rocked. Like there were like 5 girls in there beating the shit out of her. All of them just look at me, so I walk out and go back to the classroom. And the one girl went to the hospital and the other girl got suspended. So back to present day. So after school that day, I get a ride with him and his friends to his house. Well, as we're all driving to his house, we realize that his ex-girlfriend's car is right behind us. And it's literally her and all of her friends. And at this point, my boyfriend's really fed up with her shit. Because she keeps following me around school, texting me saying she's gonna kill me, saying he got her pregnant, always says that he's been cheating on me with her. But my boyfriend pulls over the car, and at this point, I think it's a trap. I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna let me get beat the fuck up. Well, he tells me to stay in the car. He gets out and walks over to her driver's door and tells her to get out of the car. So her and all her friends get out, and one of her friends starts punching him. While he's distracted with that, his ex runs over to the car, opens the door, and pulls out a fucking knife. Like for part 3. Okay, part 3. She fucking has a knife up to my neck, screaming at me. And I'm staying quiet as fuck because I do not want to get my throat slit by this bitch. So all I see is my boyfriend rip this bitch out of the car and start stomping her in the fucking ground. And whenever he went and ripped her out of the car, the knife like slashed my leg open, so there's fucking blood everywhere. And we're like at the beginning of his cul-de-sac, so all the fucking neighbors are outside watching him stomp this bitch into the ground. And then one of her friends comes around the other side of the car, grabs me by my hair, rips me out of the car, starts beating the shit out of me. So then one of his friends starts beating up that bitch too. So obviously the cops were called, my boyfriend went to jail. She also went to jail. And after that happened, my parents made me move schools. But after that, word got around that they were dating again. Good luck to the next bitch. Story time about how I got catfished and almost kidnapped. So because I just turned 18, I thought about signing up for a few dating apps. So I did. I matched with this really cute guy named Chris. And we chatted on the app for like 3 weeks back and forth. I would ask him to FaceTime, but he would always make up some lame excuse. Yes, ladies, there's a video dating app coming out soon, so no more lame excuses for sus boys. Anyways, so finally after asking him a bunch of times to hang out, we finally made plans to meet up for dinner. He gave me the address to the place and it was like 20 minutes from where I lived. And he told me that he was going to be wearing a baseball cap, and I told him that I was going to be wearing a white shirt and green jeans. So I took an Uber and got there at like 6 o'clock, but when I got in there, I didn't see anybody with a baseball cap on. While I'm looking around, all of a sudden somebody taps me on the shoulder. So I turn around and it's this older guy wearing a baseball cap, and he goes, "Oh, hi, I'm Chris." So I'm definitely feeling super sus at this point, but I'm too fucking nice to be like, "Ew, get the fuck away from me." So I figured I might as well get a free meal out of this. So we sat down to eat like for part 2. Okay, part 2 of how I got catfished and almost kidnapped. So we get seated, we ordered our food, and I start talking to him. You know, I was just trying to be nice and finish my meal, but it was literally so creepy. The whole time he's like, "Wow, you're so beautiful. How are you still single? Yada, yada, yada." I honestly just wanted to eat and leave so bad. So here I am texting my friend that I just got fucking catfished. And while I was going in and out of my purse, I dropped my phone on the floor. And I know you're probably thinking, oh, why the hell is she telling us that part about the phone? Well, because I'm pretty sure that he put something in my drink. No, like he 100% put something in my fucking drink. So I hurry up and eat my food and drink my drink because I just wanted to get the hell out of there. And my drink tasted totally fine, like there was no bitterness or anything. So while he was getting the check, I went to the bathroom to call my friend. And as soon as I get into the bathroom, I start feeling so off. And no, it was not my anxiety from sus Chris. I also felt like I was going to throw up. And my friend wasn't picking up at all. So I tried sharing my location with her, which I usually never do, like for part 3. Part 3 of how I got catfished and almost kidnapped. So like I said, I shared my location with her, but it took me forever because I had no control over my body whatsoever, and I was throwing up uncontrollably. So she immediately knew that something was wrong because I wouldn't just randomly share my location with her. So that's when I blacked out, and I really only remember a few things that happened after that. Like, I remember being out in the parking lot and him walking me to a car, which I thought was my Uber. So I remember waking up in the car and looking at the dashboard and it being 9 o'clock at night. So I start to wake up a little bit, and I realize that I'm in somebody else's car and I can't find my phone anywhere. I'm pretty sure I blacked out again after that, because the last thing I remember is a police officer standing over me and shining a flashlight in my face. So apparently there's security footage of him pulling off into a gas station and putting me in the trunk, and he was able to make it all the way to South Carolina from West Virginia. So my best friend shared my location with authorities. Story time, I got my boyfriend back for cheating on me by getting him arrested. It was the summer before my sophomore year in high school, and my sister just got accepted to a college that was 25 minutes away from our house. So I would always hang out with her and her friends and go to parties with them. Well, there was this one guy in her friend group that I really liked, and he was 22. And he also had a girlfriend. But did that stop me? No, because he was really hot. And because we would hang out all the time, him and I were getting super close. We would FaceTime each other all the time. We would hang out even when we weren't with my sister and her friends. Well, the one night I'm sitting at home and I get a call from him. And he's like, my girlfriend and I broke up. I really need someone to talk to. And I'm like, aw, you can come over. I'll comfort you. So he comes over and I comfort him, you know, and then we do the nasty. And the next morning I had to sneak him out my window because my parents would have flipped shit. So him and I start dating after that. And then Halloween weekend comes up. And I go to a party with my sister and our friend group. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how I got my boyfriend arrested for cheating on me. So like I said, we got to the Halloween party and we met him there. And my sister had no idea that we were dating. Because I'm 16, he's 22, she would have flipped out. So a little bit into the party, I'm super drunk, we're dancing and everything. So he's really close with the girl who's throwing the party. So he asked her if we can use one of the bedrooms. And it sounded like he said, oh, can me and Millie use one of the bedrooms? You guys are going to find out who Millie is in a second. So we go up to the room and, you know, we start doing the nasty. And next thing I know, some girl walks in screaming at him and breaks a beer bottle over his fucking head. She starts calling him a cheater and everything else. And I get a glimpse of her and it's one of the girls in our friend group named Millie. I'm fucking shook right now. I'm laying down. He's on top of me. Blood's fucking dripping down my face. And finally she realizes it's me. So I hurry up, I get my clothes on, and Millie's just sitting there looking at me. So I go downstairs real quick, tell my sister I want to go home, like, for part 3. Part 3 of how I got my boyfriend arrested for cheating on me. So I get home and I text the girl whose party it was, and she had no idea what happened. So I was just like, oh, it's Millie, blah, blah, blah's girlfriend. And she's like, yeah, but they're off and on all the time. He has a new girlfriend, like, every other week. So at that point, I block him on everything and I just go to sleep. Well, the next day I wake up and my sister and Millie are in my room. And I'm like, oh shit, here's a fucking intervention. But plot twist, my sister's like, Millie told me what happened with you last night. And I'm like, what? And she's like, how he took advantage of you. And I'm like, oh yeah, that. And my sister was like, it's okay, it's not your fault, like, we need to go to the police, it isn't right what he did to you. And none of them had an idea that, like, we were dating the whole time. So my sister was like, you need to tell mom. So I told my mom, and then we got the police involved, and now he's in jail. Yes, I know what I did was fucked up. I know I lied. But I have no fucking remorse, Carmen's a bitch. Part 2 about the girl who was obsessed with me. So like I said, she basically told me that those were her nudes. Even though I took the pictures and I knew they were mine. But I was like, okay, whatever, I'm not going to argue with her. Well, then I get a text from my boyfriend. And he goes, what the fuck, you're so weird. Why would you send me somebody else's nudes? And I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? And I tried to explain to him that I had no fucking clue why this girl was saying they were hers. But then he said that it was weird as fuck and he broke up with me. So like a week later, I see them walking around school together. And my friends tell me that they're now dating. And I really wasn't that mad about it. I was like, okay, maybe that's the only way that she could think of to get a boyfriend. Well, I forgot that my Instagram was logged in on his phone because he had super bad trust issues and wanted to make sure I wasn't cheating on him. So I text him and I'm like, hey, can you take my Instagram off your phone? And I saw that he read my text message, but I got no response. Well, a week later, you guys are never going to guess what fucking happened, like for part 3. Part 3 about the girl who was obsessed with me. So like I said, I texted him and I got no response back. So I run into him the next day at school. And I'm like, hey, did you get my text? And he's like, text about what? and I was like taking my Instagram off your phone, and he was like, oh yeah, Addie did it, don't worry. And I didn't think anything of it because, I'm like, oh well, she's done torturing me. Well, I was very wrong. So in my first period, I went to go sit with my group of friends, because all three of us had that class together, and when I walk in, I realized that Addie is sitting in my seat. So I pull up a chair to the table, and they were all ignoring me and texting each other right next to me. So I was like, okay, what's wrong? And one of my friends goes, oh, nothing, just the fact that you DM'd Gigi and I's boyfriends, saying that we were whores and that they should date you. By the way, Gigi was my other friend. And after that, this bitch Addie has the nerve to make the comment, that's really fucked up. Why would you do that? So then I beat her ass and lost all my friends. Crazy ass story time about how I almost got away with sneaking out. A little background information. It was the summer of my sophomore year in high school, and my parents are super strict. Like, they had a tracker on my phone, they had a tracker in my car, they have cameras all over my house, and my curfew was 7:30 even on weekends. Well, this boy that I really liked was throwing this party, and I begged my parents to go, and of course they said no. So my friends and I came up with this elaborate plan on how I was going to sneak out of my house and go to this party. Well, one of my friend's brothers had his license. So at 11 o'clock, after everybody fell asleep, they parked in my neighbor's driveway. Before everybody fell asleep, I made sure to put my ladder up to my window from my bathroom. And because it was in the back of the house, there were really no cameras around there. Well, skip ahead, I couldn't get down the ladder. So my friend's brother had to come around and try to move the ladder. But I was still too scared to go down the ladder by myself. So her brother crawled up the ladder. And once he was on the roof, he tried to help me get down. Well, then he fell like for part two. Part two about how I almost got away with sneaking out. So like I said, he fell off the roof. Let me elaborate on that. So while I was going down the ladder, my foot slipped. So he grabbed a hold of my hand, and I started falling along with the ladder. And then he grabbed a hold of the ladder, tried to pull it back, but when he did that, he flipped over the ladder. Well, he fell through this glass table that was on the deck that was around my pool, and everybody in my house woke up. My dad came running outside. Oh, and her brother wasn't moving after that. So my dad called an ambulance, and my friend who was with her brother had to call her parents, and pretty much after that, I got grounded for a full year. I didn't have a phone or anything. They took my car away. They also drilled my windows shut. My friend didn't get grounded because her parents knew that she was going to this party. Oh, and her brother was in a coma for 3 months. Story time, my boyfriend caught me cheating on him with his older brother. A little background information. I was a sophomore in high school, and him and I had been dating for about 3 months. And every day after school, I would go over to his house. Sometimes he would be late coming home, though, because he would have soccer practice. But I would go to his house anyways because I was friends with his sister, who was also in the same grade as me. Well, his older brother was a senior in high school. Well, the one day I went over his house and his sister wasn't home. She was tutoring at school or something. And neither were his parents. So I texted my boyfriend saying that I was just going to go home. And he said, no, stay, I'll be there in like 30 minutes. While I was sitting on the couch, his brother comes downstairs. So he comes and sits on the couch next to me and puts on a movie. And he could have sat anywhere because they had a big-ass couch, but he sat right next to me. So we start talking, and a little bit into the movie, he gets closer to me, and one thing led to another, and then we were in his room. And literally 2 minutes later, we heard the front door open. Like for part two about how my boyfriend caught me cheating on him with his older brother. So we heard the door open downstairs, and at this point, we were both naked. So I ran to my boyfriend's room as fast as I could, and as soon as he came upstairs, he saw me without any clothes on. So then I had to play it off like I was ready to do the nasty with him. So for the next 2 weeks straight, I was going to my boyfriend's house and doing the nasty with his brother while he was at soccer practice. Well, the one day after his brother and I did the nasty, I fell asleep in his brother's bed. So my boyfriend came upstairs, and he didn't see me anywhere, so he was knocking on his brother's door. And we didn't hear anything because we were sleeping, so he just opened the door. And I woke up and he was screaming at both of us. So him and his brother got into a fight, like literally fist fighting. I was trying to break it up, but then I was also trying to put clothes on. And when my boyfriend saw me trying to get dressed, he took my clothes and told me to get out. And when I wouldn't get out because I didn't have clothes, so he literally grabbed me and threw me outside. And then he came back and threw a towel at me, so I had to walk home with only a towel. Story time, my parents found out that I was dating a white boy. So a little background information. My parents are super strict, especially my dad. And on top of that, my dad thought that races should not mix. One of his sayings was, you don't see a blue jay fucking a pigeon. AKA, white people and black people should not be together. Sounds fucking stupid. Yeah, I know. Anyways, like I was saying, it was my freshman year of high school and I had been dating this boy for 2 months. And of course he was white. And we had to keep it super low key because if any of my friends found out about it, they would have fucking told my dad. Now when I look back at it, those weren't good friends at all. Anyways, every Friday my boyfriend and I would go to the movies. And we would go to this theater that was 45 minutes away because nobody that I knew would be there. The only person that knew that I was dating a white boy was my sister. Well, the one day after the movies, I couldn't get a ride home, so I had to get a ride home with him and his family. And as soon as I pulled up, my parents were waiting outside, like for part 2. Part 2 about how my parents found out that I was dating a white boy. So like I said, my sister couldn't come pick me up, so I had to get a ride with him and his family. And what do you know, as soon as we pull up to my fucking house, my dad is standing on the porch waiting for me. So I told his parents to drive around the block one more time while I called my sister and told her to distract my dad. So as we're driving up to my house again, I see that my dad isn't on the porch. So I run into the house before he could see me getting out of a white boy's car. So a few months go by and we're still dating, very low key. And the one night at 3 a.m, I get woken up by my sister. And she says, you better delete any pictures that you have of you and you-know-who off your phone. And you better come up with a story right now. Because one of your friends took pictures of you walking with him in the hallways and kissing him behind the stairwell at school. So after I deleted everything off my phone, a few seconds later, my dad came into my room screaming his head off. He was so mad. I ended up getting my ass beat, and I also got grounded from my phone for 4 months. But after that, my mom ended up leaving my dad, and then him and I got back together. Story time, my boyfriend cheated on me with my best friend. So my boyfriend and I had been dating for 2 years, but we were on and off all the time. It was a super toxic relationship. Like, he would try to get with other girls, and I would try to get with other guys to make him jealous, blah, blah, blah. Well, a week before Christmas, him and I broke up again. And I had my best friend sleep over that whole week because her parents were in Ireland. And my boyfriend lived right down the street from me. Like, it was probably a 2-minute walk to his house. Well, for the first 3 nights, my best friend would go on a jog every night, and she would be gone for like 2 hours. I would literally have to go unlock the door at 1 a.m. for her to get back in my house. Well, I think the 3rd night that she slept over, she came back in different clothes. And I realized that the sweatshirt she was wearing was my boyfriend's favorite sweatshirt. But I didn't really think anything of it because she never really showed interest in my boyfriend. But clearly I was oblivious. Anyways, so that same night, I wake up in the middle of the night and she's on the phone with someone. And it sounded exactly like my boyfriend. So I asked her who it was, but she couldn't give me an answer, like for part 2. Part 2 found my boyfriend cheated on me with my best friend. So she told me not to worry about it, and I was like, alright, whatever. So the next day, my boyfriend shows up at my house asking to get back together. Not a surprise, by the way. And of course I said, okay, we can be back together, blah, blah, blah. So that night while I'm in my room, my best friend's on the phone, and she has her AirPods in so I couldn't hear who it was. And she was like, okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. And when I asked her where she was going, she wouldn't tell me. Well, she left her phone at my house. And because she usually tells me everything, I thought that something sus was going on, so I went through her phone. And I see that she's been texting this guy Jay a lot. And as I'm going through their conversation, there's one text that says, I don't care if she finds out. Just sneak over to my house while you're there. So I checked the phone numbers, and obviously it's my boyfriend. Her parents are really strict, like she was only supposed to be at my house that week, nowhere else. So I may have made up some stories that she had drugs in her bag, and that she was forcing me to do drugs with her. So her parents came home early from their trip, they sent her to military school, and I broke up with my boyfriend. Story time, my boyfriend found out that I had an OnlyFans. So my boyfriend and I have been together for probably 2 years, and I had just turned 18, and we decided that we were going to move in together. We both worked full-time jobs. I was a waitress, he worked at Walmart. And the restaurant that I worked at was literally a 2-minute walk from Walmart, and I was forced to get a job there by my boyfriend because he had super bad trust issues. I know you guys are going to be like, oh, well, I can see why. No. It was because of this rumor that went around right before we graduated that me and his best friend made out at a party. Child, anyways, back to the story. So then COVID hit. And it got to the point where him and I couldn't pay our bills or anything like that. So he got a job working for his uncle. And I went on unemployment, but it still wasn't helping. But my best friend was a stripper. And she told me that she had an OnlyFans account and that she was making really good money off of it. So since I was home every day doing absolutely nothing, I decided that I would make an OnlyFans account. And I didn't tell my boyfriend about it, like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend found out that I had an OnlyFans. So like I said, I made the OnlyFans and I didn't tell him about it. And I was only putting stuff on there like twice a week. But then my friend promoted me and I started making a lot more money. Then I started putting stuff on there every time that my boyfriend would go to work. So a month goes by and my boyfriend realizes that I have way more money than I did before. And he keeps asking me about it, but I tell him don't worry about it. Which definitely seemed really sus. Anyways, the one day while he's at work, I'm taking some pics for my OF. And I'm blasting my music. And I turned around and lo and behold, who do you think was standing in the doorway? My boyfriend. And he has his phone out and he's recording me. So then he started explaining to me that because since I gave him such bad trust issues, and I wouldn't tell him where I was getting the extra money, he set up cameras in the house. And he's been watching me for 2 weeks straight. And he's still recording on his phone at this time. So we broke up, and now there's a video of me half naked on YouTube and him exposing me. Story time about the guy who was obsessed with me. We're going to call him Ryan. Well, Ryan had a crush on me for a long time. And one night, one of our friends asked me to go to a party with them. And Ryan was going to be the DD. And everything was good. We were all having a great time at the party. Well, Ryan and I went off to one of the bathrooms. And we started making out. And while we're making out, he goes, I really want to fuck you, but I can't. And I'm just like, why? And he said it was because he couldn't get it up. And obviously he was embarrassed about it, which is understandable. So I left the bathroom and didn't plan on telling anybody about it. Until I walk over to a group of my guy friends, and they're telling me that apparently Ryan told everybody that we fucked. So at that point, I didn't give a fuck, and I told them what actually happened, aka that he couldn't get hard. And apparently he was mad at me after that, but I had no idea. So he said, do you still want me to take you home? So I said, yeah. And now that he drove me home, he knew where I lived. And then I got a text from one of his friends, like for part 2. Part 2 about the guy who was obsessed with me. So like I said, as soon as I got dropped off, his friend Ella texted me. And she was like, oh, it was so wrong for you to say that he couldn't get it up and a bunch of other nonsense. And I just brushed it off and I was like, whatever. So I went to sleep. And the next morning that I woke up, so my house had like a gate to get in and there were locks on it and all the locks were broke. And my stepdad also saw that he slashed my fucking tires. I ended up telling him everything that happened that night, and my stepdad's 32 and Ryan's 22, so they're only a 10-year difference. He basically gave me an option. He was like, either I can call the cops or I can go beat this kid's ass. I was like, okay, just call the cops. So we called the cops, and they ended up catching him on the surveillance camera, like of him breaking the locks and slashing my tires and everything like that.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So then they found him and arrested him. And let me get this straight. If he just wouldn't have lied about it, then it would have never came out that, like, he couldn't get it up. He just had to go and tell everybody that we fucked. Story time, my gym teacher's wife found out that he was having an affair with me. So a little background information. I was a sophomore in high school, and one night my friends and I were playing Truth or Dare. Well, a little bit into the game, my friends dared me to download Tinder and message the first 5 guys that I saw. And what do you know, the last guy that I saw on there was my gym teacher. So obviously I messaged him and I was like, hey, gee, it's blah, blah, blah from your 3rd period class. And obviously I wasn't expecting him to answer, but he did. And he was like, oh, this is weird. How are you? So after that, my friends were like, oh, okay, like it's time to delete it. So I pretended that I did. And when they left, I started messaging him more. So we had been messaging that whole week, and one thing led to another. Next thing I knew, he was sneaking me out of my house at 2 a.m. And he was like 32, so he wasn't that old. Well, for the next month, we were going to restaurants that were like an hour away. Almost every weekend, he would rent out a hotel for us. Well, the one night, his wife was supposed to be out with some friends. So he invited me over, like, for part 2. Part 2 about how my gym teacher's wife found out that he was having an affair with me. So like I said, his wife was supposed to be gone the whole night because she was at the bar with her friends and they were supposed to get in a hotel. So he invited me over. So we went swimming in his pool, then we did the nasty. Well, a few hours later, him and I were sitting on the couch watching a movie. And his wife kept calling him. But he just kept ignoring it, saying that she was fine and he didn't want to answer the call and ruin our time together. So we go upstairs, lay down to go to sleep. And it's like 4 a.m. at this point. So I shit you not, literally an hour later, I wake up to his wife carefully shaking me to wake me up. She goes, honey, come downstairs. I don't want to wake him up. He has work tomorrow. And I'm like, what the actual fuck? So I went downstairs and she's like, sit at the table with me. So we're sitting at the table and she's like, I hope that we can keep this quiet. She was like, my husband's done this before. And that she can't have any of her friends knowing or anybody at school because she's a PTA mom. So she offered me money to keep my mouth shut. And then she let me go back upstairs and lay with him. What the fuck? Story time about the guy who pretended to be gay in high school to get closer to all the girls. So it was the first day of my freshman year. And at lunch, this guy came and sat with me and my friends. And we were super confused because he was like one of the popular boys. And we were like, oh, why aren't you sitting with your friends? And he's like, oh, because ever since I came out as gay, they don't want to be friends with me anymore, and they're being super mean to me. So we felt really bad and we started getting to know him, and he was actually a really cool person. So we started inviting him to our sleepovers and everything like that. And because he was gay, we felt really comfortable getting dressed around him, talking about things that we wouldn't talk about in front of anybody. So like 2 months go past, and at this point he knows so much about us, like stuff that nobody else knew. Like, he even knew that one of my friends was born with both private parts, which is something that she never told anybody except for me and the girls in my friend group. Well, we're all on FaceTime the one day, and my friend goes, "Oh, have you ever seen boobs before?" And he goes, "No." So we all lift up our shirt, like, for part 2. Okay, part 2 about the guy who pretended to be gay in high school to get closer to all the girls. So like I said, we all lift up our shirts, and because we were on FaceTime, we couldn't see if he screenshotted anything. And then the one night we were having a sleepover, and he was really upset that night because apparently the popular boys were making fun of him. Because the only reason why he was gay is because he couldn't get with any girls. So me and my friends thought of a solution, but like we were just trying to be nice. And now looking on it, that is the dumbest shit that we've ever done. And we're all like, "Oh, well, why don't you just say that you did the nasty with all of us?" And he was like, "Well, I don't think they'll believe it, even if you guys said, yeah, you did do it." So we were like, "Okay, then let's do it for real." So that night, we did the nasty, all 5 of us. So that morning, we all wake up and he's literally gone. Like, he didn't wake us up to say goodbye, which wasn't normal. So the weekend goes past. Monday, we go to school. And in the morning, my friends and I have time to walk around, and everybody's just staring at us like for part 3. Part 3 about the guy who pretended to be gay to get closer to all the girls. So, like I said, we got to school, and everybody's just looking at us. And all of a sudden, we get tagged in this Instagram account. And there's a video of all 5 of us doing the nasty in my bedroom. There's pictures of me and my friends getting undressed. And there's a screenshot of the FaceTime where we all showed our boobs. And under the post, he was exposing a bunch of shit about us. And my one best friend was literally crying so hard because everybody now knew that she was born with, like, both parts. And also, after gym class, we would just tell him to come in the locker room, and the teacher didn't care because he was gay. So there were also a bunch of pictures of other girls on there, too. I'm not even going to talk about the legal trouble, but my parents made me move schools because they cared about my image, and they didn't want me hanging out with any of those friends anymore. He got expelled. The teacher got fired for that bullshit. So that just ruined having a gay best friend for me. Oh, also, my parents saw me have a threesome in my bedroom. Story time, my boyfriend wouldn't let me break up with him, so I cheated on him with his best friend. So we're going to call my boyfriend Jay and his best friend Mike. Well, I met these 2 boys through my best friend, and I really liked Mike. Mike and I would talk all the time. We would FaceTime 24/7. But whenever the subject of dating came up, he said that he couldn't because his best friend really liked me. So he was trying to set me up with Jay, but not really because he really liked me. So I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll date Jay for a little bit and then I'll break up with him. Worst mistake of my fucking life. Every time I would try to break up with this kid, he would be like, "I'm gonna kill myself now." And he would send me videos with him holding up a knife to his neck, cutting his arms whenever I would say we're breaking up. So pretty much I was forced into that relationship. He was manipulative as fuck. It was just not a good situation. Well, the one day Jay was like, "Oh, do you want to come over Mike's house with me?" And of course I said yeah, because I literally was still in love with Mike, his best friend. And my parents were super strict, so I had to sneak over there, like for part 2. Part 2 of how my boyfriend wouldn't let me break up with him, so I cheated on him with his best friend. For the new people, Mike is the best friend, and Jay is the guy who I was dating. Anyway, so we get to Mike's house, right? And we're all hanging out, and I was giving Mike a little bit more attention than I was giving Jay. Because obviously, I wasn't interested in Jay. So Jay decided to act like he was pissed off at me, right? And he walks out of the house, right? To see if I would chase after him. Like, obviously I'm not going to. So Mike and I are sitting there watching him walk down the street because he said he was going home. So Mike and I were sitting on the couch and we started making out. And then we heard the fucking front door open. And Jay's like, "I can't believe you didn't come and talk to me after that, blah, blah, blah. What is this relationship?" But then Mike steps in and he's like, "Yo, you need to drop her. She just tried to make out with me, blah, blah, blah." And I sat there and I was like, "Yeah, it's true." So Jay starts bawling his eyes out and goes to the fucking kitchen to grab a knife. So after that, Mike called the cops on him, and Mike and I are finally dating now. Story time about my extremely toxic boyfriend. So when I was in high school, I was dating this boy for 3 months. We're going to call him Nick. And my friends hated him because he was super mean to all of them, but he was super nice to me. Well, after dating for about a month, he started acting super weird. Like, he stopped paying attention to me. He didn't want to hang out with me. And I was going through a depression this time because my dad had just died. I wasn't really doing my makeup anymore. I wouldn't do my hair anymore. And I started gaining a little bit of weight because all I would do is sleep in bed all the time, eat 24/7. Well, soon our 2 months was coming up, and he wanted to go to this party. So I literally begged him to FaceTime me, and I was asking him, oh, what should I wear? So I put on this dress that was really tight-fitting, which I was already super uncomfortable about wearing because of the fact that I had a little bit of a belly now. So he picks me up, we go to this party, and I go and I start hanging out with a few of my friends. Well, one of my friends comes over and shows me something that he posted on his private story, like for part 2. Part 2 about my extremely toxic boyfriend. So like I said, one of my friends comes over and shows me something that he posted on his private story. It was literally a screen recording of me trying to get the dress on that was super tight-fitting. And then a screenshot of my face after, when I had the dress on. Because obviously I was upset that it didn't fit the way it did before. And the video said, imagine having a girlfriend that was fat as hell. Ew, I have one. And the picture of me said, ew, she's sad now, like what the fuck, go to the gym and lose some weight. On his private story, which had one of my friends, and she was super pretty, and apparently he tried getting with her. That's a whole nother story. So after that, I Ubered home from the party, and as soon as I got home, I started crying, and I told my older brother about it. So he literally drove us back to the party and beat the absolute shit out of my boyfriend. Well, someone called the cops, my brother spent a night in jail, and my boyfriend got an underage. And my brother won't talk to me now because I'm back with my boyfriend. Story time about how my best friend found out that I hooked up with her boyfriend. A little background information. I was in high school, and I was best friends with this girl. We're going to call her M. Well, M and I both had boyfriends, and they were also best friends. But I was super close with her boyfriend, because we had been best friends for like 3 years before they even started dating. Well, the one night we're all at my house, and we're all drinking, having a good time, and I always felt like I had feelings for him, aka my best friend's boyfriend. Well, my boyfriend had to go to his house to get some clothes, and M was the only one sober, so she drove him. So her boyfriend and I are sitting in the living room, and we're gonna call him Nate. Well, Nate and I get to talking, and we were saying how crazy it would be if we started dating. And then I told him that I had feelings for him. And he said that he did too. So we decided to be terrible people and we hooked up. And after that, we definitely knew that there weren't any feelings there. But he went and got a shower because he had my lipstick all over him and he was really sweaty. Then my best friend got back live for part 2. Part 2 of how my best friend found out that I hooked up with her boyfriend. So like I said, her and my boyfriend finally got back to my house. And she goes, oh, where's Nate? And I told her that Nate was in the shower. I told her that whenever he was trying to pour a drink, he spilt vodka all over his clothes. So we're all sitting there, and then he comes out in the exact same clothes that he had on before. And she was like, oh, I thought you spilled vodka all over your clothes. And he was like, oh, we put them in the dryer. So she literally got up, went over, and smelt his clothes, and they did not smell like vodka. So after that, she starts flipping the fuck out. She's like, why don't your fucking clothes smell like vodka? And then he came up with something. He was like, oh, she got confused. I spilled water all over my clothes. So as we're all watching the movie, I realized that Nate has a hickey on his neck. From me. So I started having her drink a lot because maybe she wouldn't remember and she would have thought that she gave it to him. Well, I woke up the next morning and nobody was at my house. And when I went into the bathroom, I saw that all my hair was cut off. Story time about the boy across the street who used to stalk me. So a little background information. My parents and I moved into a new house that was literally 5 minutes from where I used to live. But I went to private school, and almost all the other kids in my town went to the public school. So I didn't really know a lot of the kids in my town. Well, a week after we moved in, our neighbors across the street invited us to a barbecue. While we were there, I started talking to our neighbor's older son, and him and I started to get along really well, like in a flirty way. Their older son was a senior, I was a sophomore, and their younger son was a freshman. Well, I kind of talked to the younger son, but he was just like giving me really weird vibes. So for the next few weeks, I started hanging out with their older son a lot, and we would talk all the time. Well, the one day whenever I went over their house, it was super weird. His younger brother kept saying, oh, I think I know you from somewhere. Like, I swear I know you. And I'm just like, okay. Well, the one morning I was waiting outside for my mom to pick me up because she worked night shifts and she would just grab me and then take me to my school. And I saw him in his window watching me like for part 2. Part 2 about the boy across the street who used to stalk me. So like I said, I saw him watching me outside his window, but I didn't want to overthink it, so I was just like, no, maybe he's looking at something else. Well, this all started a month after I moved in. Well, it started happening more frequently, so then I told his older brother. We're just going to call the younger brother Mac. So he talked to Mac, and then everything was fine for a week. Just a little information real quick. For the public school, the bus would arrive at 7:40. My private school started at 7 o'clock. So my mom would come and get me at 6:15 because my school was kind of far away. So like I said, it was a week later. Every morning that I would go outside to wait for my mom, Mac would be standing on his porch watching me. Oh, but it gets worse. So one night I was in my bedroom, right? And this is like some scary movie shit. I kept seeing something run past my window. My bedroom was on the first floor. So I told my dad about it, and he put cameras outside. Well, Mac's older brother told me that Mac was always interested in my life. So me being a smart-ass bitch, I told his older brother that our cameras didn't work, like for part 3. Part 3 about the boy that lived across the street who used to stalk me. So like I said, I told his older brother that our cameras didn't work anymore, knowing that he would tell Mac. Because he had it in his head for some reason that Mac wasn't obsessed with me. The reason why I told him our cameras didn't work was because Mac was watching while the cameras were being set up outside. And after that, everything stopped. Except he would still be outside every single morning on his fucking porch watching me. So the one night while I'm sleeping, I wake up to some noise right outside my window. And my bed was on the same wall as the window, so I could see who was right outside my window, but they couldn't see me. Well, I look, and guess who the fuck it is? It's Mac trying to get inside of my fucking window. So I quietly call my dad, and it's like 3 in the morning. So I tell my dad what's going on, so he goes outside and nobody's there. Well, the next day we check the cameras. Footage of him jerking off outside my window, trying to break into my room with a fucking crowbar. Luckily, I was staying at a friend's that night. Taking pictures of me outside my window, so we showed his parents. Then we moved and they sent him to a mental hospital. Story time about the girl who found out that I was hooking up with her boyfriend for 3 months straight. So a little background information. I was in high school, and there was this boy that I really liked. And I had a crush on him since I was in like 7th grade. And the only time he would talk to me is whenever he wanted me to send him nudes. Well, in high school, he got a girlfriend. But while he was dating her, he would still ask me for nudes. And of course, I would still send them. Well, the summer before my junior year, I got a job at this restaurant. Well, almost every single day, the guy that I liked would bring his girlfriend in. Because guess what? His dad owned the restaurant. We're gonna call this boy Alex. Well, the one night I was supposed to close with this girl, but she ended up having to leave because of a family thing. So Alex came in to help me close. And while we were there, we were talking. And this was like the longest that we ever talked. Well, he said, do you want to come over to my house after we're done? So a bitch said yes. And we did the nasty and he took me home in the morning. Well, then he started coming in often to help me close. 3 months later, as I'm closing, his girlfriend and her friends walk in like for part 2. Part 2 about the girl who found out that I was hooking up with her boyfriend for 3 months straight. So like I said, the one night nobody could come in to help me close, and while I'm wiping off the counter, the girl and 3 of her friends walk in. I thought that she might have just forgot something because she was here earlier with her boyfriend, aka the guy that I was hooking up with. So I was super nice. I was like, hey, like, what do you need? And literally, as soon as I finished my sentence, one of her friends comes up behind me and grabs me by my ponytail. And then his girlfriend, we're gonna call her Allie, she comes up and punches me straight in the middle of the mouth. Like literally right in the middle of the mouth. I had to go to the dentist the next day because 2 of my teeth were missing. So then she goes and sits down at a table while she takes a video of 3 of her best friends beating the shit out of me. So then I'm sitting there, I could barely move. And then she plugs in one of those things that like guys shave their head with. And as soon as she figured out how to work the damn thing, it literally took her 10 minutes. My mom walks in because she had been waiting outside for 25 minutes at this point. So my mom called the cops and I pretty much won. My head wasn't shaved. I got a new set of teeth the next day and her boyfriend still hits me up. Story time about how my boyfriend's best friend tried to ruin our relationship. So a little background information. My boyfriend used to be best friends with this one girl. We're gonna call her Jamie. Well, Jamie and my boyfriend were best friends for years. And their friendship was more flirty than anything. Well, him and I got to know each other during track season. So we were always hanging out after school. And sometimes Jamie would be there too. Well, the one night him and I were on FaceTime and we were talking about how we really liked each other. So the next day we started dating. And I was good friends with Jamie too. Then after we started dating, she started acting really weird towards me. Like I would try to say hi whenever I saw her in the hallways. And she would just give me a dirty ass look. So then I told my boyfriend how I thought that she was really mad at me. And he said that he would talk to her. Well, a week before him and I started dating, she told us that there was this guy that she really wanted to ask to prom. And she said that she liked him for a while. Well, then my boyfriend said, apparently a few days ago you were hitting on the boy that she was going to ask to prom. So then I started to connect the dots and I was like, oh shit, like a part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend's best friend tried to ruin our relationship. So like I said, I started to connect the dots after that. And then I realized that she was talking about my boyfriend. We're just going to call him Josh. But as he's telling me this, I immediately get a FaceTime call from her. So I answer the phone, and she says, well, I think I should just confront the situation now. So the first thing that she says is, you knew I liked Josh. Like, how could you do this to me? I had a poster board and everything. So I'm just like, well, why didn't you tell me that you liked him? And she goes, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you knew. But I was sitting there thinking about the fact that they were best friends for 5 years and nothing ever happened, so it's really not my fault. And then this girl has the nerve to say, I'm pretty sure if you just break up with him now, me and you can get past this and still be friends. So I said no. So then I called my boyfriend, told him that we talked it out, and I didn't even tell him about what she said or anything like that, because I just wanted the situation to be over and done with. So a few weeks after that, she decided to get her brother involved. Her brother and Josh were best friends, by the way. Well, then her brother told Josh that him and I had been hooking up like for part 3. Too, about my boyfriend's best friend trying to ruin our relationship. So like I said, then she got her brother involved. And her brother and Josh were best friends. A little background information here. Josh had stopped talking to Jamie for those few weeks after she called me that night because she was making things really awkward in our relationship and just giving us a lot of problems. So the one night, Jamie's brother texts Josh, and he's like, bro, I think it's mad sus how you cut her off when your girlfriend's the problem. So obviously Josh texted him and said, what do you mean? And her brother was like, she hits me up all the time to hang out. We've been hooking up. I can even send you the nudes that she sent me. And before I started dating Josh, there was this boy that I was talking to for like 6 months, and I ended up sending him nudes. And yes, they got around the school. But surprisingly, Josh had no idea about them. So her brother sent Josh the nudes and said, bro, here, like, see her face is in it and everything. Lesson learned, don't put your face in nudes. So then me and 3 other people explained to my boyfriend that those were from a while ago. And after that, he just blocked both of them and we're still together. Story time about how I catfished all the popular boys in my grade, and they found out about it. So a little background information. I was at a new school. I just started there probably like 4 months before this happened. And I was best friends with this one girl. We're going to call her Kate. And Kate had a crush on this guy. We're going to call him Alex. And he liked her back, but she wanted to see if he was loyal. Well, at least that's what it was supposed to be at first. But then he started to actually fall in love with this bitch. So then I started feeling bad, and I told my friend that I just wanted to end it right there. And she was like, no, let's keep going. This is so funny. Mind you, this was the boy that she liked. So at that point, I was like, whatever. And then he asked to meet up at the mall. So then we took him on a whole goose chase around the whole mall. Like, we were like, oh, we're in this store. Never mind, we're in this one. And the only reason why we got away with it was because he thought he saw us in the one store. So then we broke up with him and we started talking to all the other popular boys. And on this fake account, we said that we went to a different school. Well, one of the kids at that school said that he never saw us there, like for part 2. Part 2 about how I catfished all the popular boys in my school and they found out about it. So like I said, the one kid said, oh, I never saw you at my school. So then I just blocked him, and thankfully that situation got left alone. Well, then after that, like I said, we started talking to all the other popular boys. We're going to call this catfish Ashley. Well, at that point, everybody knew who Ashley was. Like, I would literally be sitting in class and all the girls would be talking about how much they hate Ashley, how Ashley's such a hoe. Like, all the girls despised her. Sorry, her. And they kind of had a reason to, because we broke up so many relationships and everything. Well, the one night I'm having a sleepover with my friends. Well, Kate asked if she could come to the sleepover as if it wasn't obvious that she could come. Just a quick reminder, Kate was the one who I started the account with. So I was joking around with her and I was like, no, you can't come. So I wake up the next morning, right? And all the popular boys are blowing up my phone on my actual accounts like for part 3. Part 3 about how I catfished all the popular boys in my school and they found out. So like I said, I wake up the next morning and thankfully it was a Sunday. And like I said, I woke up to text messages from all of Alex's friend group. And all these text messages were like, are you the one running the Ashley account? We saw screenshots of all the messages between you and Kate. So I texted Kate and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how does everybody know? And she made some bullshit-ass excuse saying that her brother took her phone and took pictures of all the conversations and sent them to everybody. Which obviously I knew that wasn't true. But after that I went into a whole depression because everybody just kept coming at me for this fake account. Whatever, it was literally me and her who created it. She was the one who wanted to make it to fucking catfish this guy that she liked. So I wasn't going to school for a few days and my guidance counselor literally had to come to my house, pretty much drag me out of the fucking house and bring me to school. So I sat in the guidance counselor's office all day and then I had to move schools. Story time about how I found out that my mom was sleeping with my history teacher to get me better grades. So it was my junior year of high school, and everybody knows that your junior year is the most important year of high school. If you didn't, well, now you know. My brother was in his senior year of high school, and when he was a junior, he had the same teacher, so he knew how hard the class was. So he would stay up with me every night helping me to pass my history class. Well, the one day I'm at school and I'm taking a test, and I literally did not know anything on the test. And I studied the night before for literally 4 hours straight. So I decided to copy off the girl next to me. Well, a few days later, we get our test back. And I'm looking at mine, and I got a 97%. And then I look over to the girl next to me. She got a 33%. And then I started going through the tests, and none of the essay questions looked like my handwriting. But I didn't say anything because I wanted that A. Well, the one night, I'm sitting down with my family having dinner, and I told them that I copied off the girl next to me and how I got a 97% and she got a 33%. My brother flips out like for part two. Part two, my mom's sleeping with my history teacher to get me better grades. So like I said, I told my parents that I got a 97, she got a 33. And I was telling them how the handwriting didn't even look like mine and everything. And then my brother starts flipping out. In front of my dad, too. He goes, Mom, are you fucking serious? You couldn't let her try and do this on her own? And I was super confused. Like, I thought that maybe he was talking about my mom paid off the teacher. But then he said, Dad, if you didn't know, Mom's been fucking our history teacher to get us better grades. And then he goes, Mom, you're such a fucking whore. My mom's sitting there not even fazed. She just took a drink of her wine and said, get the fuck upstairs now. Before my brother leaves the table, he goes, maybe you can fuck Dad's boss too. Maybe he'll get a raise. And then I realized what was happening. And it's around 6:30 p.m. So after that, a lot of stuff happened. My dad obviously wanted to get a divorce at that point. So my dad took my brother and I to our grandparents, and we stayed with them for like 2 weeks. But then everybody at school found out, and we got made fun of a lot. And then after that, we moved schools. Story time about the boy who pretended to like me to get closer to my best friend. A little background information. It was the summer before my freshman year of high school, and my best friend and I got bored of hanging out with the same people, so we got a membership to a new pool. And this one was closer to one of our rival schools, so a lot of people that we didn't know went there. Well, the one day while we're there, we meet this group of boys. And by the way, my friend is super pretty. Like, all the guys immediately gravitate towards her, and I'm kind of like the duff, aka designated ugly fat friend. Anyways, while she's over there talking to all the boys, I'm sitting down at one of the tables. And one of the boys from the group comes over to me and starts talking to me. And he was being super sweet. And then he's like, oh, I don't know why all of them are over there talking to her. Like, she's not even that pretty. He was like, to be honest, you're way better looking than her. Now listen, I know I might seem like a bad friend for this, but I never had that male validation before, so that kind of made me feel good. Well, fast forward, his best friend and my best friend start dating, like for part two. Part two about how this guy used me to get with my best friend. Like I said, they started dating. The boy that I was talking to at the pool, we're going to call him Luke. Well, Luke's best friend was dating my best friend. Fast forward 2 months, Luke's saying how he wants to date me and stuff like that, but it's not the right time. And every time that I would ask Luke to hang out, he would only hang out if my best friend was there. Red motherfucking flag alert, bitch. Anyways, I didn't see that red flag. So Luke and his best friend go to this party, and apparently I was told that there was this girl there that was really hot. And Luke was saying to his best friend, oh, you should hook up with her. She's totally into you. Your girlfriend won't find out because she doesn't even know any of the people at this party. So he hooks up with the girl there. Then Luke calls me and says, OMG, like he cheated on your best friend. So I immediately call my best friend to tell her. And because she likes to talk to Luke about all her problems, she calls him. So he goes over there to comfort her. I didn't hear anything from them till a week after. My best friend posted him on her story and goes, my new boo. Story time about my shitty ass ex-boyfriend. So a little background information. My ex and I had been dating for about 2 years. And throughout those 2 years, he was a dick. He would cheat on me, talk to other girls more than me. But of course, I pretended that everything was perfect in my relationship. I would brag to all these people about how my relationship was so good, blah, 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 and everything else. Because it's embarrassing whenever bitches can talk shit because your relationship is very toxic. Like, listen to this bullshit. The whole 2 years we were dating, I had over 10 girls DM me on Instagram saying that they screwed my boyfriend at his house. But I never confronted him about it. I was just one of those girls that cared way too much about what everybody else thought. Okay, now fast forward. And it was a Friday at school, and Thanksgiving break was the following day. And him and I had this whole plan to spend the whole break together, because literally a week before that, he was on vacation in North Carolina for 2 whole weeks. Well, instead of going with him after school, I decided to go home, get an overnight bag like for part 2. Part 2 about my shitty ex-boyfriend. So like I said, the original plan was for us to go together to his house after school. But I was like, I'm going to be spending the whole week over there. I should probably pack some clothes and get a shower. So after school, he drove me to my house. And he said that his parents wanted to have dinner together, so he had to go back to his house. And he would pick me up later. So when I got to my house, I got ready and everything, blah, blah, blah. And by this time, it was like 8 o'clock. Well, I kept texting and calling him, asking him where he's at, if he's coming to get me still. Then I realized that none of my text messages were going through. So then I go to text him on Snap. And what do you know? I couldn't find him on there. And then I call him off my mom's phone. He answers the phone and hangs up right away. Well, we were supposed to have a little party at his house too, that all of my friends were going to. So I texted every single one of them. None of them answered the phone. And I remembered that my one friend had shared her location with me before. So I went and looked at her location and where was she at my boyfriend's house. So while I sat at home crying that whole week, he was throwing parties and cheating on me with my friends. And when we went back to school, he acted like we were never in a relationship. Story time about how I was sexually harassed twice while working at Walmart. So a little background information. This all happened last year. So originally I was working in a warehouse, but whenever COVID hit, lost my job, I had to get a new job. So I applied at Walmart in the electronics section because they paid more money, period. And on my second day, I finally went and started working in electronics. So they had asked some of the employees to show me around. So while this one employee was showing me around, he took me to the back where the photos were. Well, whenever I got back there, this employee named Terry said, "Oh, she's mine." I just laughed and brushed it off because I felt super uncomfortable and awkward. And he knew I was underage because my name tag was yellow. But even after that, he still kept coming up to me, calling me weird names, just being a total creep. Like, he would keep coming up to me and get super close to me to the point where I could literally feel him fucking breathing on my face. So, of course, I told my manager about it. He said he's done this before, so I was like, why the fuck is he still here? So they moved me to garden. And while I was working in the gardening section, I met this guy named Jordan. Like for a part two of how I was sexually harassed twice while working at Walmart. Something I forgot to mention in the first part, I reported Terry several times and they still did nothing about it. So like I said, then I met this kid Jordan, him and I started getting close, and work actually started to become fun. Well, finally, after a month, we decided that we were going to go out to lunch during work. So the day that we went out to lunch, he kept telling me that he needed to tell me something. But he was like beating around the bush the whole time. Like for some reason, he just couldn't get out what he wanted to tell me. But then he kept trying to change the subject like he wasn't the one who brought it up in the first place. I should have took that as a red flag before we went to lunch, but I didn't. So he keeps going on about it in the car, right? And then he's like, I'm not really 20, I'm 25 turning 26. So then for some reason after that, whenever he saw my mood change, this guy has the audacity to start touching my legs, fucking rubbing my inner thigh and shit. I kept telling him to stop. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? So then I told him I'm getting out of the car. And he says, I'm not going to let you like for part 3. Part 3 of how I got sexually harassed twice while working at Walmart. So like I said, he wouldn't let me out of the car, but then we got back to work. And then he had the audacity to keep asking if I was okay when he literally just sexually harassed me in the car. So I went to the bathroom, literally had a whole fucking mental breakdown. I called my mom to come get me because I was not going to stay there. So the next time that I went back to work, I grabbed my stuff and I gave it to one of the workers to go and get to a manager and tell them that I was quitting. Well, one of the managers caught me walking out the back door and she was like, what's wrong? So I immediately broke down. I started telling her what was going on. And then a crowd of people came around us being nosy as fuck, listening to what I was saying. And she was like, you're not quitting. I'm going to take care of this. So she sent me home and she said that she would call me whenever it was taken care of. So 2 days goes past. I'm like, why the fuck hasn't she called? So then I call and I found out that she fired me. So I reported everything to Walmart ethics team and they just closed my case. They basically didn't do shit about it. Oh, and Jordan wasn't really a manager. He was a supervisor. Should I try to take this to court? Story time about how my best friend got my house raided. So a little background information. I was 16 and in 11th grade, and we're going to call my best friend Jenna. Jenna and I have been on and off friends since elementary school. Now, the reason why we were on and off friends was because Jenna was the type of person who ended up in drama all the time. And coincidentally, anytime that I would stop being her friend, I would be in no drama. Now, there have been multiple times where I've tried to break off our friendship for good, but Jenna, of course, was the type of girl who would threaten to unalive herself whenever things didn't go her way. And I low-key have a savior complex. Also, I literally lived right across the street from her. So it was very hard to cut this friendship off. Well, anyways, fast forward, so her and I are friends, which also wasn't good because she was a very bad influence on me. For example, I didn't have a driver's license, but I had a car. So, of course, I would go pick her up, and her and I would fuck shit up together, aka do bad things. Well, the one night I let her drive, and she ended up going to my ex-boyfriend's house, like in part 2 about how my best friend got my house raided. So, like I said, no license, but I had a car, and I let her drive that night, and she went to my ex-boyfriend's house. Now, her and him used to be close whenever him and I were dating, and I didn't think anything of it until she called him, and she kept telling him to come outside of his house so we could fight him. And I'm telling her to stop, but she just keeps laughing the whole time, and she always does shit like this. And I was tired of being pulled into shit like this because then I got named the psycho stalker girl. So then I find out that after she went home that night, she texted my ex with this whole elaborate story about how I was the one who made her drive to his house and say all that shit. So fast forward, her and I got into it at school because I told a counselor that she was threatening to unalive herself because I was really worried for her. But then she starts posting stuff about my mental health on social media, saying things like, oh, she has zebra stripe arms, and I fought her after that. Because the only reason why I told our counselor is because I gave a shit about her mental health. Life for part 3. Part 3 about how my best friend got my house raided. So like I said, she posted stuff online about my mental health, and then her and I, we ended up fighting at school. And her mom decided to press charges, but then I ended up showing the cops everything that she had said to me online and all the bullying that she was doing, and how she would literally blackmail me into being friends with her. And this made Jenna and Jenna's mom super unhappy, so they ended up filing a false report about me to the police, saying that I have illegal stuff in my house, and I do this and I do that, and I plan on unaliving my mom. Like, what the... So in the middle of the night, my whole family and I are woken up by this loud banging on our front door. So my mom, hurry up, go open the door, and they're saying that they have a warrant, and come to find out, the only thing that they could find were a bunch of empty vapes, which my mom was not happy about. And yeah, my mom and I's relationship is super rocky sometimes, but I would never try to unalive her. Story time, my dad got my half-brother's girlfriend pregnant. A little background information. This all happened a few years ago. Anyways, my brother was fresh out of high school and he had been dating this girl named Serena for 2 years. And my dad, for some reason, hated her. At least that's what we thought. Well, my brother didn't have a license at the time, so every time that she came over, she needed somebody to drop her off at home. So my dad would always offer to drop her off at home, even though he literally hated her. And he could have just ordered her an Uber, which is what he did with all of my friends. Well, the one night her parents called and they were like, hey, like, is Serena still there? She hasn't came home yet. And my dad said that he was dropping her off. So I called my dad and he said that they ran out of gas on the side of the road. So that was just like one incident. Well, the next morning my mom goes to get in the car for work and she finds a thong in the car. So she brings it in the house and she asks me, hey, is this yours? Meanwhile, I had never seen them before. So then she goes and asks my half-brother and my dad's whose they are, like for part 2. Part 2 about how my dad got my half-brother's girlfriend pregnant. So like I said, my mom found that thong in the car. She came and asked me if it was mine. I said no. So then she asked my dad and my brother whose they were. So she asked my dad first. He said, I don't know whose they are. He said they probably just fell out of Serena's bag. And then she asked my brother. And my brother said, oh, those are Serena's. So after that, my brother came in my room. And he was like, do you think it's weird that the same underwear that Serena was wearing before she left ended up in the car? So I guess she had the underwear on literally before she fucking left the house. Dumb bitch alert. Anyway, so a few weeks later, Serena breaks up with my brother. Well, around the same time, my dad started staying after work really late, like every day of the week. But long story short, my mom went through his phone because she felt like something was going on. And she reads a conversation between my dad and Serena. Like, oh, I'm so sad that you couldn't come to the ultrasound. So my mom and him divorced, and he's currently raising his child with Serena. Story time, my boyfriend found out that his best friend got me pregnant. It was my junior year in high school, and my boyfriend and I had been dating for 4 months. Well, the one night him, his friend, and I were all supposed to go to this party. My boyfriend ended up getting called into work that night, so his friend and I went. Which my boyfriend was fine with because he wanted his best friend to keep an eye on me, but he also trusted us. Anyway, so his friend and I ended up going to the party, and then... But the next morning I woke up, I didn't remember that at all. So fast forward, I find out that I'm pregnant. Well, me forgetting that I totally cheated on my boyfriend, I thought that it was his. Well, a week later, I get a text from his friend. And he's like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, what do you mean, what are we gonna do? So then he filled me in on the whole situation that I didn't remember. And I was like, there's really no chance of this because my boyfriend and I fucked like a million times and me and you fucked once. The real tea is that my boyfriend was black and his friend was white. Well, me being the bitch that I am, I was like, well, let's just wait it out. I bet it's not his. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend found out that his best friend got me pregnant. So like I said, my boyfriend was black, his best friend was white, and because I doubted that it was his best friend's kid, I decided to wait it out. Say it with me, bad idea. So fast forward, I'm in the delivery room and I decide not to have my boyfriend in there. Well, let's just say good thing that he did. Bitch, whenever this thing popped out, it was white as fucking paper. So I was like to the doctor, oh my gosh, like I'm gonna have a panic attack. Please get the baby out of the room. I don't want anybody around the baby right now. So when my boyfriend came back in the room, I was like, oh, we can't see the baby. He's having some issues. He's over here freaking out. I'm having a fucking panic attack about what I'm gonna do. And they brought my kid back, and I was like, that's not my kid. And this girl looked so confused. She was like, oh, okay. And my boyfriend and I are laughing. We're like, oh, haha, that's funny. Then she comes back into the room, and she's like, ma'am, this is your kid. So my boyfriend started screaming, and he broke up with me after that. Like, how rude to just leave me with a kid by myself. No, I'm just joking. I know that was pretty fucked. Story time about one of the most embarrassing things that has ever happened to me in high school. So a little background information. I was in my freshman year of high school. Well, spring break was coming up. Well, the whole year, my friend and I hadn't been to one single party. So we decided that we wanted to try and go to a party every single day of spring break, which was about to be super difficult because we had to worry about my strict-ass parents and my neighbors. A little background info on my neighbor. My neighbor is this girl who's in my same grade, and she literally hates my guts. I don't know why, but literally anything that I do, she'll go and she'll tell her mom, and then her mom will tell my mom, because my mom and her mom are best friends. Before we know it, Saturday comes around, and we go back to school on Monday. We did not make it to one single party. Well, later that night, we found out that one of our friends was throwing one. So around 11 o'clock, everybody's sleeping, and I walk out my back door, hop over my fence, and I start heading towards the road where my friend was going to be parked. But you know, who do I see fucking sitting outside on their porch reading a fucking book? My fucking neighbor. Life for part 2. Part 2 about the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me in high school. So like I said, the bitch that I hate is sitting out on her porch reading a fucking book at 11 o'clock at night. So I crouch down so she couldn't see me. I run to the car, and my friend and I finally go to the party. Oh, we get to that party, and it's really boring, so we decided to go to a different one. And the party that we were about to go through was being thrown by the kid that I really liked. So I start hanging out with him when we get there. I'm drinking a lot, having so much fun. And I really have to go to the bathroom. And I didn't know where anything was at all. So I grabbed my friend and we're looking around everywhere for the bathroom. Because when I asked him, he was super drunk and really couldn't explain to me where the bathroom was. So we were pretty much left to fend for ourselves. But we ended up not being able to find a bathroom, and this is where I had to improvise. So my friend and I go to the laundry room, and we see the litter box in there for the cat. Well, at this point, I was desperate, so I just went in the litter box. Well, 30 minutes later, the cops show up to the party, and everybody had to hurry up and leave because we did not want to get underages. Like for part 3 about the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me in high school. So like I said, I went in the litter box, and then the cops showed up. We all ran because we didn't want to get underages. I was able to sneak back into my house without anybody knowing. But when I get to school on Monday, everybody's talking about the party. And apparently the kid that I liked who threw the party, his parents didn't know that he threw one at all. This was like during first period. So I went to text him and ask him if he was grounded because we were supposed to hang out the next day. And I realized that I am blocked. So I'm thinking, what the fuck, why does he have me blocked? So I told my friend that he blocked me. And she goes, it's probably because he saw what you did in the laundry room. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, there's no fucking way that he knows. Because there was a door that led to the outside in the laundry room, there were cameras in there. So everybody saw this video of me. People were posting it on their Finstas, posting it on their Snapchat stories. It was so fucking embarrassing. Not to mention the bitch that I hate who lives next door showed my parents the fucking video, and I was grounded for fucking 4 months. Story time, I had to go to jail because of my toxic ex-boyfriend. So a little background information. Him and I started dating right after high school. And this relationship was so fucking toxic. He would literally fight over the dumbest shit. So fast forward 4 years later, the one night he had his friends over and he wanted me to cook steak. I decided to cook chicken instead. And this is what triggered the entire fucking fight. He was saying things like, you never listen to what I say, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife type of shit. So he pretty much blew up and was like trying to kick me out of our house. He went to our master bedroom, started breaking all my shit, throwing it down the stairs, and his friends left me there with his crazy ass. So I tried to get him to stop, but he wouldn't, of course. But then he ended up calling his fucking sister, who's 10 years older than me, trying to get her to come to my house and kick my ass. I never really got in a fight like this, so I decided to call 911. She heard him in the background going crazy like in part 2. Part 2 of why I had to go to jail because of my toxic ex-boyfriend. So like I said, the dispatcher on the phone could hear him in the background going absolutely fucking psycho. So she told me to hide. I ran upstairs into the master bedroom and locked the door until they came. So they interviewed us separately, and he has the nerve to start fucking crying, saying that I was beating his ass, and he even fucking scratched himself. So even though I called 911, they said in a domestic dispute they had to take somebody to jail. And since he had visible marks on him, they took me to jail. So the police officer told me to take off all my clothes and to only wear one layer and to also take out my shoelaces before he brought me in. So they booked me in jail, put me in a freezing cold fucking cell with 25 other actual bad bitches for 7 hours. And this is the best part. My ex kept trying to call and get me out the whole time I was in there, saying that he lied and everything. They set a court date for me, but when I showed up, they literally just dropped all the charges. Now I just tell everybody that I've been to jail and I'm not scared to go back. Story time about my boyfriend's crazy ex-girlfriend. So a little background information. So his ex-girlfriend's parents, they owned a security company, which sold cameras, alarms, and a few other things. So at the end of 2019, my boyfriend broke up with his ex-girlfriend. And by March of 2020, he started seeing me. And at first, we were just keeping things on the down low. Anyways, so after maybe 3 weeks of seeing my boyfriend, his ex sent me an Instagram message calling me a slut. It's the obsession for me. Anyways, what's even weirder is that she knew everything about my boyfriend and I, even the sexual things. Anyways, like I said, I thought that was really weird, so everything that she had sent me, I sent straight to him. Because I thought, obviously, that he had still been talking to her and had told her everything about us. But instantly, he gave me his phone and said go through it, and he had her blocked on everything. So even though it was weird, we moved on from that situation. Well, fast forward another 2 weeks, and his ex calls him while I'm at his house. Life for part 2. Part 2 about my boyfriend's crazy ex-girlfriend. So like I said, she had called him while I was over his house. And somehow she keeps figuring out things about our sex life and personal things that we had told each other. So my boyfriend and I got super suspicious, obviously. Then we started to think, and we noticed that everything that she was telling us were things that we had talked about in his bedroom. And things that we had done. So we ransacked his whole room looking for anything. And what do you know, I found a mini security camera and a microphone pointing out of his walk-in wardrobe directly towards the bed. We took it to the police and tracked it back to her. So it turns out she had used the hidden spare key, which his mom kept under the mat at the front door, which she had known about from when they dated. So she broke into his house, planted a security camera from her dad's business in his wardrobe. So we decided not to press charges because her parents and my boyfriend's parents were friends. So they just talked it out and decided to punish her in their own way. Story time about how I got my ex-boyfriend back for cheating on me. So a lot of background information. My ex and I were together for almost 2 years. And throughout our whole entire relationship, he had been cheating on me. I'm not surprised though. But what I am surprised about is that he was cheating on me with my best friend. Well, my ex-best friend now. Before my ex and I got together, my best friend had a crush on him for like a week, right? And then she got a boyfriend. And I had asked her, is it okay if I get with him? Like, him and I have been talking. He said that he really likes me. And she said, yeah, of course, that's perfectly fine. I don't care. I don't like him anymore. So I was like, okay, we're all good to go. So a month later, him and I start dating. Well, I found out that he was cheating on me when I went through his phone and saw all these nude pictures of my best friends and videos of them doing the nasty. So I decided I had to get him back. And my best friend, of course. My best friend was still with her boyfriend. But her boyfriend was my ex-boyfriend's best friend. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how I got my ex-boyfriend back for cheating on me. So I'm just going to throw this in here real quick. I'm pretty sure the only reason why my best friend did all that stuff with my ex was because she was pissed off at me for actually dating him. Because from what I had heard through other people who knew that she was doing that with my boyfriend, they said that she didn't talk to him or anything anymore. And that she really actually loved her boyfriend that she was with. Little TMI, throughout my boyfriend and I's whole relationship, he would beg me to be open-minded while being intimate. And he would want to do things that I really just did not want to do. There was a long list of things that he wanted me to do. So a week later, I told her boyfriend, but I told her boyfriend not to tell her because of my plan. And that whole week, my boyfriend was apologizing to me, saying he was so sorry and that he wants me back, blah, 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 blah. And my best friend thought that her boyfriend was loyal as fuck. Not anymore. So I told him about my plan, which was to do everything that my boyfriend wanted me to do during our whole relationship with him. And for him, it would just be enough to send it to her because he thought he was part 3. Part 3 about how I got my ex-boyfriend back for cheating on me. I told her boyfriend my plan and everything like that, and he was on board right away. So he came over to my house, we did all that good shit. Oh, and I forgot to tell you guys. My ex-best friend had begged me not to tell her boyfriend. She was like, you don't get it, like I really love him, like I really don't want to lose him. And I told her that I wouldn't tell him. But I don't really know what her boyfriend did. All I know is that I sent the video to my boyfriend. Oh, and also my boyfriend begged me not to tell her boyfriend because they were best friends. But I did anyways, and like I said, I sent it to him, and I sent him a long paragraph, and then he sent me, oh, how could you do this to me, blah, 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 you just ruined everything for me, things will never be the same between us. And I was like, yeah, okay, good, I don't care. You were a piece of garbage anyways. But however, my ex-best friend, she took her boyfriend back. And now the relationship is toxic as fuck, and he cheats on her all the time. And they've been together now for like 3 years. Karma is a bitch. Story time about my psychotic best friend. So we're gonna call this girl Gia. So a little background information. This all happened whenever I was in 9th grade. I saw Gia sitting at this lunch table alone, and I invited her to come sit with my friends and I. And after talking to her, I found out that she was a new student and she didn't have any friends. So her and I started hanging out, and we became really close. Like, she would come over to my house 24/7. Well, my older sister was a grade above us, and she would act really weird around her. And by weird, I mean, like, she would always make fun of me in front of my sister, and weirdly enough, try to cause problems between us. My sister didn't really like her. She thought that she was weird, but because she was my friend, she was being super nice to her. Well, like a month later, she started trying to become best friends with my sister. Like, any conversation she would have, I would be like, oh, do you want to come over? She would be like, no, sorry, I'm hanging out with your sister today. And I would go home and I would be like, hey, are you hanging out with Gia today? My sister would be like, what the hell are you talking about? So like I said, my sister was like, no, what are you talking about? So at this point, I'm thinking, oh, this girl's really weird. But it gets even worse. She comes over my house one day to hang out with me and goes in my sister's room the whole time. My sister dyed her hair black, so what does she do? She dyes her hair black too. The obsession was like really fucking weird. Anyway, so the one night that Gia's over, yes, I still had her over after this because I didn't think it was really weird at the time. My sister had her boyfriend over, and they were in the living room watching a movie, and the whole time Gia is begging me to go in the living room and watch the movie with them. So I'm like, fine, whatever, we'll do that. We go into the living room, we all sit on the couch, and my couch is kind of small, so like we all had to squish. So she sits her ass right next to my sister's boyfriend. Well, my sister's boyfriend got up and started freaking the fuck out. Well, turns out that Gia was trying to touch him under the blanket. So I told her to leave. Next day, I got a whole paragraph of her saying that she just wanted to be like my sister because she never had an older sister. Story time about how my husband accidentally told me that he was cheating on me. So just some background information. My husband and I got engaged 2 years ago. And this whole situation happened a month after we got married. So fast forward, it's a Sunday morning. Well, usually every week on Sunday, I clean the whole house. So I woke up, went into the bathroom to take my ring off, and I could not get it off. Mind you, I had gained a little bit of weight since my husband and I got engaged. Anyways, I tried butter, I tried soap, I tried everything, even oil. So after trying to get it off for an hour straight, my finger was 3 times bigger than it usually is. So at this point, I'm really scared that I'm going to have to get it cut off. Because 1, I didn't want to ruin it, and 2, it was really expensive. So I called my husband, and he's like, oh, call your dad. Firefighters always know what to do. So I called my dad, and thank God he lived 5 minutes away because he drove over really quickly. Like for part 2. Part 2 of how my husband accidentally told me that he was cheating on me. So like I said, my dad lived 5 minutes away, so he just rushed over to my house, and we tried a few more things to get it off. We tried Windex, we tried the dental floss, none of it was working. So my dad told me that we were going to have to cut it off with pliers. So he comes over with the pliers, cuts the ring off. Well, a few days later, I had taken it to the same place that we got it to get the band fixed or replaced. While I was there, I decided to get it appraised just for insurance reasons. So a few days later, I go and pick up my ring. And when I get home, I look at the appraisal. It was not the same one that I had picked out in the store. It looked exactly like it, but there was like a $20,000 price difference. So right now, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not mad about the money part. I'm more mad that my husband lied to me. I was more upset about the fact that he had lied to me. So I had made dinner reservations for the next night so that way I could hopefully bring up the conversation about it, like for part 3. Part 3 of how my husband accidentally told me that he was cheating on me. So like I said, I had made reservations for him and I to go out to dinner so that way I could hopefully spark up the conversation about it. So when we finally sat down, I had started up the conversation. I had told him that when I took my ring in to get it fixed, I also got it appraised. And his face immediately changed after that, but he wasn't saying anything. He was like, oh, okay, how did that go? So at this point, I was tired of beating around the bush, and I was like, why wouldn't you just tell me if we were having money troubles? And he was like, what do you mean? We're not having any money troubles. I'm fine. One thing about my husband is that he is very wealthy. And he takes pride in the fact that he is very wealthy. So obviously, me right there kind of questioning his wealth, he fucked up and told me the truth. He was like, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I accidentally gave the ring that I was supposed to give you to a girl I was seeing at the time. And I just never got around to replacing yours. So fast forward to present day, I am currently moving all of my stuff out of our house and filing for divorce. Crazy story time about the girl that my dad was having an affair with. So a little background information. My mom and my dad had been married for 10 years. And they had 3 children. Me, who's the oldest, I'm 16. And then my 2 younger sisters. Since I was 12 years old, I've lived with my grandma. Because of some personal issues that went on at home. Well, because I lived with my grandma, I barely ever saw my family. Because she lived like an hour away. So I was never in any family photos or anything like that. Well, when I was 15, my dad started coming to my grandma's every Friday and taking me out for pizza. And I thought it was because he just wanted to spend time with me. A few months after he started taking me out for pizza every Friday, I found it really odd that he was getting a hotel for the whole weekend. And only seeing me on Fridays. So I had talked to my grandma about it. So my grandma told me that he was having an affair. She said that she didn't care because she absolutely despised my mom. I didn't tell my dad that I knew because I just thought that it would cause issues between us. Well, the next Friday, he came up and we went to the pizza place like for part 2. Part 2 about the girl that my dad was having an affair with. So like I said, a few weeks later, on a Friday, he takes me out for pizza again. Mind you, we go to the same pizza place every single Friday. Well, we sit down, we're waiting for our pizza, and I notice that there's this girl who keeps staring at me. And I'm like brushing it off, thinking that she's just one of those girls who has an RBF. Resting bitch face. So once we were done eating, my dad went to pay. But the pizza place that we were at, they only accepted cash and not card. My dad had to go to the bank, which was like 2 doors down, so it really didn't matter. As soon as he got up and walked out that door, the girl who was staring at me the whole time came straight over and sat down where he was sitting. I'm like, hi. And she just starts going off on me. But not so everybody could hear. She's like, what the fuck is your name? Like, is he cheating on me? Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm his daughter. She said, no, you're not. He showed me pictures of his daughters before. Like I said before, I wasn't in any family photos. Like for part 3. Part 3 about the crazy-ass girl that my dad was having an affair with. So like I said, she comes over, she sits down. She thinks she's confronting me about being just some random girl that my dad's cheating on her with. And like I had said earlier, I was not in any family photos because I had lived with my grandma for years. So she was like, oh, like, no, he showed me pictures of his kids and stuff like that. But because she thought that I was lying, she went up and tried to fight me. But I grabbed this bitch by her hair and I fucking dragged her. Of course, while I'm beating the shit out of her, my dad walks in. He's like, oh my god, what are you doing to her? Let her go, blah, blah, blah. Everybody else is freaking out at this point. We get kicked out. The cops get called. She goes to jail because originally she put her hands on me. And I decided to press charges. Even though my dad begged me not to. So then I confronted him about the fact that he only came up once a week to spend one Friday with me, but he got a hotel and spent the whole weekend with her. So now I still live with my grandma. I don't see my dad anymore. He's still having an affair with this girl. I'm still really pissed off about it, so I kind of just want to tell my mom what he's doing. Story time about why I made my boyfriend stop being friends with his girl best friend. So a little background information. I was in my sophomore year of high school, and my boyfriend and I had been dating for about 6 months. And he had been best friends with this girl, we're going to call her Addie, for about 3 years. Now, I had known Addie way before that, probably since we were in kindergarten. But her and I weren't like BFFs, we were more of acquaintances. But obviously, we became friends because she was always around my boyfriend. A month after him and I started dating, I decided that we had to set boundaries for their friendship. Because they had first period together, right? Well, every morning at 9:45, I would go on Snapchat and I would see a picture of them. And it would be her kissing him on the cheek. Not only would it be on her story, but it would also be on his. And I had her on Snapchat before that. She had never done that, ever. So he said that he had talked to Addie about it, right? And things were good for the next 2 months. Then they were forced to work together on a project. Like for part 2. Part 2 about why I made my boyfriend stop being friends with his girl best friend. So like I said, they had been forced to work together on a school project. At least that's what he told me. So I brushed it off because I was not about to seem like the jealous girlfriend. Well, the next day, him and I were supposed to go out to the movies. So I texted him right before we were about to leave, and I said, "Hey, are you on your way to get me?" He goes, "OMG, no, I'm sorry, I forgot. I have to work with Addie on this project. She's about to come over my house." So at this point, I'm like really pissed off. So I text him and I say, "I thought you guys had a whole week to work on this project. Why does it have to be tonight?" Addie knew that him and I were supposed to go to the movies that night also. He said, "We just want to get it done really quickly so that way I can spend the rest of the week with you." And she's snapping me the whole time that she's at his house, off of his phone. So at around 1:30 a.m., I get a Snapchat from her on his account, and she's laying on his chest. Like for part 3. Part 3 about why I made my boyfriend stop being friends with this girl best friend. So like I said, she snaps me at 1:30 in the morning, a picture of her laying on his chest, and it's captioned, "Hey girlie, I hope you don't mind, but I have to spend the night at his house. He lost track of time working on our project, and it's way too late for him to take me home." So at this point, I'm furious, and I don't snap her back. So the next morning, I call my boyfriend, and I asked him, "Hey, is Addie still there?" So he says yeah, and then I ask him to put me on speakerphone. So when he does, I say hi to Addie. She goes, "OMG, hey girl, how are you?" And that's when I pretty much go off on this bitch. I tell him that while he was asleep, she was sending me pictures of her laying on top of him, off of his Snapchat, and that she was sending those type of pictures to multiple people on his Snapchat, because my best friend had texted me that morning, saying that she thought that we broke up because Addie was sending her pictures of her laying on top of him. So I tell him, "Pick, me or her." And she starts crying. After a minute of silence, he hangs up the phone and then blocks me. Good luck to the next girl. Story time about the 2-year-old boy who lost his life at the Pittsburgh Zoo. On a Sunday morning, a mother decided that she was going to take her son to the zoo. Everything was going good until they had gotten to the wild African dog exhibit. I'm going to insert a picture of what it looks like right here. Both sides of the exhibit, there was plexiglass. But looking straight out into the exhibit, there was no glass. They also had a roughly 4.5-foot railing there. Well, as most parents do whenever they take their children to the zoo, they pick them up so that way they can get a better look at the animals. Well, this mom had an idea of standing her child up onto the railing, get a better look at the dogs. Now, me personally, I have been to that zoo before. There are many signs saying not to lean over or set your child onto the railing. Well, in an instant, her child had lunged forward, and she had accidentally let go of him. At 11:45, her child had dropped 10 feet down into the dog enclosure. A few seconds later, the people around her had went to get employees, but by that time, the dogs had already gotten to the 2-year-old boy. Like for part 2. Part 2 about the 2-year-old boy who lost his life at the Pittsburgh Zoo. But like I said, she had dropped her child into the exhibit, and by that time the dogs already got to him. As soon as this happened, visitors went and told the employees. Shortly after, zookeepers were able to call off several of the dogs, and they had immediately went back into the building. 3 more were eventually drawn from the child, but the last dog was very aggressive and the police had to shoot the animal. The father soon arrived at the scene, and after the mother and father were taken to the hospital for immediate trauma therapy. Since the exhibit opened in 2006, USDA had conducted over 35 inspections on that exhibit, and none of those times did they decide that it was unsafe. And this situation happened in 2012. Parents decided to sue the zoo in May of 2013. In court, the mother had argued that the zoo had failed miserably to prevent the attack. And this is what the zoo said. This was caused because of the mother's negligence and carelessness. I'm going to tell you guys my opinion real quick. I think it's the mother's fault. What do you guys think? Story time about the scariest night of my life. A lot of background information. So the one weekend, my sister and I decided that we were going to go to my stepdad's, and her best friend was going to come also. I was around 13 at the time. Well, my stepdad and my mom had been broken up for about a few months, but my dad was okay with us going to our stepdad's because he had been with our mom for around 7 years and he's always been good to us. And my stepdad's was 2 hours away. So fast forward, we get to his house, and my sister and her friend wanted to go to a party. Now, me being older now, I knew that they didn't want to bring me because they were around 16 and I was only 13, but I still tried to tag along. Well, they weren't really talking to me or anything, and I hadn't seen my mom in almost a year. So I told my stepdad that I wanted to go and see her, which was a super big deal because she absolutely hated my stepdad. And she didn't want him around us. And by the way, she lived like 5 minutes from him. So if she found out that we went all the way up there to see him and not her, she would have flipped. So he drives me to my mom's house, like for part 2. Part 2 about the worst night of my life. So before I got to my mom's house, I called her. And I pretty much just told her that I was with my stepdad and I wanted to come see her. Like I said, she lived 5 minutes away. So as soon as we pull up, she walks outside. And she starts screaming at my stepdad. She's like, those are my kids. You're not allowed to see them, blah, blah, blah. Even though my dad had full custody and he could decide who we could and couldn't see. So after that, we walk in the house. She isn't saying anything. And this house is pretty much like a trap house. There was a knife holding the door shut. Not a kitchen knife, like an actual knife that you stab people with. She's like, you can sit down, make yourself comfortable. And I didn't want to sit down because I saw needles everywhere and I just saw a rat crawl under the couch. So I was like, no, I'm fine. And then she was like, sorry, not everybody can be rich like you. Which, just to make clear, I'm not rich. I just knew that she was doing drugs with her boyfriend in that house. After that, she pulls the knife that was holding the door shut out and points it right at me, like for part 3. Part 3, about the worst night of my life. So before she points the knife at me, she had been in the kitchen, right? So I went to go and sneak out the door. That's whenever she ran over, ripped the knife out of the door, and pointed it right at me. And she's like screaming a bunch of shit at me. And she's like, oh, what, are you going to tell your dad that I pointed a knife at you? And I told her, yeah, like, what the fuck do you mean? Am I not going to tell him? So at this point, she tries to take my phone. I told her, no, you're not taking my phone. And at this time, my sister's also texting me and yelling at me because she had told me that I should not go to my mom's house. Probably for that exact reason. A few minutes later, she hears her boyfriend pull up. I had never met her boyfriend. Like I said, I haven't seen her in probably almost a year. As soon as she hears him pull up, she looks at me and she says, go out the back door. She literally hurries up, takes me to the back door, and I have to run out the back door. I don't even know where I am. My sister and stepdad were waiting at the gas station across the street, so I ran over there really quickly. And then a few things happened after that. Let me know if you guys want a part 4. Part 4 about the worst night of my life. Just a little side note, I am in bed, so it's going to be a black screen, and you can probably hear my dog snoring. I'm just going to go from my point of view the rest of the time, because I texted my sister, but I think she's sleeping. So pretty much, I had to call my sister after my mom told her to go out the back door, and there was a Sheetz right across from where she was. But since she had to go out the back, she just saw like all woods and no gas station. So I got on the phone with her. She runs over to the gas station. And when we get back to my stepdad's house, we call our dad and let him know what happened. And the police actually got involved. And they had called my dad because my mom had called them and told him a bunch of stuff that just wasn't true. Like saying that my stepdad was a pedophile and stuff. Just like saying stuff that could actually ruin this man's life. And usually my stepdad would come pick us up and then drop us back off. But the police said that my dad had to come get us tomorrow morning, even though he had full custody and could decide who we could go with and stuff. So my dad came the next day and picked us up. Story time about the toxic boy that I almost started dating. So a little background information. Him and I both met on a set of a movie that we were in. Well, a few days into filming, he asked me out. So of course I said yes. And it was literally the most amazing first date ever. So he asked for a second date, and I said yes, of course. And the second date was terrible. He literally just tried to get in my pants the whole time. So then he asked me for a third date. And for some reason I said yes, hoping that it was not anything like the second date. And he didn't show up. So I pretty much got stood up. And then he even blocked my number. So a few months go by and I end up moving in with my best friend. About an hour away from where I was living when I met him. Well, the one night she came home and told me that he had messaged her on Instagram, which I thought was funny as hell because my best friend did not swing that way. So she pretends to flirt with him and asks him to come over. So he drives an hour to our apartment, and when he walks in, he just sees me standing in the kitchen. He immediately walked out after. Story time about how my dad was on the news and now everybody knows my last name. So a little background information. This all happened whenever I was in 6th grade. This all happened on a Tuesday night. So I had school the next day. Well, my dad had went to work earlier in the day. Well, around 10 o'clock at night, we hadn't heard from my dad all day, which was super weird for him because he was always home around 10 o'clock. And even if he wasn't, he still would have kept in contact with us and let us know where he was at. So at this point, my family and I were really scared, and we're thinking that something happened to him. I was calling and texting him, my mom was calling and texting him. My whole family was pretty much trying to get a hold of him. Like, we had called all the hospitals to see if he was there,
We called police stations to see if he might have been in jail or if they had his last name in the system. So nobody had heard or seen from him. So we all went to sleep that night hoping that he would show up in the morning. So the next day after I got home from school, my mom came home from work and she had told me about this phone call that she got. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my dad was on the news and now everybody knows my last name. So like I said, my mom had gotten home from work and she told me about this phone call that she got while she was at work. So apparently one of her coworkers called her and said, "Hey, I think I saw your husband on the news." So after that, she showed me the news article, and I couldn't even believe what I was reading. So I guess my dad had been drinking, and he went to an auto repair shop and stole a car, because I guess the keys were left in the door of the car. And what makes this even worse, the car that he stole had 2 guns in the trunk. And they weren't 2 pistols, these were 2 big-ass guns that were fucking loaded. Oh wait, I forgot something. So, before this, he had been at the strip club, and somehow he ended up in pink lingerie. Guys, I cannot make this shit up. So he was driving around and he decided to park right in the middle of an intersection, and it was literally causing a whole fucking scene. There were people with their kids worried as hell. So after that, a few people called the cops, like for part 3. Part 2 about how my dad was on the news and now everybody knows my last name. So like I said, my dad parked in the middle of an intersection and people were calling the cops. So when the police arrived, my dad was half passed out in the car. This happened in like the middle of broad day, like there's traffic everywhere. So when they finally get up to the car, my dad is literally slumped in the driver's seat. There was a bottle of whiskey in the door and it was completely empty. When they went to arrest him, he started resisting. He was screaming a bunch of profanities at them and started kicking them, threatening them with guns, which made the situation worse because my dad had no clue that there were any guns in the back of the car. So that just made the police think that they were his. So they take my dad to jail and he has like 7 charges against him. But we were happy because we knew where he was. Well, the worst part is, so the next day when I went to school, people were coming up to me asking if that was my dad on the news. Some people were even making fun of me because of what he did. And that's really fucking embarrassing for a 12-year-old. But it's okay, Dad, I still love you. Extremely creepy story time on how my aunt passed away. So a little background information. About 5 years ago, my aunt had gotten pregnant. It was really weird because a few months before she got pregnant, the doctor told her that she would never be able to have kids. And her husband had been trying for years. Well, I think like 2 weeks after the baby was born, it had passed away. And I don't really know why. For some reason, my mom won't tell me. Which is weird, but anyways, after that, my aunt just felt like a lot of things weren't going the way that she wanted them to in her life, so she decided to get closer with God. Well, every Sunday night, we go to my grandparents' house for a family dinner, and while we were there, my aunt starts going on this whole rampage. She said that God's not giving her the answers that she needs, and I don't really know what she means by answers. So my grandparents kick her out because she's acting like a psycho. Well, the same night at 3 a.m. in the morning, we hear her knocking on the door, and lo and behold, it's my aunt. So my mom lets her in because she feels bad and feels like she's the only one that will actually listen to my aunt. So she makes everybody sit at the kitchen table. She pulls out a Ouija board from her bag, like for part 2. Creepy story time about how my aunt passed away, part 2. So like I said, she makes us all sit down at the kitchen table, and she pulls out a Ouija board. She was like, I found out how I can get some answers. I just feel like I need you guys around me for positive energy. And my family is very, very religious. Like, we don't fuck with that shit. Because my mom felt bad for her, she let her use it in our house. But my mom didn't want my sisters and I around that, so she just sent us to bed. Well, the next morning, I wake up and I ask my mom what happened with the Ouija board situation. My mom just said that it was really scary, because before she thought it was like a load of bullshit, and she said that her and my dad didn't touch the Ouija board, because like I said, they were very religious and did not mess with that stuff. But apparently, it said for her not to buy a house with the numbers 2815. Well, 2 years later, my aunt got remarried, and her husband ended up having 2 kids. So they bought a new house, and no, it didn't have the numbers on it. One of their kids accidentally shattered the glass door, so they went and got a new one, and it came with those exact numbers on it. 2 days later, the house burnt down and nobody survived. Story time about how I was groomed for almost 2 years and didn't even know it. So a little background information. When I was 15, my house burnt down, and I went into a little bit of a depression. So after losing everything, my 6 siblings and I had to move into a 3-bedroom place with my grandparents. And a month or so later, I was looking for friends. Someone to talk to, or pretty much anything that would just make me feel better. Well, this guy messaged me, and he said, "You're pretty as shit." And I'm 15, so a bitch was excited. Well, 2 weeks later, I asked my mom if I could go over my friend Samantha's. And of course she said yes.
because I had stayed with Samantha a lot during this time. Also because there was barely room for any of us in this 3-bedroom house. So a little background information on my parents. My mom had been a police officer for 12 years. Sadly, she had to retire because of a neck surgery. My ex-stepdad was and still is a police officer today. Anyway, so my mom asked for pictures whenever I went over to Samantha's to make sure I was really there. Like for part 2. Story time about how I was groomed for almost 2 years and didn't even know. So like I said, my mom used to ask for pictures to make sure that I was really at Samantha's house. Well, Samantha lived about 10 minutes away from the guy that I was talking to. Every time that I went to her house, I would leave at about 8 p.m. and go over to his house. And he was 26 years old. And obviously I knew my parents would freak the fuck out if they found out. And we had planned to keep this a secret until I turned 18. So that way my parents couldn't tell me that I wasn't allowed to be with him. The flash forward to about 3 days before I turned 18, my mom comes into my work. She walks up to me, shows me a picture of him, and says, "Who the hell is this?" So of course I say I have no idea who the hell she's talking about. She said okay and then left. Well, as soon as I got home, her and my dad were sitting in the living room, waiting for me to explain who that man was. So I told them everything. They decided not to take legal action, but my mom explained to me that I was so young and he took advantage of me and stuff like that, so I never saw him again. Story time about why I beat up my best friend. So a little background information. Her and I had been best friends since we were in 7th grade. Her family was rich, mine was poor, and at first she was a really good friend. She was always there for me whenever I needed her, until her freshman year of high school, which is when her and I started hanging out with boys. Now, my mom was kind of strict. She wouldn't really let me hang out with boys, but her mom was more lenient about her hanging out with boys. Every weekend, she would throw a party at her house, and she would throw them in her attic because, one, it was huge, and two, her parents didn't give a fuck what she did up there. Anyways, she would always offer to do my hair and makeup before the party started, which always made me really excited because I never really put any work into my physical appearance. Well, little did I know, the only reason why she would offer to do my hair and makeup at these parties was so that way she could make me look like shit in front of all the boys. So after that, I taught myself how to do my own makeup and do my own hair, like for part 2. Part 2 about why I beat up my best friend. So like I said, I learned how to do my hair and makeup, and she went on vacation for like a month straight. Well, when she came home, she threw another party, and she was like, "Don't worry, after I'm done getting ready, I'll do your makeup and do your hair." And I was like, "No, it's fine, I got it." She literally looks at me and she goes, "Are you sure? You don't really know how to do that. Like, it'll probably look really bad." And I'm like, "Why the fuck would you say that?" She goes, "No, like, I don't mean it to be rude. It's just that, like, I want you to look good in front of the boys and stuff like that." Like, sis tried to talk me into getting a shower for a full, like, 20 minutes. So after that, the whole night, she's literally being a pick-me girl. She's making all these comments about me in front of the boys, and I just keep brushing them off until her next party. We got ready, and I put on these expensive shoes that I had just bought, and she goes, "Wow, you just, like, really like to copy my style, don't you?" So she starts making comments that whole night about how my family's poor and stuff like that, and she threw up all over my shoes. So I dumped the trash can that everybody had threw up in that night on her, punched her in the face, but, like, 2 months later, she came to my house and apologized. Story time about how I was dating the school shooter. Yeah. So a little background information. I was a sophomore whenever this all happened, and it was around October. Well, the one day I was sitting at lunch with my group of friends. We're all sitting there having a good time when one of my friends dares me to go over and sit with this one kid. And he was sitting alone. He was kind of shy. And of course I did because they had offered me $10, guys. Can't beat that. So I go over there, we start talking, and I realize that he's actually really nice. And he's really hot. I never really saw what he looked like because he was always wearing hoodies during school. Anyways, we started hanging out more, and eventually he said that he liked me, and we started dating. Relationship seemed pretty perfect. Well, 6 months in, I think he started to trust me more because he had told me about this one group of girls that he absolutely hated. This group of girls just happened to be my friends. I didn't tell him that I was friends with these girls because they were considered controversial, like for part 2. Part 2 about how I was dating the school shooter. Like I said, I had never told him that I was friends with these girls because they were controversial, but he would go on for hours about how much he hated these girls. He went as far to say that he wanted to kill them. I didn't think anything of it at first, because him and I had more of a sarcastic sense of humor, but he started to sound more and more serious every time that he would talk about it. Well, after us dating for 10 months, he calls me the one night, and he starts telling me about how he's going to shoot up the school. He had told me his entire plan of how he was going to do this. Now, he must have thought that we were like ride or die relationship, when in reality, I was recording everything that he was saying. After we got off the phone, I wrote an email to all of the office staff in my school, but I fell asleep and never finished the email. I woke up the next morning, finished it. I had texted my friends not to go to school that day. I had already missed the bus. I rode my bike to school that day. I ran to the principal's office. Nobody was there. And that's whenever I heard shots in the hallway.
Story time about how I crashed my dad's really expensive car. So a little background information. My mom had just got remarried to my stepdad 3 years ago, and he was this rich asshole who owned a bunch of food trucks and thought he was the shit. Well, at the time I also had a boyfriend, and we had only been dating for like a month and a half. And my boyfriend would always beg me to let him drive my stepdad's car. And I always said no because that was like his child. Like he had children. He could care less about them. His car was more important. Anyway, so the one weekend my parents are out of town, and one of my friends was throwing a graduation party. So that whole day my boyfriend was trying to talk me into taking the car, and I already knew where my stepdad hid the keys. So I just decided I wouldn't drink that night and I would just take the car. He kept asking me if he could drive, but clearly I said no, because this kid literally told me that he crashed the first 2 cars that he had. So we get to the party, we're having a good time, and one of my friends tells me that everybody's taking pictures with my car outside. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how I crashed my dad's very expensive car. So like I said, everybody's taking pictures of the car, but I decided to let it go at first. I mean, there was one point where I went outside just so that way I could kind of let everybody know, hey, you're taking pictures with my car. Well, half an hour later, my boyfriend and I decided to leave, and he's obliterated. Like, we probably got 50 feet from her house, and then I had to stop the car so that way he could get out and throw up in somebody's yard. Anyway, so he gets in the car, we're on the way back to my house. And my house was like a 20-minute drive away. Well, we were 5 minutes from my house. At this one intersection, I get a green light and I go to make a right, and I accidentally hit a car turning out of the bar parking lot. So I'm literally freaking the fuck out. My boyfriend's in the seat next to me crying for some reason. So the guy in the other car calls the cops. The cops show up, they call my stepdad and my mom. My boyfriend went to the hospital, he had alcohol poisoning. Well, my boyfriend told his mom that it was all my fault and I'm grounded for 6 months. Story time about how my best friend got with my boyfriend. Whenever I was in 6th grade, my mom had put me in this summer camp. And that's where I met my best friend, Jenna. Well, any boys that I liked at summer camp, Jenna would try and go after them. So fast forward, Jenna and I never went to the same school, which was so nice because I could literally tell her about any guy that I liked and she would not know who the hell it was. Okay guys, real quick before we continue with the story time. Today's story time is sponsored by my favorite investing app called Public. With the app Public, I always know which stocks are trending and what my friends and other awesome people are investing in. So make sure to go click the link in my bio to start investing with as little as $1. Okay guys, back to the story. Well, I decided to invite her to my school's football game, the one that my boyfriend was going to be playing at. So I'm getting ready at my house and we're about to go pick her up. And she tells me that she's going to wear one of her dad's Hawaiian button-up shirts and some jean shorts. So I decided to wear the same thing because I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable because she never met anybody at my school before. Like for part 2. Story time about how my best friend got with my boyfriend part 2. Real quick, sorry this part is really late. TikTok did not let me post this video at all. I pick her up and she's wearing a completely different outfit than what she told me she was wearing. The whole time we were at the game, she was bothering me about who my boyfriend was. And because I knew she was a hoe, I definitely did not tell her who it was. Well, the one week I couldn't make it to one of my boyfriend's football games, and Jenna just decided to show up to my school's football games even though she didn't even fucking go there. Well, the one night she met my boyfriend. She texted me about it that night saying, oh, he's super cute, da-da-da-da-da. I asked my boyfriend what he thought of her, and he said that she was weird and she was hitting on all of his friends. So I thought I didn't have to worry about them getting together, right? Wrong. He had invited me to this party and said that I could bring her, so I decided why not give her the benefit of the doubt. Jenna and I had planned on leaving that night because my mom couldn't pick us up in the morning. Well, Jenna ended up spending the night, and I went back there in the morning, and there were hickeys all over my boyfriend's neck. Story time about how my neighbor killed my dog. So a little background information. When I was about 3 years old, my parents got me a German Shepherd. And my neighbors who lived next to us absolutely loved our dog. And so did their kids. Like, their dad literally put a doggy door in the fence, so that way our dog could go back and forth from our house to his house. Well, when I was about 8 years old, my neighbors decided to sell their house. So he told us that he had to take out the doggy door because the people that were buying his house hated animals. Well, the people who had just bought his house, they ended up moving in before he could take out the doggy door. So our new neighbors asked us if we could put like a piece of plywood in front of the door so that way our dog couldn't get through. And they said that they would do the same to their side of the fence. So my dad said, yeah, he put a piece of plywood in front of there. While my dog, Gabe, the one night that my brother let him out, he ended up getting the plywood off of the doggy door. Well, my brother literally had to crawl through the doggy door to get the dog before one of them saw him in the yard. Like the part 2 about how my neighbors killed my dog. So like I said, my brother let the dog out, and my dog got the piece of plywood off of the door. And my brother had to crawl through the doggy door to get my dog out of our neighbor's yard, so that way our neighbors wouldn't wake up and know that he got through. But whenever my brother went to go get Gabe, he realized that my neighbors didn't even have a piece of plywood on their side of the fence or anything. So my brother told my dad, and my dad went over there the next day to talk to them. And he pretty much said, I'm not going to have a piece of fucking plywood on my side of the fence if you're not going to be doing anything on yours to prevent my dog from going into your yard. And they were like, oh, well, your old neighbors never took out the doggy door. And my dad was like, that's not our fucking fault. Well, then our new neighbors said, if your dog all of a sudden becomes sick or just does not come back, don't be surprised. My dad decided to replace the door himself. Well, once Gabe realized that the doggy door was gone, when we would let him outside, he would literally just sit there and bark at the fence. Well, 2 weeks later, Gabe ended up passing away, and we found out it's because our neighbors were giving him rat poison. Story time, my best friend cheated on his girlfriend with me. So a little background information. So Gavin and I have been best friends ever since we were little. We lived in the same neighborhood, and my parents and his grandparents were, like, pretty close, I guess. But, like, everybody in our neighborhood was close with each other. And I always had a huge crush on him. And I couldn't really tell him that I liked him. But he would always be like, ooh, don't joke with me like that. Like, that's not true. And eventually, I just kind of got the hint that that was his way of telling me, I don't like you. Stop before I tell you in a mean way. So when we were in middle school, he was always having these, like, 2-day relationships with all these girls and everything. And me, not so much, because sis didn't have a glow up until she reached, like, her sophomore year in high school. And the thing was, I wasn't that best friend who would be like, ooh, don't date her, like, she's ugly, or anything like that. Like, I would totally respect all of his relationships, even if they were 2 days long, but he would literally still block me. Well, the one day we were hanging out at his house, like, for part 2. Talking about how my best friend cheated on his girlfriend with me. So, like I said, the one night I was at his house and he was on my phone, he was asking me who all these guys were on my Snapchat. And I told him that I had been talking to them, and he was just being super toxic. He was talking shit on every single one of them. So eventually I started dating this guy, Trey, and after that he texted me saying that I was gross and everything else, when the next day he literally got a girlfriend. But weirdly enough, he didn't block me that time. He actually started texting me more, saying how him and his girlfriend were so happy together, da-da-da-da-da, and unlike him, I would be supportive. Well, the one night at 2 a.m., he came over my house, and he was like, I don't have feelings for my girlfriend. And I'm like, okay, then why are you with her? And then he has the nerve to say, don't you get that I like you? Like, really? Well, eventually we cut off all communication, and he was still with this girl. Well, the one night he asked me to come over and talk, and we ended up doing the nasty. And then he blocked me on everything, after he said we should both leave our girlfriends and boyfriends. Well, I ended up telling his girlfriend what we did, and they also come to my family cookouts. Story time about the girl who tried to talk me into doing the nasty with her dad. Literally. So a little background information. 2 months before this whole situation, I had met her through one of my friends at a party. She was really funny, really nice. We're going to call this girl Jessie. So when my friend and I left the party, I had asked her about Jessie, and she was like, oh, I wouldn't really hang around her. She's just like a really weird person. Now, I didn't really take my friend's word for it, mainly because in the past, my friend has gotten really jealous whenever I've started hanging out with other people, so I decided to find out for myself, which now I realize that was probably not one of my best ideas. So a few weeks later, we hung out with her again, and I got her number that night. Her and I started hanging out a lot. And her and I were both seniors in high school. Well, when I would go over to her house, her dad would be super weird around me. He would just be very overly nice and touchy with me. And her mom and her dad were divorced. Well, the one night I'm sitting in Jessie's room, and she comes upstairs and she's like, OMG, I have to tell you what my dad said. Like for part 2. Part 2 about the girl who tried to talk me into doing the nasty with her dad. Literally. Like I said, she comes upstairs to her bedroom and she's like, OMG, I have to tell you what my dad just said about you. And she would literally do this all the time. She would be like, oh, my dad just said that you're so pretty, or my dad just said that if you were his age, he would totally date you, and just like super weird things like that. Well, I was like, oh, like, what did he say? And she was like, OMG, I feel so weird telling you, like, I really don't want to tell you. She was like, I feel like you'll think he's weird. Low key, she didn't know that I already thought that he was weird, but I was like, oh, okay. She was like, okay, fine, I'll just tell you. My dad said that he would totally fuck you. And I was like, oh, that's really gross. Like, he's really fucking weird for that. And she was like, no, you should totally do it. And I was like, no, I'm good. Like, that does not make me feel comfortable. And she was like, dude, you don't understand. He'll pay you. And her dad was super rich. Like, he owned 4 of his own companies and everything. But still, that was not enough to bribe me to do it with this man. So I grabbed my stuff and I am, like, about to walk out of her room. And she's like, wait, no, don't go. Like, I was just joking. And I was like, no, I'm still gonna leave. And she was like, no, please, please, please don't. Like, how are you going to get home? I'm not driving you. So I start walking down the stairs, and I stop and look into the living room, and I see her dad laying naked on the couch, just watching the stairs. It's like he was literally waiting for me to come down here to do the nasty with him. So I start running out the door, and her dad chases me, and he's like, hey, like, where are you going? What's wrong? And I'm, like, covering my eyes. I turn around, and I'm like, you're what's fucking wrong. You're so fucking gross. After that, she texted me begging me not to tell anybody, and I don't really see her anymore except for when we go to parties, and she just happens to be there. Story time about how my boyfriend found out that I was cheating on him with his best friend. So a little background information. We're going to call my boyfriend Tyler. Tyler and I had been dating since he was 16 and I was 13. And now it was my freshman year in high school and his senior year. And we're going to call his best friend Jaden. Now, there was one really big problem with Tyler and I's relationship. I was pretty much dating Jaden, too. Now, if you don't get what I mean by that, Jaden was there for literally every single thing that we did in our relationship. Anytime I would invite Tyler over, guess who was walking in right behind him? Jaden. Anytime that Tyler and I went on dates, guess who was there? Jaden. And there wouldn't even be another girl there. He would literally just third wheel on our dates. And I talked to Tyler about it before, and he's like, well, I don't know what you want me to do. He's my best friend. So fast forward, the one day Tyler and Jaden are both over my house, like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend found out that I was cheating on him with his best friend. So like I said, Jaden and Tyler are both at my house, and Tyler ends up getting a call. And it was his mom telling him that his brother had just passed away. So Tyler told Jaden that he needed to find a ride home. And after that, Tyler left immediately. Now me, I do not know what the hell to do. Because Jaden and I had never been left alone before. And it wasn't really because Tyler didn't trust us. It was more of though we didn't really have a reason to be alone together. So that night, he was supposed to wait for my parents to get home so that way they could drive him. But I ended up getting him an Uber because he said that he liked me and I did not know what to do. Fast forward, while my boyfriend is in the grieving stages, I was messing with his best friend behind his back. And the one day he had walked in on us doing spicy things. And after he had his whole family posting things about me on Facebook saying that I was a whore and everything.
Story time about how I found my uncle sleeping with my best friend. So a little background information. I was 18 at the time and a freshman in college. My uncle was a National Guard, and we were the same age, we went to the same school, and we also had the same friends. And while he was away, I had made one friend that he didn't know about. Her and I became best friends, we got into the same college, and we were in the same dorm room together. Well, the one day my uncle came to my college to surprise me. I ran up to him, I gave him a big hug, and my best friend was super confused because I had never introduced them. And when I introduced them, there was this weird, awkward vibe. So all 3 of us went back to the dorm room, and I asked her if it was okay that he spent the night, because I didn't want to be that person to just invade her space. So she ended up saying yes, and eventually we all got really hungry, and we all wanted Chick-fil-A, so I went and I left them all alone in the room together. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how I found my uncle sleeping with my best friend. So like I said, I went to go get his Chick-fil-A and I left them in the dorm all alone together. While I was waiting in line, I called them to ask what they wanted and nobody answered the phone. So I was like, okay, whatever, it's fine. They're probably just busy talking. So I low-key took a long time because I went to the grocery store to get some cookies. I was just craving them. So then I get back to the dorm room. As soon as I open the door, I see both of them unclothed on top of each other on the bed, doing the nasty. So for some reason, I had a broom and I threw it at my uncle and I went to my friend's apartment that night. And when I told my mom about it, she said that it was my fault because weirdly enough, they praised all the boys in my family. Story time about how he cheated on his baby mama with me. So a little background information. There was this boy, and we're going to call him John. John and I knew each other through one of our mutual friends. All 24/7, John would post sad quotes on his Snapchat story because him and his girlfriend had just broken up. So I decided that I was going to be Captain Save-A-Ho and be there for him, telling him it was okay. And everything happens for a reason. Well, eventually, John had developed a huge crush on me. Like, he would flirt with me 24/7, sending me all these cute emojis. Of course, my dumbass fell for it. So after talking for a little bit, him and I started dating. Well, the one day I was on Snapchat going through his story, and he was posting a bunch of funny memes on his story, and I was just laughing until I got to the last thing that he posted on his story. It was this picture of a baby girl saying, "I can't wait to meet you from Dada." So with my crazy ass, I jumped on the phone and started cussing him out. And then he goes, "What are you talking about? That's my little sister." Like for part two. Part two about how he cheated on his baby mama with me. So like I said, when I confronted him about it, he said that it was a picture of his baby sister. Always with the Alabama shit. For what reason, I don't know. But he calls me the next day and he starts apologizing about everything. And then he decides to make a new Snapchat account and starts talking to me on there, thinking that I was just going to block his other account. He posts a picture of his baby mama. So at this point, my Virgo self and I were done with the bullshit. By the way, he's a Gemini, so if that doesn't explain it, I don't know what will. So I start dating my new man, and I commented on all of his posts. I guess I'm not surprised he's not the only bitch you're fucking with. And if you try lying, I'm going to spill the tea. Like, I just think that it's really funny how females just think that their men are so loyal, even when you literally expose their man with every piece of evidence. Well, the girl who sent this in has a special message for all of us. That men ain't shit. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk about why you should never, ever, ever do drugs. So a little background information. In my town, on the 15th of June this year, 2 girls got kidnapped in my hometown. So I kind of knew these 2 girls. I mean, they went to my school, but that was really it. Because low-key, I didn't want to be friends with them, and I kind of hated them. They were in 7th grade, I was in 8th grade, so they were probably like a year younger than me. Anyway, so it was a Wednesday. And the last time they had been seen was at 8 p.m. with a 30-year-old man. They were supposedly doing drugs outside of a McDonald's. Well, I guess this man saw that they had been doing drugs, and he wanted some. Before that, I guess he kind of eased into the question because he was, like, talking to them, getting to know them, and I guess he thought he had a really good shot at doing some drugs. When he asked, they said no. So then he asked a few more times, and they finally gave them to him. But whenever they got closer, he grabbed both of them, put him in his van, and drove off. He hid them in his house. Like for part 2. Part 2 is why you should never, ever, ever do drugs. So like I said, he asked for them again, and finally the girls decided to give him some. But when they got closer, he grabbed both of them and shoved them in his van, drove off. Well, he ended up driving to his house and decided to hide them there. Well, one of the girls' aunts posted something on Facebook saying that both of them were missing. And soon, the news made an article that literally said, "Drug addict and her friend gets kidnapped." They went missing for like 6 days, and on the 22nd of June, they were found. But now they won't stop bragging about how fun it was to get kidnapped. And that is why, still to this day, I absolutely despise these girls. Story time about how my best friend started seeing my mom. So we're going to call my best friend Joey. Joey and I have been best friends since we were 4 years old. And my family was really close with his, and vice versa. He's always been really nice to him. Of course, because he was a family friend and he was my best friend. Well, one day, I thought that she liked him a little bit more than she liked me. She would always ask the weirdest questions.
Get out.
Oh, is Joey single? Or what's Joey's sexuality? Like, sis had a whole ass husband. But at the time, I didn't think anything of it because I just thought that she really wanted him and I to date. But when he turned 15, things started getting a little bit weirder. Like, sometimes he would go over my house right after school, even when I wasn't there, to hang out with my mother. Usually the only time he was at the house was whenever him and I were hanging out. Well, the one day I walked in and they were both sitting on the couch talking. And when they both saw me, they acted like nothing was wrong with it. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my best friend started seeing my mom. And like I said, the one day I come home after school and they're both sitting on the couch already talking. And they look at me and say hi as if nothing was wrong with the situation. And then after that, Joey started mentioning how my mom was so hot. And I was like, yeah, no, she's pretty, but that's it. Well, the one day my mom left for work earlier than she usually does.
So I messaged my dad and asked him if he wanted to hang out. So of course he said yes, and 5 hours later I came home and I go upstairs. And I'm just like hearing things from my mother's bedroom. So I go up and I open the door. And because I don't want this video to get taken down, you guys probably can guess what I saw. So I ran out of the room, ran downstairs. I start panicking. And Joey came and hugged me and said, I'm sorry, me and your mom just love each other. So I told them both they were absolutely disgusting. So then my mom starts crying and begging me to forgive her. And now I live with my dad. Story time of why it's never going to be in a best friend group of 3. So a little background information. I was in 4th grade and I was 9 years old, about to turn 10. Now you're thinking, that's really young. I was just smart enough to see red flags early on, unlike half of you who probably don't see them. Anyway, so I had 2 friends we're going to call the one Becky and the one Mia. Let me tell you a little bit about Becky. Becky was kind of a bitch. Now, anytime that she saw Mia and I having our own conversation, she would pretty much bully us. And she would have 2 of her other friends tag along and do it also, Brooklyn and Riley. So the one day we're walking to PE and Mia and I are having a conversation. And in our gym class, you would line up in groups of 3. So it would go Mia, Becky, and then me. Well, because I wanted to finish my conversation with Mia, I decided to sit in Becky's spot. So we're sitting down and then Becky marches over to where we're sitting and just stands there and stares at us. Then she walks away and goes and sits with her other friends. And at the end of gym class, she comes back over to us. On to part 2. Part 2 about why it's never going to be in a best friend group of 3. Like I said, Brittany hated it whenever Mia and I would have our own conversation. And I sat in Becky's spot in gym class, and then she got mad at us because I wanted to finish my conversation with Mia. So she goes over with her other friends that literally bully Mia and I. So at the end of gym class, she walks up to both of us with Brooklyn. And she literally is just standing there. And then Brooklyn goes, do you need me to do it for you? Me and I look at each other like, what the fuck is going on? And then Brittany's like, no, I just want to tell you guys that I don't want to be friends with you anymore. She was like, you guys are just so fake. Like, you never include me in anything. Which was completely not true, but we were like, whatever. So then the next day at school, Brittany comes up to Mia and I, and she's like, hey guys. Like, this bitch was bipolar as fuck. And we're like, we thought you didn't want to be friends with us anymore. And she was like, no, I just meant I didn't want to be best friends. Story time about the worst day of my life. So a little background information. I was 16 at the time, and I was either in 8th grade or 9th grade, but I really don't remember. And I had this boyfriend who we're going to call Cameron. We had been dating for 3 years. But before him and I got together, we were best friends. While I also was in a friend group with myself, Amber, and this girl named Sky. Now, I wouldn't really call Sky a pick-me girl. She was more of a jealous best friend. For example, the one day we went shopping for dresses, and I picked this one out that I really liked and that looked super good on me. Amber was like, OMG, you look so beautiful. Sky, she was like, that dress is ugly and it makes you look fat. But I told her I didn't care what she said and that I was going to get the dress anyways. Well, she didn't like the fact that I wasn't going to listen to her, so she didn't talk to me for 2 whole weeks. After she texted me saying that she forgives me, even though I didn't apologize, but okay. Well then, me being stupid, I introduced her to my boyfriend. Bad idea, like for part 2. Part 2 about the worst day of my life. So like I said, me being stupid, I introduced her to my boyfriend. Well, after that, Cameron started acting.
Yeah, you just some chips.
I already had some. And I had the all best.
You get one of some boy sour cream and onion chips. Oh,
That's an old one, I'm pretty sure.
no. Cause I'm turning off this. I'm turning. No.